Chapter 1, Confession Rejected, Struck by Thunder. 2024, Blue Planet. In a large private room of an ordinary hotel in Jiangcheng City, China. Jiangcheng City, Jiangcheng University, freshman class 2 of the finance department is having a dinner together. At this time, the MV of Jay Chao Song Confession Balloon was playing on the projection screen in the private room. Sumabe held a large bouquet of roses in his hand and knelt on one knee in front of Sun Lulu, the girl he had been secretly in love with for a year. "Lulu, I like you, please be my girlfriend." Seeing such a high-profile confession, the students in the private room instantly became excited. Wow, Sumabe actually confessed his love? So romantic. I had noticed a long time ago that something was wrong with him. It wasn't just a secret crush, it was an open and blatant love. That is, during this whole year of college, anyone with a discerning eye could see Sumabe's feelings for her. Will Sun Lulu agree to him? If such a handsome guy confessed to me like this, I would nod and agree without hesitation. While everyone was discussing this, the heroine Sun Lulu, who was confessed to, had a flash of contempt in her eyes and said coldly, "I'm sorry, classmate Sumabe, I can't agree to your request." Wow. After hearing Sun Lulu's answer, there was an uproar in the private room again. Ha, now we have something interesting to watch. What a pity. Sun Lulu really doesn't know how to cherish him. Sumabe is always so nice to her, but she just rejected him so cruelly? This melon is so sweet. Sumabe will definitely become the laughingstock of all the students in the school. Hearing the laughter of his classmates, Sumabe looked at Sun Lulu and asked unwillingly, "Why?" Sun Lulu said proudly, "Because I already have a boyfriend." "Who is it?" Sumabe asked. "Ha, Sumabe, don't think that others will like you just because you are handsome. You are just a poor guy with nothing to offer. Of course, I am Lulu's boyfriend." Before Sun Lulu could answer, a fat man who was 175 centimeters tall and weighed 200 kilograms walked out of the crowd. "Du Baochang, shut up, are you looking for a beating?" Li Muzi, who was standing behind Sumabe, took a big step forward, staring at the fat man in front of him. Li Muzi is Sumabe's only best friend in this school, and their relationship is very close. On weekdays, they often skip classes and go to bars together, and they are inseparable. "Forget it, Muzi." At this moment, Sumabe reached out and gently grabbed his good brother. At the same time, he looked at the classmates around him and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, I have something else to do, so I'll leave you first." After saying that, he stood up without hesitation and walked out the door. At this time, Xia Chenhua, the class monitor, stood up and said loudly, "Sumabe, where are you going? It's going to rain outside, it will be unsafe for you to leave like this." "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine and won't disturb you all from the dinner." Sumabe waved his hand without looking back, took big steps resolutely, and quickly left the scene. "Mabe, wait for me, where are you going?" Seeing that Sumabe had walked a long way away in the blink of an eye, Li Muzi hurriedly shouted. Then, he turned his head and glared at Du Baochang fiercely, gritted his teeth and said cruelly, "Humph, I am not done with you in this matter. Let's wait and see." After that, he ran away like an arrow, trotting after Sumabe, who was getting farther and farther away. At this moment, the sky seemed to be torn open with a huge hole, and heavy rain poured down, hitting the ground fiercely. The road was empty except for a few cars speeding by occasionally, without a single person in sight. Sumabe casually put his hands in his pockets and walked alone in the rain. The thin clothes on his body had long been thoroughly soaked by the merciless rain, sticking tightly to his skin, outlining his slightly thin figure. Oh, I'm such a joke. Thinking of the little things he had experienced in the past year at university, Sumabe couldn't help but laugh out loud at himself. Ever since he saw her for the first time at the beginning of college, he was deeply attracted to her, and he was extremely caring and considerate towards Sun Lulu. When it was cold, he would considerately bring her a cup of hot drink. When it rained, he would silently stand at the school gate and hold an umbrella for her. Even when she was sick and asked for leave to rest at home, he would find ways to skip classes to bring her medicine and fruits. However, in Sun Lulu's eyes, her obedience and meticulous care were not as good as that fat guy Du Baochang. Boom! At this moment, thunder suddenly sounded in the originally calm sky. The sound was deafening, as if it would shatter the whole world, which was terrifying. However, Sumabe was completely unaware of all this. He lowered his head, looking extremely lonely, and walked alone in the pouring rain. Ha! Suddenly, Sumabe burst into laughter. At this moment, all his reluctance was gone. Boom! Another loud thunder exploded, the sound so loud that it made people's hearts and livers break. This time, the dazed Sumabe was finally awakened by the earth-shaking sound. He was startled for a moment, then raised his head instinctively. At this moment, a dazzling golden lightning roared out from the inky black clouds like a giant dragon with bared fangs and claws. There was a loud cracking sound, and the lightning struck him right on the top of his head. Sumabe was so shocked that he couldn't help but curse. He never thought that he would be so unlucky to be struck by this sudden lightning. At this moment, he only felt a white blur in front of his eyes, his head was buzzing, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Gradually, my body felt like it was hollowed out and I slowly lost consciousness. Mabe's voice sounds so familiar, it's Li Newsies. Ding, system binding is successful. Who is this cold voice? Jiangcheng Central Hospital. Doctor, how is my child? Sumabe gradually regained consciousness and heard his mother's voice. We performed a full body check on him and found that he had no physical injuries. It was a medical miracle that he was struck by lightning and yet was unscathed. This is a strange voice. Why hasn't he woken up yet? He's been in a coma for a day and a night. This is my father's voice. His body and nerves are not damaged, he should wake up soon. You are his family, you must stay by his side, and notify me as soon as he wakes up. Okay, we got it. Thank you, doctor. Chapter 2 System. Not long after the doctor left, Sumabe slowly woke up and moaned weakly, water. Hearing the sound, Sumabe's parents looked over hurriedly. Seeing their beloved son regain consciousness, the old couple were overjoyed. Son, how are you? Do you feel uncomfortable? The mother asked with concern. Mom, I'm so thirsty, I want to drink some water, Sumabe said weakly. My mother hurried to the table, quickly picked up a glass, unscrewed the lid of the kettle, and poured boiled water into the glass. She gently touched the wall of the glass to test the temperature, then took out a straw from the drawer and inserted it into the glass, carefully carrying the glass to the bedside. Mother gently lifted Sumabe's head, handed the cup with a straw to his mouth, and said softly, Come, son, drink some water. Sumabe held the straw in his mouth and started sucking deeply. After drinking a glass of water, Sumabe felt that his throat was no longer so dry. He took a deep breath and looked around at the unfamiliar environment with a dazed look. The white walls, the blue curtains, the pungent smell of disinfectant, everything made him feel very confused. He turned his head to look at his mother who was sitting beside the bed, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, Mom, where is this? Wang Yaon held Sumabe's hand distressfully and replied, This is the hospital. You were struck by lightning on the street yesterday and fell into a coma on the spot. Fortunately, your classmate Li Musi called an ambulance to take you to the hospital and called me and your father to inform them. At this moment, my father, who had been standing silently by the side, suddenly turned around and ran out of the ward excitedly, muttering, I'll call the doctor to come and take a look. Sumabe's father is Su Guoqiang and his mother is Wang Yaon. Both of them are laid-off workers and are both 45 years old this year. Su Guoqiang worked as an ordinary security guard in a security company, while Wang Yaon did odd jobs in a food processing factory. Although the family was not rich, they could get by, at least they had enough food and clothing. When the doctor rushed over, he immediately started a new round of meticulous full-body examination on Sumabe. From the head to the feet, no part was left out, and various instruments and equipment were used in turn. As time passed, the old couple's hearts were hanging in the air, nervously waiting for the final result. Finally, all the examination items were completed, and after careful evaluation and judgment by the doctor, it was determined that there was nothing wrong with Sumabe's body. Only then did the old couple finally relax and heaved a long sigh of relief. Although Sumabe was in good health, out of caution, the doctor recommended that he stay in the hospital for observation for a period of time in case of any emergency. Therefore, the old couple decided to follow the doctor's advice and let Sumabe stay in the hospital for one more day and go through the discharge procedures tomorrow. Seeing that his beloved son was safe and sound, Su Guoqiang, who had specially asked for leave from work to come here, felt much more at ease. After giving a few simple instructions, he left the hospital and returned to work. It was already noon, and Wang Yaon, who had been in a state of tension, finally relaxed. After saying a few words to Sumabe, she walked out of the ward and went to buy lunch for him. In the empty ward, Sumabe looked at the ceiling, thinking about what had just happened. What is going on? Not only did he fail in his confession, but he was also struck by lightning. Now he must be a celebrity in school. Ding system binding progress 100%. Ding system binding successful. Ding host information panel opens. Host, Sumabe. Age, 20. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Wealth, 95 renminbi. Assets, none. Special skills, none. Shock value, 0. Who? Sumabe was startled when he heard the cold voice in his mind. Congratulations to the host, the binding system is successful. System? Is it the golden finger in the novel? Sumabe said in surprise, since you said you are a system, then tell me, what can you bring to me? Ding, this system is called the big winner in life. The system will help the host master the wealth of the world, seduce all the beauties in the world, and reach the peak of life. So powerful? What do you need me to do? Sumabe asked. Ding host, you only need to obtain shock value, then you can participate in the lottery in the system's own mall and get the corresponding system rewards. Shock value? What is that? How to obtain it? Sumabe asked in surprise. Ding, as long as the host makes others feel surprised or shocked by you, you can gain the corresponding shock value. So that's how it is. Sumabe suddenly remembered something and asked, I was struck by lightning. Is it related to you? Ding reminds the host, that is not thunder, but a normal phenomenon of the system entering your body. Damn it, you call this a normal phenomenon? Sumabe said angrily. Ding, congratulations to the host for binding the system. The newcomer will be rewarded with 2 lucky draws. Do you want to start the lucky draw? Yes, it is indeed a conscientious system, Sumabe, who almost cursed just now, said happily after turning it on. Ding lucky draw function is successfully enabled. In an instant, a huge turntable appeared in Sumabe's mind, with a myriad of item names marked on it. Ding turntable starts. As the system prompt sounded again, the huge turntable began to turn. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning, 10 million renminbi in cash. WTF. When Sumabe saw the rewards, he immediately burst into swear words. 10 million in cash, it's that easy to become a multimillionaire? It's really the golden finger, it lives up to its reputation. After the first draw, the wheel started turning again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the unique skill, the origin of academic master. Special skills? The origin of academic excellence? What is this? After Sumabe took a blank look at the item he had drawn, he entered the system mall directly in his mind. After entering the system mall, Sumabe was instantly stunned by the dazzling array of items. The first thing that catches your eye is the cash option. The minimum amount here is in billions, and the highest amount even reaches trillions. Below the cash option were shares of major global business groups. Although Sumabe didn't recognize some of the groups, he still knew big companies like Penguin. Looking down, there are options such as land deeds. Here, there are all kinds of land deeds from every country in the world. Sumabe even saw the ownership of the land deed of the Jingwa Divine Toilet of the Doni Kingdom. Swallowing hard, Sumabe continued to look down, and finally saw the stunt option mentioned by the system in the last option. There were so many skills with various names and attributes that it was dizzying, but there was a padlock mark under each skill, and Sumabe tried but couldn't open the skill introduction. System, why can't I open the special skill introduction? Sumabe asked. Ding reminds the host that only the attributes of the skills that have been acquired can be viewed. Sumabe, how can I get the special skill? Can I buy it directly in the mall? Ding host currently does not have purchasing authority and cannot open the system mall. Sumabe, how can I get purchasing rights? Ding requires the host to collect more shock value. When the shock value reaches a certain amount, the system will automatically upgrade and open the system mall. After hearing the system's answer, Sumabe nodded in disappointment and then looked at the unique skill he had just acquired, the origin of academic master. Sure enough, there was no small padlock mark under the origin of academic master. Click to open the stunt introduction. Academic genius skills. After extraction, the host will possess the essence of an academic genius, with photographic memory, God-level comprehension ability, and God-level logical analysis ability. Damn, so domineering? Sumabe was instantly overjoyed. Ding, please ask the host whether to withdraw all rewards. Extract must be extracted, Sumabe said hurriedly. Ding reward extraction successful. Ding 10 million renminbi cash has been sent to the host's bank card account with the last number 155555. Ding's unique skill was extracted successfully. In an instant, Sumabe felt a mysterious force like an electric current instantly penetrate into his brain, and it was operating at an unprecedented level of activity. Those past events that had been hidden deep in his memory and had not been recalled for many years seemed to be unlocked at this moment, emerging in his mind with incomparable clarity. He could even recall every detail of his childhood playing with his friends, the warmth of the sun shining on them, the scent of grass brought by the breeze, and those innocent smiling faces. Everything was so vivid. Not only that, Sumabe was also surprised to find that his logical thinking ability had also undergone a drastic change. The originally complex and tedious problems now seemed to him like simple and clear mathematical formulas, and he could easily get the answers with just a little thought. His thoughts were no longer as chaotic and disordered as before, but became clear and well organized, as if he had a superpower that could see through the essence of everything. This sudden change made Sumabe extremely excited. Bite. At this moment, the mobile phone placed aside suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a text message from the bank, reminding me that a deposit of 10 million yuan had arrived. System, is this money legal? Sumabe asked. Please rest assured, any reward items obtained in the system will be distributed to the host through normal and legal channels. That's good. Sumabe heaved a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 3 Changes. When Wang Yaong hurried back to the ward with the lunch she had bought, she saw Sumabe lying on the bed with a smile on his face, and a look of confusion instantly appeared on her face. But she didn't ask any more questions. For Wang Yaong, as a mother, nothing was more important than her son's health. As long as she could see that her precious son was safe and sound, her heart, which had been hanging in the air, would be able to settle down peacefully. After the two of them finished their lunch, Wang Yaong gently tucked the quilt for Sumabe, gave him a few gentle instructions, then turned and left the ward to pay the hospital fees. Sumabe was the only one left in the huge ward. Just when he was about to close his eyes and take a nap, he saw Ling Muzi walk in with a fruit basket. "Ha, Mabe, are you okay?" As soon as he entered the door, Ling Muzi laughed loudly. "You won't die yet," Sumabe joked as he looked at his best friend. Ling Muzi put the fruit basket on the bedside table next to the bed, sat down carelessly, and said with a smile, "I am your lifesaver. When you are discharged from the hospital, you must invite me to the internet cafe to stay up all night, and repay me with good food and drink." After finishing speaking, he carefully raised his eyes and glanced at Sumabe's face, then deliberately lowered his voice and said, regarding the matter between son Lulu and Du Baochang. As Sumabe's only best friend, he knew very well how Sumabe felt about son Lulu. You know, that was a whole year of college. However, before he could finish his words, Sumabe smiled calmly and said, "Their affairs have nothing to do with me, you don't have to tell me about them." Seeing Sumabe's serious expression, Ling Muzi knew that his good brother had really let go. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I heard Sumabe ask, "How is the class? Has everyone heard that I was struck by lightning?" This. Hearing Sumabe's question, Ling Muzi scratched his head and hesitated to speak. "Is there anything we can't talk about?" Sumabe said with a smile. "Okay," Ling Muzi sighed and said, "the news that you were struck by lightning is not only known to our class, but now all the teachers and students in the school know about it. Everyone is talking about you, and that bastard Du Baochang, he has uploaded the news to the campus network." After saying that, Ling Muzi looked at Sumabe's face, and seeing that he was normal, he continued, "Mabe, in fact, for people like us, it doesn't matter whether we go to school or not. It's enough to get a college diploma. Don't worry, if you don't want to go to school, I will definitely accompany you. At worst, the two of us brothers can hang out in the internet cafe. I think we can become the internet cafe duo." "No, I want to go back to school," Sumabe said calmly. "But..." Ling Muzi was about to speak when he was interrupted by Sumabe. "Don't worry, I'll just be laughed at by others, I don't care." "Well, since you have made up your mind, then I, brother, will definitely accompany you. If anyone dares to make fun of you, I will make him pay," Ling Muzi said righteously. Ling Muzi is tall and mighty, with a height of 1.9 meters and a weight of over 180 kilograms. His skin is as dark as charcoal. If you look at him from a distance, he looks like a chimpanzee that has cultivated into a spirit. Ling Muzi learned Taekwondo for a period of time when he was young. He often fought with others since he was a child. He was famous in the area around Yutsai High School. No, if they like to laugh at me, let them laugh at me. I will study hard when I return to school this time," Sumabe said with a smile. "What did you say?" Ling Muzi looked at Sumabe in astonishment, even wondering if he was hallucinating. He subconsciously raised his hand and reached into his ear to dig hard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Sumabe smiled slightly. It turned out that this was what the system called the shock value. I said, I want to study hard, and you too, stop thinking about going to bars and playing games all day, how about working hard with me? Sumabe said solemnly. Faced with these sudden words, Limuzi slowly stretched out his right hand, gently placed it on Sumabe's forehead and touched it, his face full of confusion, and muttered to himself, he doesn't have a fever, could it be that he was struck stupid by thunder? On weekdays, they either skipped classes to play games in internet cafes or fell asleep in class. When did they discuss study? I'm serious, believe it or not, Sumabe opened his hand and said speechlessly. Seeing his good brother's serious expression, Limuzi nodded cutely and said, of course I believe you. As long as you believe in me, you can do it. When we go to school, just listen to me. Sumabe said confidently. With the support of the system and the special skills of a top student, he is more than capable of helping his good brother review his lessons. Okay, we are brothers, I will do whatever you say, said Limuzi. That's right, believe me. I promise to make you a top student and you won't have to worry about failing the exam anymore, Sumabe said with a satisfied smile. However, I still think that the internet cafe duo is more suitable for us, Limuzi said seriously. Sumabe. After Limuzi left, Sumabe tried his best to persuade his mother Wang Yaon to go back to school as soon as possible the next day. Only then did she believe that there was nothing wrong with his health. So she agreed to be discharged from the hospital that night. As soon as he stepped into the house, Sumabe rushed to his room like an arrow from a bow, and began to rummage through the drawers, taking out all the books and review materials. Now that he has acquired the skills of a top student, Sumabe plans to start over and review all the knowledge again. Looking at the mountains of books and materials in front of him, Sumabe couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, my parents did not sell these books as scraps, otherwise it would have been difficult to put together such a complete set. Shaking his head, Sumabe picked up the book and began to read it seriously. Wang Yaon was shocked when she saw her baby son reading a book seriously. Why is there such a big change after being struck by lightning? Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Chapter 4 You Don't Deserve It. After a whole night of hard work, Sumabe reviewed all the knowledge thoroughly. The products produced by the system must be of high quality. The photographic memory, coupled with the God-level comprehension ability and God-level logical analysis ability, complement each other, making Sumabe as if assisted by God. It only took him one night to integrate all the knowledge. Before dawn the next day, Sumabe had already woken up from his sleep. He stood up quickly with a somersault and ran to the bathroom to wash up. After a busy period, he ate a few bites of breakfast, grabbed his heavy school bag, and rushed out of the house without hesitation. Looking at their son's hurried figure, the old couple Su Guoqiang and Wang Yaon looked at each other blankly. Why has our son changed so much? It is usually difficult to wake him up, why is he so diligent today? Su Guoqiang asked. I don't know either, but this is a good thing, Wang Yaon said with a smile. There is a long distance between Sumabe's home and Langchang University. As a commuter student, he usually chooses to take the bus to school on weekdays, but today he chose to run to school, which can not only clear his brain after a busy night, but also exercise his body. An hour later, Sumabe finally arrived at the gate of Langchang University. I walked into the campus and along the tree-lined path towards my class. Along the way, the classmates around him saw him and immediately started whispering and talking about him. Look quickly, that's Sumabe, a freshman in the Department of Finance. I heard that when he confessed to son Lulu the day before yesterday, he was rejected. What's more outrageous is that he was struck by lightning. A boy wearing thick glasses widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Another chubby classmate next to him couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Ha, this is really funny. I didn't expect that someone would be struck by lightning in real life. What kind of evil thing did he do? At this time, several girls gathered together and whispered, in fact, Junior Sumabe is really handsome. A boy wearing glasses next to them said disdainfully, Humph, so what if he's handsome? Didn't he still get rejected when he confessed his love to her? Besides, who knows if he was struck by lightning and turned into a fool? Sumabe listened to the words of surprise, ridicule, and teasing from people around him, but his heart remained calm and he continued walking forward with a blank expression. When Sumabe appeared at the classroom door, the classroom, which was originally filled with all kinds of noise and laughter, became silent in an instant, as if the mute button was pressed. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Facing everyone's gaze, Sumabe smiled indifferently and walked into the classroom with steady steps. Just then, a discordant voice was heard. "Ha, Sumabe, I heard you were struck by lightning? I never thought you could get out of the hospital so quickly." The person who spoke was Du Baochang, who was looking at Sumabe with a sneer on his face, his eyes revealing a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Facing Du Baochang's provocation, Sumabe just raised his eyebrows slightly, and then responded calmly, "Yes, I was indeed struck by lightning, but fortunately I am lucky and God did not take me away. And even after experiencing such a thing, my figure and appearance are still not comparable to some people." As he spoke, he glanced at Du Baochang with a smile. Hearing this, Du Baochang's face flushed instantly, veins popped on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You, don't be too proud. Is it great to be handsome? Didn't the person you like become my girlfriend?" Although Du Baochang's family conditions were very good and his parents ran a large supermarket, his ordinary appearance and huge body weighing 200 kilograms were the pain that he could never erase from his heart. Whenever someone mentioned these, he would feel extremely angry and inferior. That's why he was always jealous of Sumabe and squeezed him everywhere throughout his freshman year. "Du Baochang, shut up." At this time, Li Muzi appeared at the door of the classroom. He walked directly in front of Sumabe and stared fiercely at Du Baochang, who was a head shorter than him. "Humph." Seeing Li Muzi's eyes, Du Baochang snorted coldly and returned to his seat with a guilty conscience. "Little trash, drink, 2A." After seeing him leave, Li Muzi looked down on him from behind, then turned to look at his good brother. "Mabe, are you okay?" Sumabe waved his hand, then took out the review materials he had prepared last night from his school bag and handed them to him. "Take this, and read it when you have time. From now on, I will help you review your lessons." "Ah? You help me review?" Li Muzi asked in confusion. "Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. "What? Don't you believe me?" Sumabe asked. "Ah? No, I believe it." Li Muzi stretched out his hands with some trembling, and slowly took the stack of review materials that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. When the heavy documents fell into his hands, he felt an invisible pressure coming over him instantly, and his scalp went numb. "My God, this is too thick, isn't it?" Li Muzi couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart, but on the surface she still pretended to be calm and nodded. After returning to his seat, Sumabe didn't pay attention to the curious looks and occasional pointing from his classmates. He pretended not to hear anything, calmly took out the tape recorder from his school bag, gently put on the headphones, then pressed the play button and began to concentrate on learning English listening. Even though he has the skills of a top student, for questions like English listening, he still needs to practice repeatedly to truly master them. Just as Sumabe was immersed in English listening, other students in the class also walked into the classroom one after another. The originally quiet classroom gradually became lively. Just when Sumabe was reviewing so hard that he forgot himself, son Lulu's voice suddenly came. "Classmate Sumabe, I heard that you were in the hospital?" Hearing this, the class fell silent again, and all the students' attention was focused on Sumabe and son Lulu again. Looking at son Lulu, who was standing in front of his desk and acting hypocritically, Sumabe just nodded lightly. "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I think it's better for us to be friends for the time being. You will bless Du Baochang and me, right?" Son Lulu chuckled. "Forget about being friends, because you are not worthy of it," Sumabe said coldly. "Wow." As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the class. No one expected that Sumabe, who always obeyed son Lulu, would say such a thing. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Chapter 5 Gambling. "You." Son Lulu became angry and embarrassed when she heard Sumabe's words. "Sumabe, you are too rude, aren't you? Our Lulu just found a boyfriend who is better than you shouldn't say such hurtful words, right?" Du Baochang said sarcastically, with a disdainful smile on his face. Sumabe glanced at him coldly, his voice as cold as frost. "Who the hell are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class fell silent and everyone looked at Sumabe in disbelief. You know, Sumabe has always been seen as weak in everyone's mind. He always obeys son Lulu and never dares to go against her wishes. Moreover, even if Du Baochang deliberately makes trouble for him, he chooses to endure it silently and never resists. Every time he encounters such a situation, Li Muzi stands up and stands in front of him to protect him. However, today, Sumabe acted out of character and actually dared to confront Du Baochang head-on. Could it be that being struck by lightning would completely change a person's character? What did you say? Du Baochang thought he was hallucinating. The person he had always bullied would actually talk to him like this. I said, get as far away as you can. You look like a pig. It makes me sick when I see you, Sumabe said word by word. Phew. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the class couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter of the crowd, Du Baochang said angrily, Sumabe, if you have the ability, don't always hide behind others. Well, it's just a pig that has become a spirit. Why would I be afraid of you? Sumabe snorted coldly and slowly stood up, with a gleam of disdain in his eyes. Okay, we are all classmates, don't be so tense, let us all take a step back, okay? Sun Lulu hurriedly tried to dissuade them. Sun Lulu first glanced at the so-called spirit pig, then turned to look at Sumabe and said softly, Sumabe, you should also say less and sit down quickly. However, facing Sun Lulu's persuasion, Sumabe did not appreciate it at all. He glanced at Sun Lulu coldly and said in a stiff tone, who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Hearing this, Sun Lulu was stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment. She stared blankly at the familiar yet unfamiliar Sumabe in front of her, her heart filled with shock. I originally thought that Sumabe was just angry for a moment, and as long as I apologized to him and coaxed him, he would definitely obey me as before. But now, Sumabe's cold eyes and ruthless words seemed to shatter the past between them in an instant. Sun Lulu was stared at by Sumabe's cold eyes, and she felt a chill rising from the bottom of her heart. She had never thought that Sumabe would treat her with such an attitude. He was completely different from the person in her memory. At this moment, Sun Lulu suddenly realized that Sumabe standing in front of her became so strange, as if he was a completely different person. What are you arguing about? At this moment, the class monitor Xia Qianyue, who had arrived late, appeared at the classroom door with a stern expression on his handsome face. After hearing the voice, Sumabe quickly looked over and carefully looked at the school beauty class monitor in front of him. She was about 1.7 meters tall and graceful. She looked a little thin, but she showed a slender and elegant beauty just right. Her fair and delicate skin was like white jade, exuding a charming luster. The facial features on her pretty face are delicate. Under the willow-like slender eyebrows, a pair of big watery eyes are clear and bright. The high nose bridge makes the whole facial contour more three-dimensional. The cherry-like lips are rosy without any makeup, which makes people fall in love with her. Her long black hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, which swayed gently with her movements, full of youthful vitality and agile beauty. She exuded a cool and noble temperament, like a fairy from a fairyland, not affected by worldly affairs. What on earth did he do during his entire year at university? Sumabe regretted it immensely at this moment. Why did he waste his time staring at Sun Lulu, a materialistic girl? I have to say, Xia Qianyue is really perfect. Any boy will be attracted to her. While Sumabe was looking at Xia Qianyue, Sun Lulu, who was silent beside him, was also looking at this recognized class monitor and school beauty. However, unlike Sumabe's admiring eyes, Sun Lulu's eyes were full of jealousy. Although Sun Lulu is a very jealous person, she feels very inferior when facing Xia Qianyue. She knows in her heart that she cannot compare with her in terms of appearance, temperament, academic performance or family conditions. This is also the reason why she keeps hanging and playing with Sumabe even though she clearly doesn't like him. Although Sumabe is very poor, he is quite handsome. Having such a suitor would naturally satisfy her vanity and make her the focus of the whole class. The reason why she finally chose the fat and ugly Du Baochang was naturally because his family conditions were enough to satisfy her desires. Although Sun Lulu was a college student who has not yet entered the society, she now understands that in today's society, it is better to be born well than to look good. At this time, Xia Qianyue had already walked straight to the podium, with her hands on the table, looking at the students below with sharp eyes. This is a classroom, not a vegetable market. What problems can't be solved properly? Why do you have to quarrel? Sit down, Xia Qianyue yelled. The classmates sat down one after another, even Du Baochang became quiet and embarrassed, but Sumabe was the only one who still stood there. Xia Qianyue glanced at him and said, Student Sumabe, do you have any opinion? Sumabe raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He didn't have any objection, but we had all been together in college for a year, and the matter between Du Baochang and I should be settled. Sumabe, I'm just giving face to the squad leader, don't think I'm afraid of you, Du Baochang said loudly. Xia Qianyue glared at Du Baochang, then looked at Sumabe and asked, "So what do you want?" "I've already said that as long as I'm here, fighting is absolutely not allowed." Sumabe smiled and said, "The monitor has spoken, so of course we have to listen. Let's solve it in another way." "Another way? You are a loser who only knows how to skip classes and can't even get credits. What do you want to compete with me for?" Du Baochang said sarcastically. "Well, how about we compete in the final exam 3 days later? Whoever gets the highest score in any subject wins, and the loser must kneel down and apologize to the winner in front of the whole class." Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, the class was in an uproar again. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. You know, Du Baochang's academic performance has always been ranked 10th in the class. He can always get the scholarship awarded by the school smoothly. Let us look at Sumabe. This guy often skips classes and ignores the homework assigned by the teacher. He never completes it on time, so he always fails the exams. Moreover, he was a notorious poor student in the whole school, with extremely poor grades. This time he even brazenly wanted to make a bet with Du Baochang, which was obviously a way to his own death. Even squad leader Xia Qianyue couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief on her face after hearing what Sumabe said. Li Muzi, who was standing by, was even more anxious. He quickly grabbed Sumabe's arm and repeatedly advised, "Mabe, don't be impulsive. This is not a joke." However, Sumabe just turned his head and looked at Li Muzi, casting a self-conscious look at him. Then, he shifted his gaze back to Du Baochang and said without hesitation, "So, do you dare to accept this bet?" Hearing this, Du Baochang was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and was secretly delighted. This kid must have been struck by lightning and his brain must have gone stupid. He actually came here to be bullied. Thinking of this, Du Baochang could no longer suppress his inner joy. He burst into laughter and hurriedly replied, "Huh? Well, since you are so confident, I'll accept the bet. But don't regret it. Tell me, which subject do you want to compete in? You make the choice. Don't accuse me of bullying you later," Sumabe said with a chuckle. "What a joke, you are the only one who can bully me. But since you are so confident, how about we compare our math scores?" Du Baochang sneered. "Okay, then please ask the class monitor and all the classmates to be witnesses," Sumabe said loudly. At this moment, the looks that the whole class gave him were as weird as they could be. In college, there is no difference between a 60 and a 90 on the final exam. As long as you pass, plus the points you have accumulated from your major and elective courses, you can be guaranteed not to fail the makeup exam. Of course, for a top student like class monitor Xia Qianyue, the more points they get, the better. After all, it will affect their annual scholarship. However, Du Baochang's math scores are among the best in the entire freshman year. Although Xia Qianyue always ranked first in the grade in terms of total scores in every exam, she was inferior to Du Baochang in mathematics. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their mind: was Sumabe really struck stupid by thunder? Chapter 6: Because I am a genius. Ding ding ding, the crisp and urgent school bell suddenly rang. You guys can handle the bet yourselves. Now everyone go back to your seats and get ready for class. After saying that, Xia Qianyue walked down from the podium and sat in her seat. The other students also returned to their seats obediently. The first class today was an English class taught by the class counselor. The counselor of Sumabe's class was a man in his 40s, of medium build, with a pair of thick myopic glasses on his nose. Because he is strict but caring towards his students, his classmates treat him like a friend. Just after everyone sat down, the counselor slowly walked into the classroom holding the thick textbook. He gently placed the textbook in his hand on the podium, then raised his head and glanced at every student in the class. When he saw Sumabe sitting in his seat safely, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The incident of this student who often skipped classes being struck by lightning had caused a sensation throughout the school and everyone knew about it. However, the instructor was relieved to see him sitting in the classroom safely. Although he was naughty, he was still his student after all. After confirming that everyone was ready, the head teacher cleared his throat and officially started the class. After all, it was a counselor's class. Even some students who couldn't understand would resist the urge to sleep and pick up their books to listen carefully. Sumabe, who was sitting in the corner of the back row, took out a tape recorder, put on headphones, and continued to practice English listening. Just last night, he had memorized those complicated grammars and rare words. It can be said that no matter what subject, he can handle it easily now. Just as Su Ma Bei was concentrating on listening to the English conversation on the recorder, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. I looked up blankly, only to see the instructor holding a ruler, staring at me fiercely. Su Ma Bei just took off his headphones reflexively when he heard the head teacher say in fluent English, "Why aren't you paying attention in class, this classmate? Student, why don't you listen to the class carefully?" Seeing Su Ma Bei, who deserved to be punished for making a fool of himself, Du Baochang, who was sitting in the front row, had a smug smile on his face. Just as the whole class was waiting to see the joke, Su Ma Bei smiled slightly and said in a more fluent tone, "Teacher, I already know everything you said. Teacher, I already know everything you said." In an instant, the whole classroom became quiet. Even the counselor, who was originally furious, showed a dumbfounded expression. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Su Ma Bei's grammar and pronunciation are just like a real Londoner. Are you sure you have learned all of this knowledge? Are you sure you have learned all this knowledge? The counselor reacted and asked again. Su Ma Bei, yes. Well, since you said you have learned everything, please go to the podium and answer the questions on the blackboard, the instructor said coldly. No problem. No problem. Su Ma Bei stood up, walked to the podium calmly, picked up the chalk, and started writing without any hesitation. The whole class looked at him in surprise. At this moment in the classroom, the only sound was the sound of acne scratching across the blackboard. It took Su Ma Bei just over a minute to finish writing the complicated English grammar formula on the blackboard. Then he threw the chalk into the chalk box handsomely and looked at the head teacher with a smile on his face. They actually said this to the counselor in disbelief. Wow! When the whole class heard the counselor's words, they were instantly in an uproar. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Du Baochang widened his eyes and muttered to himself in disbelief. You know, this was an out-of-syllabus question. Even though he was ranked in the top 50 in the grade, he couldn't understand the question on the blackboard, let alone answer it. Not only him, but even Xia Qianyue, who ranked first in the class, was also shocked. She frowned, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on the question on the black and white paper, full of doubt and confusion. Obviously, this question was also very difficult for her. I have never taught this question before, how could you possibly answer it? The instructor was so surprised that her mouth couldn't close, and her voice unconsciously rose an octave. In his memory, Su Ma Bei had always been a poor student who often skipped classes. Although he would show up in class to give face to his head teacher, he would fall asleep as soon as he sat down and had never listened to a complete class seriously. How could such a student solve such a difficult and beyond syllabus question? Not only the instructor, but the whole class was looking at Su Ma Bei's harmless smiling face in disbelief. Judging from the English level that Su Ma Bei just demonstrated, I'm afraid it's not just level 4, right? Level 6? No, I'm afraid it has surpassed the level of level 6. Because I'm a genius, Su Ma Bei said with a smile. Although I often skip classes, it's because I've learned everything and don't want to show it. It's almost the final exam, so I decided not to hide it anymore. Counselor, ah? Du Baochang, ah? Li Muzi, ah? The whole class, huh? Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Su Ma Bei was secretly delighted when he heard the system prompt sound suddenly coming from his mind. I continue to make up stories, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, I will prove it. I am not like those poor students who are extremely stupid. I have already learned everything. That's why I often skip classes. Hearing his words, several boys in the class, led by Li Muzi, immediately looked at him unfriendly. You are a genius, so what? Why would you shave us off if you have nothing to do? Okay, you go back to your seat first. It's a good thing that you have learned, but you can't be proud, the counselor said earnestly. Su Ma Bei smiled indifferently and returned to his seat in a leisurely manner. At this moment, Sun Lulu, who was sitting in the middle seat, looked at Su Ma Bei with a look of surprise. She didn't expect that Su Ma Bei would be a top student. She had just rejected him and chose Du Baochang. Now he has become a potential stock? This made Sun Lulu unable to accept it for a while. Humph, what's there to be proud of? The exam is not just about English, Du Baochang said indignantly. However, what he didn't expect was that Su Mabei's shocking behavior had just begun. Chapter 7. Are you really a genius? For the entire morning, whether it was academic or professional courses, whether it was substitute teachers or school professors, their eyes would unconsciously look towards Su Mabei, who had suddenly become motivated. I couldn't help but ask him a few questions out of curiosity. Su Mabei gave perfect answers without any hesitation. His solution was so clever that even the teacher was amazed. Gradually, those teachers who were originally skeptical became less calm, and some even began to try to ask some difficult questions that were beyond the scope of the teaching syllabus, just like the previous class teacher, in order to test Su Mabei's true ability. But surprisingly, even these questions beyond the syllabus did not stump Su Mabei. As time went by, the atmosphere in the classroom became more and more lively. The classmates were amazed at Su Mabei's amazing performance, while the teachers looked at him with admiration. At this moment, everyone thought of what Su Mabei had just said. Could it be that he was really a hidden genius as he said? Su Mabei also took this opportunity to reap a lot of shock value. It was not until the end of the morning class that the substitute teacher left the classroom, shaking his head in disbelief. The eyes of the whole class turned to the calm and composed Su Mabei again. Facing everyone's gazes, Su Mabei smiled indifferently, stood up and walked to Li Muzi, who was also looking at him with a dazed expression. What are you looking at? Come on, I'll treat you to a nice meal at noon. Ah. Oh, good. Li Muzi came back to her senses and quickly got up and left the classroom with him. After Su Mabei left, the whole class suddenly became excited. Is Su Mabei really a genius? Did he skip classes before because he really learned all the knowledge? Can anyone tell me what level of English he has reached now? I have already passed level 4, why do I feel there is a huge gap between him and me? He is so handsome. Why didn't I realize he is so handsome before? Sun Lulu actually rejected such a treasure boy and chose Du Baochang instead? Is there something wrong with her eyes? At this moment, Sun Lulu, who was the object of ridicule by her classmates, was immersed in shock and was not aware of the mocking and contemptuous discussions of the people around her. I saw her already watery eyes wide open, her cherry mouth also opened wide, and her delicate little face was full of disbelief. Just then, Du Baochang swaggered up to her side. This arrogant and domineering rich boy glanced at Sun Lulu, with a disdainful sneer on his face, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Humph, if you regret it now, then go after him quickly? Don't think that you can do anything just because you study well. Can a poor boy like him afford to buy you the brand name bag you have been dreaming of?" Hearing this, Sun Lulu suddenly came back to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She waved her hands and shook her head in panic, stammering to explain, "No. I really didn't." Seeing Sun Lulu so nervous, Du Baochang couldn't help but feel proud. He raised his head slightly and commanded in a condescending tone, "You are quite sensible and know what to do and what not to do. As long as you are obedient and behave well, I might give you that bag when I am in a good mood. Now, accompany me to have lunch first." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the classroom door. Upon hearing this, Sun Lulu was stunned at first, but soon nodded obediently like a docile kitten, and then followed Du Baochang with light steps and walked out of the classroom together. Xiao Qianyue, the class monitor, was sitting by the window in the classroom. Her beautiful eyes had lost their former luster and she was staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. The sunlight shone through the window onto her delicate face, outlining a faint golden outline, but she seemed to be completely oblivious to it. She frowned slightly, opened her lips slightly, and murmured to herself curiously, "I don't think I've ever noticed him. Is he really a genius?" Just a few hundred meters away from Jiangcheng University, there is a rather high-end and unique restaurant. At this time, in the restaurant, Su Mabei was holding the menu in his hand, browsing the dazzling array of dishes on it. He chose 8 expensive and mouth-watering specialties without hesitation. When the waiter took the menu with a smile and turned to leave, Su Mabei slowly raised his head and cast his gaze towards Li Muzi, who had been staring at him intently across from him. Su Mabei frowned slightly, a hint of doubt appeared on his face, and asked softly, "Is there any problem?" However, Li Muzi suddenly straightened up like an ignited gunpowder barrel, widened his eyes, and shouted angrily. This sudden outburst caused the people dining around to look at him in surprise. But Li Muzi completely ignored the reactions of others and continued to say angrily, "No matter who you are, no matter what your purpose is, get off my good brother immediately. If you have the guts, come at me. You are not allowed to hurt him." Looking at Li Muzi, who was acting funny in front of him, Su Mabei shook his head helplessly, frowned slightly, and said, Could you please be serious, don't make so much noise, and don't disturb others? At this time, Li Muzi suddenly came up to Su Mabe, lowered his voice and asked mysteriously, Mabe, tell me the truth, are you really a genius? After hearing this, Su Mabe did not answer immediately. Instead, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked with a smile, what do you think? This question stumped Li Muzi. He scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and then stammered, well. Oh, forget it, never mind. I only know that no matter whether you are a genius or not, you will always be my, Li Muzi's best brother, and that's enough. At the end, Li Muzi puffed out his chest with a proud look on his face. Hearing this, Su Mabe couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, in that case, starting from today after school, you have to come to my house every night, and I will personally tutor you. When Li Muzi heard this, he was like a deflated ball, wailing with a bitter face, no way? I have to go to your house for tutoring every day? You have no choice, Su Mabe said with a smile. At this time, the waiter carefully brought up plates of delicious stir-fried dishes that looked delicious and had a nice aroma. The aroma that fills the air instantly makes one's mouth water. Li Muzi was not polite either. He immediately turned the food into motivation, picked up the chopsticks, and started to eat like a whirlwind. Chapter 8 Crying Sexy Beauty. After the meal, Li Muzi opened her mouth wide without caring about her image, and burped loudly and long. She gently patted her slightly bulging belly with her hands, with a satisfied look on her face, and muttered, well, the cooking skills of this restaurant are really first class. Waiter, please pay the bill. Soon, the waiter came towards them with a smiling face and the bill in hand. When Li Muzi's eyes swept over the eye-catching total price of more than 1,000 yuan, he was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. No way? It's so expensive? Although he complained, Li Muzi still gritted his teeth and took out his mobile phone from his pocket, ready to scan the code to pay. At this moment, Su Mabe, who had been sitting opposite and watching all this quietly, couldn't help but laugh out loud. After saying that, he took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter. When Li Muzi heard this, he immediately reached out to stop him and said anxiously, no, let me do it. We are good brothers. Don't I know your situation? You only have such a pitiful living allowance every month. Didn't you spend it all on buying flowers when you confessed last time? Su Mabe had no intention of giving in. He simply threw the bank card in his hand directly in front of the waiter and ordered firmly, don't worry about him, use my card, swipe it quickly. The 10 million renminbi that he had withdrawn from the system before was now safely lying in this card. Now he was at least a multi-millionaire in name only, and a lunch of just over 1,000 yuan was just a drop in the bucket for him. After paying the bill, Li Muzi and Su Mabe walked out of the hotel door side by side, and then slowly walked towards the school together. It was afternoon, and the sunlight shone through the lush branches and leaves on both sides of the road, casting mottled shadows. The breeze gently brushed across my cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. Along the way, Li Muzi kept complaining about Su Mabe's behavior of rushing to pay the bill. Hey, Mabe, when have we ever asked you to spend money when we go out to play? No, you have to let me treat you back next time. Su Mabe just looked at him with a smile without giving any further explanation. At this moment, an angry woman's voice suddenly came, I have done everything you asked me to do, when can you give me the advance? This sudden sound broke the originally harmonious and peaceful atmosphere, causing Li Muzi and Su Mabe to stop and look in the direction of the sound. At a street corner not far away, a tall, beautiful and fashionably dressed woman was yelling at a middle-aged man. Facing the woman's questioning, the middle-aged man looked arrogant and said contemptuously, do you really think this is enough? Don't dream, there is a dinner party tonight, come and accompany me if you know what's good for you, otherwise you won't get a penny. After saying that, the middle-aged man got into the Mercedes-Benz on the side of the road without even looking back and drove away. The hot woman just stood there blankly, her eyes following the direction of the Mercedes-Benz. Her eyes were empty and her lips, which were once so beautiful, had lost their color. After a while, as if all her strength had been drained away, the woman slowly squatted down, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and her body kept shaking. Finally, the tears that had been suppressed for a long time could no longer be controlled and burst out, sliding down her fair cheeks and dripping onto the ground. People passing by pointed and talked at the woman crying alone, but no one came forward to comfort her. After all, in today's society, less trouble is worse than more trouble. Muzi, you go back to school first, I'll go over to see Su Mabe said. Mabe, you'd better not go over there and don't bring trouble to yourself, Li Muzi advised. It's okay. Su Mabe smiled calmly and walked towards the woman. Looking at Su Mabe's back, Li Muzi sighed helplessly, and then walked towards the school. This good brother of mine is good in every way except that he is too soft-hearted, otherwise he would not have been controlled by son Lulu for so many years. At this time, Sumabe had already come to the woman's side, took out a tissue from his trouser pocket and handed it to her, saying softly, "Beauty, what happened? Is there anything I can help you with?" The helpless and helpless woman was slightly startled when she heard the sudden voice. She looked up and suddenly a sunny and handsome face appeared in front of her. Seeing the sunny smile on Sumabe's face, the woman stopped crying instantly. Sumabe stuffed the tissue into her hand and comforted her, "Don't be sad, everything will be fine. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me and maybe I can help you." The woman who had reacted felt warm in her heart when she heard Sumabe's words. She quickly adjusted her mentality, wiped the tears from her face with a tissue, and then forced a smile and said, "Thank you, little brother, but you can't help me." Sumabe smiled and said, "If you don't tell me, how do you know I can't help? Tell me and see, even if I can't help, I can still give you some advice." Looking at the spring-like smiling face in front of her, the woman's cold heart felt a little warmer. Thinking about her recent experiences, the cold words of her relatives, the sarcasm of her friends, and the people around her who took advantage of her misfortune, tears of shame fell from her eyes again. At this moment, how much the woman wishes there was a shoulder to lean on, how much she wishes there was someone to listen to her. Looking at the woman who was crying again, Sumabe said softly, "Don't cry, maybe you are going through the most painful moment now, but believe me, everything will pass." After saying that, Sumabe looked towards the coffee shop next to him and said, "Can I buy you a cup of coffee?" Faced with such a gentle and sunny boy, the woman did not have the slightest thought of rejection in her heart. She nodded slightly and walked into the coffee shop with Sumabe. Chapter 9, Be My Secretary. The two walked into the coffee shop and found a quiet corner to sit down. Sumabe ordered 2 cups of coffee and listened quietly to the woman telling her story. The woman's name is Fangxini, she is 24 years old and a native of Jiangqing City. When she was still young, her father unfortunately passed away due to illness. This heavy blow instantly shattered the originally happy family. From then on, she and her mother were the only ones left to depend on each other. Her mother is just an ordinary laid-off worker with no stable source of income, but in order to give her daughter a better living condition, her mother works tirelessly at several jobs every day. Whether it is street sweeping in the early morning or helping in the kitchen of a restaurant late at night, as long as she can earn a little money, she will do it without hesitation. Perhaps it is because of her upbringing that Fangxini has been particularly sensible and well-behaved since she was young. In school, she always studies hard and her grades are always among the best. After entering high school, in addition to concentrating on her studies, she also used her spare time to work and earn money to reduce the burden on her mother. Later, Fangxini was successfully admitted to a well-known domestic university, and in her sophomore year, she received a special recruitment invitation from a foreign university. Fangxini used the money she saved from her daily frugality and a generous scholarship to resolutely embark on the journey of studying abroad. Abroad, she successfully obtained 2 degrees in finance and management in just 2 years, becoming a top student that attracted everyone's attention. Originally, her future abroad was bright, but not long ago, her mother, who was alone at home, suddenly fell ill due to overwork. Upon receiving the news, Fangxini gave up her studies abroad without any hesitation and returned to Jiangcheng to take care of her mother. After returning to Jiangcheng, Fangxini applied for a job as secretary to the CEO of a foreign trade company. During this period, she worked during the day and went to the hospital to take care of her mother at night. But just a few days ago, my mother's condition suddenly worsened and she needed surgery urgently. The high cost of the surgery became the last straw that broke the camel's back. During the time her mother was in the hospital, all her savings and salary had been used to pay for the high hospital fees. Faced with the expensive surgery fees, Fangxini was really helpless. "I went to my relatives and friends' homes to borrow money, but not only did I not get any money, I was also ridiculed and mocked." Feeling the fickleness of human nature, Fangxini became disheartened and could only approach her boss, hoping to get an advance on her salary to pay for her mother's surgery. However, the boss of the company had always had ill intentions towards her and had been hinting at her crazily since her first day at work. But Fangxini knew that her boss was a family man, so she remained indifferent to his hints. If it weren't for the fact that this job would allow her to take care of her hospitalized mother, she would have wanted to quit long ago. When her boss learned about her situation, instead of helping her, he added insult to injury and made many excessive demands. It had been agreed that after I accompanied him to meet the client and signed the contract, he would advance my salary. However, the boss went back on his word and even asked me to have dinner with him in the evening. Even a fool knows what it means to have dinner with him alone at night, which is why what happened just now happened. Call. After telling what was in her heart, Fong Sini breathed a sigh of relief. The suppressed emotions in her heart were finally released. Little brother, thank you for listening to me for so long, Fong Sini said gratefully. Suma Bei smiled slightly, looked directly at the sexy beauty in front of him, and asked, what are you going to do? What else can I do? Fong Sini's eyes were full of helplessness, and then she said in a firm tone, no matter what, I will not give up my mother, I have no choice. Maybe, I can give you other options. Suma Bei took a sip of coffee and said seriously. Little brother, how old are you? Are you still in school? Fong Sini asked. She didn't take the handsome boy's words seriously. Suma Bei didn't care and asked casually, how much will your surgery cost, auntie? 600,000, Fong Sini said casually, and then her eyes became confused again. Yes, 600,000. Because of this 600,000, I will sell myself tonight. But for my mother, I don't regret it. What's your bank account number? Suma Bei took out his phone and opened the mobile banking app. What for? Fong Sini asked in surprise. Just tell me your bank account number and don't ask anything else, Suma Bei said seriously. Seeing the handsome boy who had always been gentle and polite suddenly become serious and speak in an unquestionable tone, Fong Sini was stunned and told him her bank account number, 486. Suma Bei operated on his phone for a while, then put it down handsomely and said with a smile, okay. What's good? Fong Sini asked in confusion. Suma Bei drank the remaining coffee in the cup in one breath, and then said seriously, I now officially hire you as my secretary. Your salary is calculated on an annual basis. I have already transferred the first year's salary to you. Stop it, little brother, how old are you? Fong Sini chuckled. You know what, after his fuss, my mood has really improved a lot. Is he deliberately trying to make me happy? He is really a sunny boy. Bite. Just as Fong Sini was thinking to herself, the text message alert tone on her cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was a text message reminding the bank that it had received a transfer. What is this? After seeing the series of numbers, Fong Sini's eyes widened in shock. 2 million? This is 2 million? Fong Sini was shocked. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 200. Suma Bei chuckled and said, this is your first year's salary, you can use it first. Aunt's surgery is important. After Aunt recovers, we can discuss other details. No, I can't use your money. If your family knew about it, they would definitely be very angry. I will transfer the money back to you now, Fong Sini said hurriedly. In her opinion, Suma Bei was not very old, how could he have so much money? He must have secretly taken the money from home. If she took his money, she would not be able to explain herself when his family came looking for her. Don't worry, this money is mine and has nothing to do with my family. Are you really planning to go and accompany that disgusting middle-aged wretched man at night? Suma Bei stared at Fong Sini with burning eyes, and asked back in a firm tone with a hint of questioning. Hearing this, Fong Sini's already somewhat tangled expression became even more hesitant. She bit her lip and said softly, but... Before she could finish her words, Suma Bei interrupted her. But, this money is not given to you for nothing. I told you that I want to hire you as my secretary to help me manage my assets. Although it is still unclear what the abilities of this sexy woman are, in Suma Bei's opinion, she is impeccable both in terms of character and academic qualifications. Moreover, even if you don't have any assets at the moment, don't forget that you have a system to rely on, and it's only a matter of time before you build your own business empire. So now I have the idea of winning over talents. Besides, having such a sexy beauty by my side makes me happy just thinking about it. After hearing his words, Fong Sini pondered for a moment, then made up her mind and said, okay, I am willing to be your secretary, when will we sign the contract? Suma Bei smiled and said, don't worry, take good care of Auntie first, and we can talk about this after she recovers. His words warmed Fong Sini's heart. She never expected that when she was most helpless and confused, such a sunny and handsome boy would appear and help her without any worries. This made Fong Sini, who always felt that God was unfair, suddenly feel that God was fair to her. Chapter 10, The School Bell Class Monitor's Request. After the two left their contact information, Fong Sini left directly and rushed to the hospital. Suma Bei glanced at the time. There was still half an hour before class, so he had plenty of time. So he walked slowly towards the school. When they first entered the campus, some sophomores and juniors were fine, but when the freshmen saw Suma Bei, they immediately started whispering. Look, isn't that Suma Bei? I heard that he shocked all the substitute teachers in the first year in the morning. I heard that too. I also heard that he skipped classes because he had already learned all the knowledge. Is there really a genius like him in this world? After taking such a closer look, I found that he is quite handsome. I really don't understand why Sun Lulu would reject such a potential stock. Was her head squeezed by the door? TSK, where do so many geniuses come from in the world? In my opinion, he must have gained some special abilities after being struck by lightning. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Hearing the discussions around him, Sumabe was calm and composed. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. It was only a lunch break, and it had spread among the freshmen. This way, he could easily gain shock value. However, when Sumabe heard what the last classmate said, he was still shocked. This guy is really good. His imagination is really good. However, what he got was not some special ability, but the system. When Sumabe walked into the classroom, which was originally as noisy as a market, suddenly became silent, and the students in the classroom all focused their eyes on him. Obviously, everyone still finds it a little hard to believe that he transformed from a poor student to a top student. Facing everyone's gaze, Sumabe smiled indifferently and walked back to his seat calmly. Seeing him attract so much attention, Du Baochan's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he thought viciously in his heart. Humph, what's so great about that? I don't believe I will lose to you in this final exam. Then I will make you kneel down and apologize to me. Sun Lulu, who was sitting next to him, looked at Sumabe with melancholy eyes. She really couldn't understand why he changed so much and why he became so outstanding after she rejected him. Was I really wrong? Sun Lulu thought to herself. As soon as Sumabe sat in his seat, Li Muzi came over and asked with concern, Mabe, are you okay? It's okay. Sumabe smiled and said, have you read the review materials I gave you? This. I don't understand, Li Muzi scratched his head. Sumabe, it's okay. Come to my house after school and I'll teach you how to do it. It's pretty easy. The originally quiet classroom gradually became noisy after Sumabe returned to his seat. The students began to whisper and laugh. Just when Sumabe and Li Muzi were chatting enthusiastically, squad leader Xiao Qianyue came over. Sumabe, there is something I hope you can help me with. What's the matter? Sumabe asked in confusion. After this semester, the school will hold a graduation ceremony to see off the seniors. Each class is required to perform at least one program. You know the situation of our class. We are neither good at literature nor martial arts, so I hope you can represent our class and sing a song on stage, Xiao Qianyue explained. Why are you looking for me? Sumabe asked curiously. Xiao Qianyue smiled and said, the song, Confession Balloon, you sang in the hotel that day was very nice, so I think it will be no problem for you to perform on stage. When someone reminded him of the embarrassing past, Sumabe was suddenly speechless. Ha 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 ha. Li Muzi on the side laughed without any worries. Sumabe glared at him fiercely, then looked at Xiao Qianyue and said, it's okay for me to represent our class, but how are you going to thank me? Now it was the class monitor in School Beauty's turn to be speechless. Student Sumabe, after all, we have been college classmates for a year. Why do you still have to put forward conditions when I ask you to sing a song on stage on behalf of the class? Xiao Qianyue said unhappily. Sumabe smiled and said, I didn't ask you to do anything, why are you so anxious? How about this, if you treat me and Li Muzi to a KFC meal at noon tomorrow, I will agree to represent our class on stage and sing, how about that? Is it that simple? Xiao Qianyue asked uncertainly. Sumabe nodded. Yes, it is that simple. What a good thing. Xiao Qianyue showed a satisfied smile, then turned around and left. When Xiao Qianyue walked away, Li Muzi asked in surprise, Mabe, do you think our squad leader is a little strange today? Is there? I don't think so. Li Muzi, she is usually a decisive person and I have never seen her negotiate terms with anyone else. Why would she agree to you today? Sumabe, I think this is normal. Go back to your seat. Class is about to start. Ring, ring, ring. As soon as he finished speaking, the class bell rang. In just one afternoon, Sumabe once again turned on his academic master mode and shocked all the substitute teachers. At the same time, Sumabe did not forget to make fun of the poor students in the class, which caused a lot of shock. After school, Sumabe took Ling Muzi back home. As soon as I opened the door, a rich and tempting aroma of food entered my nose. "Mom, Ling Muzi is here, please add a set of bowls and chopsticks," Sumabe shouted. At the dining table, Ling Muzi sat upright with a somewhat reserved look on her face. She said politely, "Sorry, uncle and aunt, I'm disturbing you." When he really picked up his chopsticks, his previous reserve disappeared without a trace. He was seen wolfing down his dinner, his mouth full, and sighing with satisfaction with every bite of food. At the same time, he kept praising Wang Yahong's cooking skills. "Auntie, your cooking is so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food." After dinner, Sumabe pulled Ling Muzi into his room without saying a word and started to review intensively. With the blessing of his academic genius, Sumabe had already mastered all the knowledge. Those complicated and difficult formulas and theorems became vivid, interesting, and easy to understand in his mouth. Even a poor student like Ling Muzi, who had no basic knowledge, could understand it easily after listening to his explanation. Sumabe tortured Ling Muzi until 10 o'clock in the evening before finally letting him go home. After a simple wash, Sumabe lay down on his single bed and called up the system in his mind. System, open the information panel. Chapter 11, Taking the School Beauty to Skip Class. Ding information panel opened successfully. Host, Sumabe. Age, 20. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Wealth, 7,989,580 renminbi. Assets, none. Special skills, the origin of academic master. Shock value, 50,100. Sumabe was very happy to see that he had worked hard for a day and had earned more than 50,000 shocking points. System, how much shock value is needed to conduct a lottery? Ding, a system lottery requires 10,000 shock points. Hearing the system's answer, Sumabe nodded secretly. This price is reasonable. Then let's have 5 draws. Ding, system lottery mode is turned on. Ding, deduct 50,000 shock points and draw 5 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. No way? Thank you for participating? What the hell is this? Sumabe said angrily. It costs 10,000 shock points to draw a lottery once, and there is even a thank you for participating? Sumabe suddenly felt unhappy. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% ownership of Jiangcheng Tiandi building, with a market value of 1.2 billion renminbi. WTF, the money has been withdrawn. When Sumabe saw the last item drawn, his eyes widened instantly and he jumped up from the bed. As a native of Jiangcheng, Sumabe naturally knew the Tiandi building, an office building located in the city center. It is the iconic building of this city, just like the Eiffel Tower in Paris and the Statue of Liberty in New York. Whenever people mention Jiangcheng, the first image that comes to their mind is the towering Tiandi building. Although Jiangcheng is only a third-tier city, its economic development cannot be underestimated. Countless foreign-funded groups have flocked in and set up camp here. Not only that, Jiangcheng also has many powerful large groups. However, no matter where these companies come from, their group headquarters are almost all located in the Tiandi building. Ha ha! I didn't expect that I would become the landlord of so many large groups. This feels so great. Sumabe lay down on the bed again with satisfaction and fell into a sweet dream. The next day, just after dawn, the morning light shone through the thin clouds onto the earth. Sumabe jumped out of bed as usual, washed up quickly, changed into sportswear, picked up his school bag and ran out of the house. After a whole day of spreading yesterday, almost everyone in Jiangcheng University now knows the news that Sumabe has transformed himself from a poor student into a top student. From the moment Sumabe stepped into the campus, there were bursts of discussions around him, and the notification sound of the shock value in his mind kept ringing. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Sumabe raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a satisfied smile. What he didn't expect was that his classmates and substitute teachers had already adapted to the reality that he had become a top student, and the entire morning seemed uneventful. This made Sumabe very disappointed. If he continued like this, he would have no chance to continue to gain shock value. The last class in the morning is a compulsory public course. After the substitute teacher finished reading out the names and filled out the sign-in sheet, he began to lecture at the podium. At this time, Sumabe and Ling Muzi sneaked up to the squad leader Xia Qianyue. At this time, there was only one girl besides Xia Qianyue, her name was Dong Xiaofeng. She is Xia Qianyue's only good friend in the class. Although she looks ordinary, she has a slim figure. Although her academic performance is not as good as that of a top student like Xia Qianyue, she is also an excellent student who is sure to get a scholarship. Squad leader, we agreed yesterday that you would treat me and Mo Bei to KFC at noon today, Li Muzi whispered. Xia Qianyue smiled and said, no problem, we'll go after school at noon. Sumabe lowered his voice and said, there is only one fast food restaurant near our school. And it is quite a long way from the school to there. If we wait until after school, it will be lunch break, and the restaurant will be crowded and we won't be able to squeeze in. So what do you think we should do? Xia Qianyue asked with her eyes wide open. Sumabe first looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to them, he approached the two of them and whispered mysteriously, how about, we just skip class now? What? Sumabe, are you crazy? Dong Xiaofang was so frightened that she couldn't help but scream. She stared at Sumabe with wide eyes in disbelief. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. This guy actually wanted to take his class monitor to skip class, which was unbelievable, and this class was a compulsory course. Based on my understanding of Xia Qianyue, she would definitely scold Sumabe. However, something shocking happened. Xia Qianyue did not hesitate at all and nodded without hesitation, okay. Qianyue, you are going crazy too? Dong Xiaofang turned around in astonishment and looked at her friend beside her. However, when she saw the excitement and eagerness on Xia Qianyue's face, the words she wanted to dissuade her were choked in her throat, and she could only sigh helplessly. Yes, Xia Qianyue has always been a good student in the eyes of teachers and a good role model in the eyes of classmates since she entered university. As the class monitor, she sets an example by herself. But who doesn't have a bit of rebelliousness in their youth? Seeing that my freshman year is about to end, let alone a good kid like Xia Qianyue, even I feel that my 1 year in college has been too depressing. I really want to rebel once and release the negative emotions that have been pent up in my heart for a long time. But Xia Qianyue also lowered her voice and said, if you want to leave the school gate at this time, you should need a note to ask for leave, right? Sumabe pouted at Li Muzi, then said to the two women, we have our own way, just follow me first. Li Muzi understood the hint and nodded, then stood up without hesitation and walked straight towards the substitute teacher who was lecturing at the podium. On the other side, Sumabe carefully led the two girls slowly towards the classroom door. He looked back from time to time, paying close attention to what was happening over there with Li Muzi. When he finally saw that Li Muzi had successfully attracted the substitute teacher's full attention, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he lowered his voice and said to Xia Qianyue and Dong Xiaofang, who were still confused beside him, hurry, follow my pace and don't make any sound. Before he finished speaking, Sumabe turned around abruptly and rushed out of the back door of the classroom. Xia Qianyue and Dong Xiaofang were confused at first, but they soon came to their senses. Seeing Sumabe's back quickly disappearing from the back door of the classroom, they did not dare to delay and hurriedly fled the classroom. At this time, son Lulu, who was sitting in a seat not far away, had a clear view of everything that was happening. Her eyes were fixed on the direction where Sumabe disappeared, and her eyes revealed complex emotions that were difficult to conceal. When she saw Sumabe being so intimate with Xia Qianyue, a strong feeling of discomfort instantly surged into her heart. This feeling was like countless ants gnawing at her heart, making her extremely uncomfortable. Xia Qianyue, why am I inferior to you in everything? Humph, I don't believe that Sumabe, who has always been caring and gentle to me, would treat me so cruelly and heartlessly. When I thought of this, son Lulu couldn't help but clench her teeth, and her hands subconsciously clenched into fists. Chapter 12 God Assists. Sumabe took Xia Qianyue and Dong Xiaofang and ran all the way to the wall behind the teaching building before stopping. Looking at the two women panting, Sumabe said with a smile, your physical fitness is too poor. You only know how to study and don't know how to exercise. How can we compare with you? You are a genius, Dong Xiaofang said unhappily while panting. Xia Qianyue didn't care. She looked at Sumabe with curiosity in her beautiful big eyes and asked, what should we do next? Sumabe looked at the beautiful class monitor who was usually the center of attention. It was the first time he saw her so playful. He couldn't help but smile and said, this is the lowest wall of our school. Just jump out from here. Ha? Jump out directly? Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Although it was the lowest wall, it was still about 1.5 meters high. This was obviously quite difficult for the good girls Xia Qianyue and Dong Xiaofang. Seeing their embarrassment, Sumabe couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's actually quite easy. Come on, step on me and jump up." After saying that, Sumabe bent down slightly, clasped his hands together, and then placed his hands on his chest. Seeing his posture, Dong Xiaofang hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward first, took 2 steps, then stepped on Sumabe's hand, and with the help of Sumabe's upward force, she directly climbed over the wall and jumped over. Seeing her good friend's clean and neat movements, Xia Qianyue's eyes lit up instantly and she looked at Sumabe with anticipation. "Come on," Sumabe took a stance again and said softly. Xia Qianyue nodded, then imitated Dong Xiaofang's method and took a light sprint. Just as she raised her foot and stepped on Sumabe's hand, Li Muzi's voice suddenly came from behind her. "Damn, you haven't left yet, why are you so slow?" The sudden sound from behind startled Xia Qianyue, who was doing something bad for the first time. Her delicate body trembled violently, and the foot that had already stepped out missed the step. Due to inertia, her body rushed uncontrollably towards Sumabe, who was standing in front of her. Seeing the girl about to pounce on him, Sumabe quickly steadied himself, and his clasped hands instantly loosened into a hugging posture. Bang! Xia Qianyue's soft body fell directly into Sumabe's arms. Suddenly, the air became quiet. Li Muzi, who was standing behind and witnessing this scene, instantly had an extremely obscene expression on his face. He winked at Sumabe and said without making any sound, using his mouth to say, "Brother, this is a great assist." Sumabe rolled his eyes at him, gently patted the girl in his arms on the back, and said in a low voice with concern, "Are you okay?" I'm fine, thank you." Xia Qianyue quickly stood up and got out of Sumabe's arms. Although it was unintentional, this was the first time she was so intimate with a boy. Thinking of this, Xia Qianyue lowered her head involuntarily. Her breathing became a little rapid. Her face was like a ripe apple. Her little hands fiddled with the corner of her clothes, and her heart was beating like a deer. Seeing this, Sumabe raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said softly, "Let's go quickly, or we will be discovered if we delay." "Oh," Xia Qianyue blushed and replied softly. With the help of 2 boys, Sumabe and Li Muzi, Xia Qianyue easily climbed over the wall this time. When the 4 of them jumped out, they walked together towards a fast food restaurant near the school. So this is what skipping classes feels like. It's really exciting. I suddenly realized that the air outside the school is sweet, Dong Xiaofang said with a smile. "Then let's skip class together next time," Li Muzi said heartlessly. Dong Xiaofang said unhappily, "Don't give me that, this is only the first time Qianyue and I do this, it won't happen again, right Qianyue?" Oh, right, Xia Qianyue, who had been in a daze the whole time, responded quickly after she realized what was going on. "Qianyue, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing her appearance, Dong Xiaofang asked with concern. Xia Qianyue hurriedly shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Let's go quickly, otherwise there will be no seats left in the fast food restaurant." After saying that, Xia Qianyue quickened her pace. As she walked, she recalled the hug she had just had with Sumabe. It was a strange feeling that she had never experienced before, and she couldn't help but feel intoxicated. I secretly glanced at Sumabe, who was walking beside me, and muttered to myself, "He smells so good." Xia Qianyue, what are you thinking about?" Xia Qianyue shook her head quickly to stop herself from thinking about it. Soon, the 4 arrived at the fast food restaurant. Although it was not yet lunchtime, the store was already full of people. Fortunately, they found an empty seat. Xia Qianyue pulled Dong Xiaofang to the ordering area and ordered 4 family buckets. Sumabe knew that Xia Qianyue came from a wealthy family, so he did not compete with her to pay the bill, but sat quietly in his seat. During the meal, Xia Qianyue was silent from beginning to end. Occasionally, Dong Xiaofang would say something to her, but she would ignore him. However, she was very interested in Sumabe's words. Every time Sumabe opened his mouth, 2 shallow dimples would appear on her face involuntarily. This made Dong Xiaofang, who was standing by, feel extremely surprised. She kept looking at the 2 of them with scrutiny. Unlike the ambiguous atmosphere between the 2, Li Muzi didn't care. After knowing that Dong Xiaofang liked to eat fried chicken legs, he gave her all the fried chicken legs in his family bucket. "Do you think I'm a pig?" Dong Xiaofang said angrily. "Hee, if you like it, I'll give it to you." "Don't be polite with me," Li Muzi said with a silly smile. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was interested in Dong Xiaofang, but he himself didn't know it. At this moment, he was indeed being so proactive that it was a little scary. After eating, Sumabe looked at the time and saw that it was still early for the afternoon class, so he ran to buy 4 cups of milk tea. So the 4 of them, each holding a cup of milk tea, wandered aimlessly on the street. Sumabe, how are you preparing for tomorrow's final exam? Xia Qianyue asked. You have a bet with Du Baochang. Sumabe smiled calmly and said, Don't worry, just wait and see him kneel down and apologize to me. After saying that, he turned to look at Xia Qianyue and said with a smile, Class monitor, if I beat you in this exam, without counting the credits I get from clocking in, will there be any reward? Then I'll treat you to another KFC meal, Xia Qianyue said with a chuckle. On a hot summer day, with a gentle breeze blowing, 4 people were walking on the streets of Jiangcheng, talking and laughing. The dazzling sunlight stretched their shadows very long. Chapter 13 The Most Beautiful Woman in the Universe. When the 4 of them walked into the classroom, talking and laughing, there were still 10 minutes left before the bell rang. At this moment, the classroom was very lively, and students gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to chat and joke. Among this group of people, Sun Lulu, who was chatting with several other female classmates, inadvertently caught a glimpse of Sumabe walking towards her seat. Sun Lulu's heart moved, and she pretended to be calm, raised her voice slightly, and said coquettishly, Oh, I didn't have much to eat at noon today. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Sumabe, who had already sat down safely, with her eyes full of anticipation. However, to Sun Lulu's great disappointment, Sumabe was completely unmoved by her pretense. He calmly took out a learning machine from his school bag, put on headphones, skillfully opened the English listening practice interface, and began to practice as if no one was around. Sun Lulu's eyes, which were originally full of expectation, suddenly became dim. If it were in the past, as long as I said I was hungry, Sumabe would definitely rush over to ask me what I wanted to eat, and even if he had to skip class, he would buy me something delicious. But now, Sun Lulu suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Didn't you eat enough just now? It's almost time for class. I'll buy you some snacks after class, Du Baochang said. No, I'm not hungry. After saying that, Sun Lulu turned around and continued chatting with several female classmates. What a trouble, Du Baochang said unhappily. Until school was over in the evening, there was no smile on Sun Lulu's face again. After school in the evening, Sumabe took Li Muzi back to his home to review for him and tortured him again until 10 o'clock in the evening before letting him go. Lying on the bed, Sumabe softly called out the system. System, open the information panel. Ding, information panel opened successfully. Host, Sumabe. Age, 20. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Wealth, 7,868,580 renminbi. Assets, Jiangcheng Tiandi Building. Special skills, the origin of academic master. Shock value, 50,500. Sumabe was very satisfied to see that he had harvested more than 50,000 shocking points again. However, now all the teachers and students in the school have adapted to his status as a top student, and it is difficult to harvest shocking points again. Fortunately, tomorrow is the end of the semester, and when the test results are announced, he will definitely be able to harvest a big wave. System, 5 draws. Ding, system lottery mode is turned on. Ding, deduct 50,000 shock points and draw 5 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the unique skill, Heavenly Sound. Wow, it's a special skill? Sumabe exclaimed instantly, and then quickly opened them all to check the special skill introduction. Heavenly Voice, after extraction, the host will possess an angelic voice and divine singing skills. This is good, haha. With this unique skill, when I sing at the graduation ceremony, I can reap another wave of shock value. Sumabe laughed. After shutting down the system, Sumabe fell into a deep sleep. The next day, all the students of Jiangcheng University came to school early to prepare for the upcoming final exams. After all, this is related to your fate of failing the exam. The examination lasted for 3 days, and all the teachers and students in the school proceeded in an orderly manner. It was not until after the last exam that Sumabe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he was a top student, he felt stressed facing such a fast-paced exam, let alone other ordinary students. As soon as Sumabe walked out of the examination room, he ran into Du Baochang with a sly smile on his face. Sumabe, aren't you a genius? When the results are announced, I will ask you to kneel down and apologize in front of the whole class. Sumabe, we both hope that you will not deny your responsibility when the time comes. The loser must be you, Du Baochang said angrily. Sumabe smiled indifferently, ignored him, and turned away. Seeing Sumabe so calm, Du Baochang's face turned red with anger, and he stared at Sumabe's handsome back with gritted teeth. As soon as Sumabe walked to the school gate, he saw Li Nuzi waiting for him. Seeing his excited expression, Sumabe asked with a smile, "How did you do in the exam?" Li Nuzi laughed and said, "Ha. Mabe, this is the first time I know that taking exams can be so fun. I have used all the knowledge you have taught me in the past 2 days, and I didn't expect that there would be questions that I can do. Sumabe, we often skip classes, so the credits for elective courses and attendance are probably very few. But as long as we can get 60% on the exams, we won't fail." "That's right," Li Nuzi patted his chest and said, "Shall we go to your house now?" Sumabe shook his head and said, "I have something to do today, so go home and review by yourself. Please take a good look at the review materials I gave you. Circle any parts you don't understand and I will explain them to you tomorrow." Just last night, Sumabe received a message from Fongsini saying that her mother's operation was very successful and she has been transferred to the general ward for observation. So she wanted to meet with Sumabe to discuss the signing of the contract. Sumabe thought about it and realized that the school would start the holiday after the exams. Moreover, since he obtained the ownership of Tiandi building from the system, he had not yet officially taken over. So he made an appointment with Fongsini to meet at the school gate at noon, and the two of them would go to take a look at Tiandi building together. "Mabe, are you going to play somewhere secretly? You must take me with you, we are brothers." After hearing Sumabe's words, Li Nuzi said hurriedly. Before Sumabe could answer, the surroundings suddenly became noisy, and all the students who had just walked out of the school began to talk. "Look, that big sister is so beautiful. Oh my god, this is the goddess of my dreams. Is she a big star? How come she is so beautiful? Her smile is so beautiful, I feel in love." Sumabe looked in the direction indicated by the discussion of the crowd, and at first sight he saw Fongsini standing on the side of the road, waving at him with a smile. Today, Fongsini wore a white shirt as white as snow, which was well cut and perfectly outlined her slender waist and exquisite curves. She wore a black short skirt that just reached her knees. The length of the skirt just showed her long and straight legs. With a pair of black high heels, her figure was more graceful, with a protruding front and a curved back. She had a standard devil figure. The paleness on her delicate face that she had the last time we met was gone, replaced by a light and elegant makeup. Her big watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, and they seemed to be about to drip with water, full of endless temptation. Her sexy lips were painted with bright red lipstick, like a ripe cherry, making people want to kiss her. Seeing her appear, Sumabe shook his head helplessly. With this appearance and figure, she is really too lethal in front of a group of defenseless college students. "Mabe, look quickly. The most beautiful lady in the universe is so beautiful that Li Nuzi is almost drooling at the sight. You go back first. I'll leave first." After saying that, Sumabe hurriedly took 2 steps and went towards Fongsini. Chapter 14, I'll take you to revenge. Seeing Sumabe walking straight towards the beautiful woman, Li Nuzi was surprised and couldn't help muttering to himself, "Huh? Could it be that Mabe knows this beautiful woman?" At the same time, Fongsini, who was standing on the side of the road, looked at Sumabe who was walking towards her. The smiling expression on her face gradually disappeared, and her beautiful big eyes stared straight at the big boy who was slowly approaching her. With a height of over 1.8 meters and a slender figure as straight as a model, coupled with that sunny and handsome face with clear-cut corners and a confident smile with the corners of his mouth turned up, it was like the warmest sunshine in spring, shining straight into Fongsini's heart, making her heart beat faster involuntarily, her cheeks slightly red, and her heart trembling slightly. God has been very kind to me and allowed me to meet such a sunny boy when I was most helpless. Sumabe, who had already walked in front of her, saw her dazed look and whispered, "What are you looking at? Let's go quickly. Don't you know how lethal you are?" Fongsini blushed instantly when she realized what was happening, and let Sumabe take her to the taxi on the side of the road. Looking at the taxi driving away, the students at the school gate suddenly became excited. "Holy shit, isn't that guy Sumabe from the freshman finance department? He actually knows that beautiful girl? What did I see? Sumabe actually took the beautiful sister's hand and got in the car? It's over, it's over. I just fell in love, but I didn't expect to break up so soon. Sumabe, you and I cannot live together." Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Li Muzi, who was still standing stupidly at the school gate, was now stunned with shock. Damn, Mo Bei actually knows her? Xia Chenyue and Dong Xiaofang, who had just walked out of the school gate, happened to see Su Mabe pulling a woman into a taxi. Chenyue, isn't that Su Mabe? Who is the girl he is holding? Dong Xiaofang asked curiously. Xia Chenyue did not reply, but frowned her beautiful eyebrows and stared blankly in the direction the taxi left. In a corner near the school gate, son Lulu, who also saw the scene, frowned and remained silent for a long time. In the taxi, Su Mabe smiled bitterly after hearing the system prompt sound ringing in his mind. Fong Xinyi's lethality is indeed too great. It seems that the news that I took her away will spread around the school tomorrow. Fong Xinyi, who was standing by, saw Su Mabe's speechless expression and suddenly burst into giggles. She couldn't help but want to tease this big boy. What's wrong with my boss, brother? Did my appearance at the gate of your school make you feel embarrassed? Does this mean you can't date other girls anymore? Su Mabe smiled bitterly and said, yes, our story will spread all over the school tomorrow. If I can't pick up other girls, you will be responsible. Oh? Then how do you want me to take responsibility for my boss, brother? Will you pledge yourself to me? Fong Xinyi approached him gently and said charmingly to him. That, Su Mabe was suddenly speechless, and his face turned visibly red. Ha ha ha. Seeing his shy look of hesitating, Fong Xinyi instantly laughed so hard that her body shook. The two big bunnies that were bound in the white shirt also began to shake uncontrollably. Ahem. Excuse me, where are you two going? The taxi driver asked. Su Mabe said from Tiandi building. Hearing his words, Fong Xinyi's laughter stopped instantly, and she hurriedly asked, Tiandi building? Why do you want to go there? Seeing her anxious look, Su Mabe asked, what's wrong? Fong Xinyi explained, my former company is there. Oh? Hearing this, Su Mabe's heart moved, thinking that this world is really small. He smiled and asked, which floor is your former company on? What's its name? On the 17th floor, there is a company called Feitian International Trading Company, Limited. Fong Xinyi said. Okay, I'll take you to get revenge and collect rent at the same time, Su Mabe said with a smile. Ha? Fong Xinyi looked at him, bewildered. Tiandi Building, 17th floor. Feitian International Trade Company, Limited. Although it is well known in the industry in Jiangchang, it is just a drop in the ocean compared with those wealthy giant companies. Its market value of tens of millions is simply a drop in the bucket for the high cost of renting an entire floor of an office building. Therefore, in order to save costs and obtain a relatively ideal office location, Feitian International Trade Company, Limited, had to choose to share the floor with two other companies of similar size. At this time, in the boss's office of Feitian International Trade Company, Limited, the door was locked and the sunshades were closed. Boss, you are so bad that you ruined my clothes. The woman who was speaking was the department manager of the company. Her name was Mo Yanli and she was 37 years old. Although she looked ordinary, she had a curvy figure. I'll take you to buy it after get off work and I'll buy you as much as you want, said Zhang Weichang, the company's boss, with a big laugh. Really? Boss, you have to keep your word. I like a diamond necklace. Can you give it to me? Mo Yanli said in a delicate voice. That depends on your performance tonight, Zhang Weichang said obscenely. It's not possible today, my husband is at home. Mo Yanli glanced at the man charmingly and said coquettishly, he will be on a business trip tomorrow, and I will compensate you well then. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Mo Yanli was so scared that she started to tidy up her messy clothes like a frightened rabbit. Who is it? Zhang Weichang asked loudly and impatiently. Boss, someone is looking for you. The secretary's voice came from outside the door. Let him wait, I will finish what I want to say soon, then pinch Mo Yanli's but in whisper, I will go out first and wait for 2 minutes before you go out to avoid being discovered. Ouch, you hurt me, the damn Mo Yanli said in a delicate voice. Ha ha. Zhang Weichang walked out of the office with a big laugh. The moment he walked out of the room, Mo Yanli, who had been full of smiles, suddenly revealed an expression of disgust. If it weren't for material things, who would look for such an old, ugly, and useless man? Chapter 15 Hello Boss. When Zhang Weichang hurried to the reception desk at the company's entrance, he saw Su Mabe sitting on the sofa. He crossed his legs leisurely, with an arrogant posture. Fong Sini stood straight behind him with an expressionless face. Zhang Weicheng frowned, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. He stared at Fong Sini coldly and scolded her. Fong Sini? I didn't expect that you would have the nerve to come back. Calculate carefully, how many days have you been absent from work innocently? Do you still want to work here? After hearing what Zhang Weicheng said, Fong Sini felt her stomach churning and a feeling of nausea surged into her heart like a tide. She looked at the old man in front of her with a wretched face and a mean expression, and thought of how he had taken advantage of her when she was down. The flame of anger burned in her heart, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. She really wanted to rush up and slap him hard a few times to vent her hatred. Fong Sini took a deep breath, suppressed the raging anger in her heart, gritted her teeth and said word by word, I have found a new job, so I came back today not to stay here and suffer. Oh? Found a new job? Then why did you come back? Did you think it through? Agree to the conditions I mentioned before? Zhang Weicheng's face, which already looked a bit shifty, now looked even uglier because of the extremely vulgar smile. His green bean-sized eyes wandered back and forth on Fong Sini's graceful body without any concealment. Fong Sini was so angry at his unscrupulous and frivolous behavior that she trembled all over. Her pretty face instantly turned red. She stared at the disgusting man in front of her with her eyes wide open, gritting her teeth and cursing, You, shameless. Seeing this, Zhang Weicheng not only showed no sign of restraint, but instead sneered even more fiercely, Humph, since you didn't come back to agree to my conditions, then you came back to ask for your salary? Let me tell you, you have been absent from work for so many days without reason, and your salary has been deducted. Don't even think about getting a penny. At this moment, Sumabe, who had been sitting quietly on the sofa, suddenly turned his head, looked straight at Fong Sini with a pair of eyes as deep as a pool of water, and asked softly, Oh? So, your salary is still owed here? After hearing this, Zhang Weicheng finally noticed this young and handsome man. He looked Sumabe up and down, and asked in a gloomy tone, Who are you? Sumabe pretended not to hear his question. His eyes were still looking at Fong Sini in front of him. He opened his thin lips and asked again, How much money do they owe you? Fong Sini frowned slightly, a trace of grievance flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she explained softly, Not only did they deduct my salary from last month, they didn't even give me a penny of the performance bonus, a total of 6,800 yuan. Seeing that he was completely ignored, Zhang Weicheng's anger instantly erupted like a volcano. He widened his eyes, veins popped on his forehead, and roared, Can't you hear what I said? I ask you who dares to meddle in other people's business here. Just as Sumabe came over and was about to speak, Fong Sini spoke before Sumabe could, saying loudly, He is my new boss. Oh? Hearing this, Zhang Weicheng was stunned at first, and then cast a suspicious look at Sumabe. He was wearing very ordinary clothes. Although he was handsome, he looked very young and didn't look like a prominent figure at all. Could it be that this person was just a reinforcement that Fong Sini found casually to show off her strength? Thinking of this, Zhang Weicheng smiled contemptuously and said in a sarcastic tone, So you are Fong Sini's new boss. I wonder where this friend is working. Our Jiangchang is not big, but not small either. Let's get to know each other and make friends. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Are you worthy of being my friend? Sumabe said expressionlessly. His words instantly made Zhang Weicheng furious. Zhang Weicheng's face turned livid, veins popped out on his forehead, and he shouted angrily, You ignorant little bastard, you were simply courting death. However, facing Zhang Weicheng's anger, Sumabe remained calm. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He slowly said, Now that Sini has become my secretary, I am naturally her backer. You dare to tease my secretary in front of me, we have to settle this account. Fong Sini, who was standing aside, was instantly moved after hearing Sumabe's words. She looked at the boy in front of her who was a few years younger than her, and felt extremely at ease. This was a feeling she had never had since she was a child. When Zhang Weicheng heard this, he was stunned at first, and then he laughed wildly towards the sky as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Okay, then I want to see what algorithm you, little brat, are thinking of? Okay, let me call you. Sumabe took out his cell phone, found a number and dialed it. The call was quickly answered. I am Mobe. I am on the 17th floor of the building now. I will see all of you in 2 minutes. Then I hung up the phone. I want to see who you can find in 2 minutes. I tell you, this is my territory. If you can't find anyone to plead for you in 2 minutes, I will let the security guard break your legs, Zhang Weicheng sneered. Boss, let us go, Fong Sini said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm here, everything will be fine. Suma Bei gently took her hand and comforted her. Hearing the noise here, everyone else in the company looked over. Isn't that Fong Sini? Why is she back? Who is the young man next to her? He is so handsome. I heard that she seems to be her new boss, but she looks so young. New boss? No way. I think he's pretty ordinary except for his handsome appearance. Just as everyone was talking, the company's door suddenly slammed open from the outside. Hearing the noise, Zhang Weicheng looked over with anger on his face. Just as he was about to curse, he saw Wu Yanjie, the general manager of Tiandi Building, rushing in with a group of building managers. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Weicheng hurriedly put on a flattering expression on his face and said respectfully, Manager Wu? Why are you here? But Wu Yanjie ignored him and led everyone straight to Suma Bei, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Hello, boss. Wow. Suddenly, the air became quiet. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Chapter 16, My Territory. Suma Bei was still sitting steadily on the sofa, ignoring the various looks from the people around him. He calmly watched the many building managers in suits and leather shoes who were bowing to him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, then nodded gently and said softly, Everyone, thank you for your hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, the people who were stunned by the astonishment suddenly woke up from their astonishment. They looked at each other, their eyes revealing shock and confusion that could not be concealed. Zhang Weicheng was even more suspicious. He looked at Wu Yanjie beside him in disbelief, and asked cautiously in a low voice, Manager Wu, who is this? At this time, Wu Yanjie's face was full of respect. She introduced solemnly in a clear voice, This is the new boss of our Tiandi building, Mr. Suma Bei. After hearing these words, Zhang Weicheng's heart trembled violently. He widened his eyes and looked at Suma Bei, who was smiling, in disbelief, looking him up and down. I haven't received any news about the acquisition of Tiandi building? What kind of powerful background does this seemingly ordinary young man have? Is he the son of a mysterious family? You know, the Tiandi building is a landmark building in Jiangcheng City, and its value is at least 1 billion Chinese yuan. If he could easily acquire such a huge building, then wouldn't this young man's net worth be astronomical? At least tens of billions, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Weicheng felt his heartbeat quicken and his breathing became rapid. He put on a smile and said flatteringly, Boss Su, I'm so sorry, this is a complete misunderstanding. I really didn't know you were the new boss of Tiandi Building. As he spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Suma Bei's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, but his eyes were still indifferent. He slowly said, Oh? Just now, you swore to me that this is your territory, so now I ask you, whose territory is this? Zhang Weicheng was frightened by Suma Bei's question and turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. He stammered, It's your territory, absolutely your territory, the whole building belongs to you, Boss Su, I was blind and offended you and your secretary, I really deserve to die. At this time, Zhang Weicheng was already sweating profusely from nervousness, with beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down his cheeks. But even so, he still forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Suma Bei snorted coldly, and then said, Then how do you settle the account for the salary you owe to my secretary? When Zhang Weicheng heard this, he nodded and bowed hurriedly and responded, Don't worry, Boss Su, I will immediately let the company's finance department settle the account with Miss Fong, and not a penny will be less. Before she finished speaking, he hurriedly called his secretary, then leaned down and whispered a few words to her in a low voice. After hearing Zhang Weicheng's instructions, the secretary did not dare to delay at all and immediately turned around and ran towards the company's financial office. In less than a minute, the secretary came running back, panting, holding a thick envelope tightly in his hand. Taking the envelope handed over by the secretary, Zhang Weicheng bent slightly towards Suma Bei, holding the envelope in both hands and said, Here is 10,000 yuan, which is Miss Fong's salary last month. Suma Bei did not reach out to take it, but said calmly, Boss Zhang gave too much, I remember it was 6,800 yuan. The extra money is compensation for Miss Fong. After all, it was our company's negligence that caused her to be in arrears with her salary, Zhang Weicheng said in a flattering manner. Thank you, Boss Zhang. Suma Bei then took the envelope and handed it to Fong Sini, who was standing behind him with a dull look in her eyes. At this moment, Fong Sini was still immersed in great shock, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses. She stared blankly ahead, her body stiff as if she had lost her soul. Even when Suma Bei stuffed the envelope into her hands, she was unaware of it and did not react at all. Seeing this, Suma Bei couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Hearing Suma Bei's question, Fong Sini suddenly came back to her senses, a trace of panic appeared on her face, and she hurriedly replied, "Oh, it's okay." Then, she quickly reached out to take the envelope, her eyes full of curiosity, and asked impatiently, "What is this?" Fong Sini's heart was already in turmoil as she had just learned the true identity of the man in front of her, who was her boss's younger brother. She had been in a state of extreme shock and had no time to care about other things. She was completely unaware of what was happening at the moment. Looking at Fong Sini, who looked bewildered, Suma Bei shook his head helplessly, sighed and explained, "This is the salary they owe you." When Fong Sini heard this, she refused without hesitation, "I don't want to," and pushed the envelope in her hand back. Facing Fong Sini's resolute attitude, Suma Bei frowned and said firmly, "If I give it to you, just take it." Perhaps feeling the unquestionable tone in Suma Bei's words, Fong Sini hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded obediently and replied in a low voice, "Oh." Then she carefully accepted the envelope, looking like a well-behaved and sensible little girl. "Okay, let's go." Suma Bei stood up from the sofa suddenly, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, then turned to look at Wu Yanjie and said slowly, "Oh, by the way, Manager Wu." Hearing the greeting, Wu Yanjie hurriedly stepped forward and responded respectfully, "I am." At this moment, Suma Bei's originally deep and calm eyes suddenly flashed with a frightening cold light, and he said in a low but unquestionable tone, "Drive this boss Zhang and his company out of my territory." Faced with this sudden order, Wu Yanjie was shocked, but he quickly came to his senses and nodded in response, yes. His voice was full of awe. Zhang Weiqian's face changed drastically when he heard this. He looked at Suma Bei with horror and said in a trembling voice, "No, Boss Su, haven't I already compensated Miss Fong's salary? Why are you still driving me away? Please spare me this time. Fong Sini is mine now." "If you bully her, I will naturally vent my anger for her," Suma Bei said sharply. After saying that, he turned around without even looking at the other person, and at the same time waved his hand, leading the people behind him to walk out. Fong Sini, who was following behind him, suddenly felt warm in her heart. This feeling of having someone to rely on made tears well up in her beautiful big eyes. She shook her head quickly, trying to hold back the urge to cry. As a secretary, she absolutely could not embarrass her boss's brother in front of so many people. Zhang Weiqiang panicked when he saw this, and shouted, "You can't do this. We have signed a formal lease contract, and I have paid you the full amount of rent on time every month." In the face of his hoarse shouting, Suma Bei seemed not to hear it and continued to walk forward. He. Suma Bei sneered. "This is my territory, so I have the final say. What about the lease contract? We will pay the penalty normally." After saying that, he did not even turn his head back, and continued to lead everyone away. Looking at their departing backs, Zhang Weiqiang's face instantly turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's really all over now." Chapter 17. She can fully represent me. Tiandi Building, in addition to being a landmark building in Jiangchang, is also located in the most prosperous prime location in Jiangchang. This is the place with the most densely populated population in the entire Jiangchang city. That is why Zhang Weiqiang was extremely terrified about being kicked out of the Tiandi Building by Suma Bei. After all, for a medium-sized enterprise like Fading International Trade Company, Limited, a stable and continuous customer base is the lifeline of its survival and development. If we are forced to move out of here, it will undoubtedly be equivalent to cutting off the connection with many potential new customers. Even if we can move to other office locations, the losses we will suffer will be immeasurable. What's worse is that the reason why Zhang Weiqiang was driven out of Tiandi Building this time was because he offended the new boss of Tiandi Building. Once this news spreads, considering the status of Suma Bei, the new owner of Tiandi Building, who in Jiangchang would dare to cooperate with Zhang Weiqiang easily? I am afraid that by then he can only watch the company's business shrink and eventually go bankrupt. At this moment, the top floor of the Tiandi Building, which is the 38th floor. The entire floor is the exclusive office area for all managers of Tiandi Building. In the boss's office, Suma Bei sat in the comfortable boss's chair, concentrating on reviewing the latest financial report of Tiandi Building placed in front of him. There was a gleam of wisdom in his deep eyes. Sometimes he frowned slightly, as if he had doubts about some data, and sometimes he smiled with satisfaction, obviously seeing gratifying results. Fang Xini, who was standing behind Su Mabe, stretched out a pair of slender and soft hands, gently pressing on Su Mabe's broad shoulders, massaging him with just the right strength and rhythm. Wu Yanjie, the general manager, stood respectfully opposite Su Mabe, with a somewhat reserved look on his face. He held a document tightly in his hand, ready to report important matters to his boss at any time, and waited for Su Mabe's instructions. Not bad. After taking a quick look at the financial statements, Su Mabe nodded with satisfaction. The Tiandi building has a total of 2 underground floors and 38 floors above ground. Except for the top floor used as an office for management personnel, the rest of the floors have all been rented out. The 2 lower floors are paid parking lots, which are also connected to the supermarket entrance on the first floor of the building. The first and second floors of the building are a large market. The third and fourth floors are the largest times shopping plaza in Langchang. The fifth floor is the only luxury goods store in Jiangcheng City. The 6th to 15th floors were rented by the powerful large-scale enterprise groups in Jiangcheng. These enterprises were so wealthy that they directly occupied an entire floor as their office space. The 16th to 27th floors are occupied by some small and medium-sized enterprise groups. Due to relatively limited funds, they choose to share the rent to save costs. Usually, each floor is rented by 3 to 4 companies. Finally, the 28th to 37th floors were rented by large business groups from other cities. These large foreign business groups also rented an entire floor. The rent alone is worth hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan every year. This building is simply a cash cow that makes money without any effort. Not only that, there are also countless corporate groups eyeing this place. It can be said that as long as someone withdraws from here, other corporate groups will rush in and there is no need to worry about the sales of rental houses. Su Mabe was very satisfied with the orderly arrangement of the partitions. It was obvious that the building managers had put in a lot of effort in daily management. The top floor of the building, which is where Su Mabe is, together with the security guards in the parking lot downstairs and the security personnel of the building, has a total of 83 building managers. These include security personnel, planning department, publicity department, public relations department, etc. Manager Wu Su Mabe looked at the general manager of the building and spoke softly. Wu Yanjie, 34 years old, has worked in Tiandi building for 5 years. During her tenure as general manager of the building, she has performed extremely well in both work arrangements and daily management, and is a rare management talent. It was Wu Yanjie who responded quickly. You have done an excellent job, and I am very satisfied with it. From now on, you will still be the general manager of this building and continue to be fully responsible for the daily management work. Su Mabe said with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Yanjie finally felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly thanked her. Thank you for your appreciation, boss. I will work harder and live up to your trust in me. Although Su Mabe is young, the strong aura he exudes makes Wu Yanjie feel a great pressure. Every time he faces Su Mabe, Wu Yanjie is very alert and dares not slack off. At this time, Su Mabe pulled Fang Xini over and introduced her. This is my secretary Fang Xini. From now on, if there is any matter that needs to be handled, you can contact her directly. Wu Yanjie hurriedly stepped forward and took the initiative to greet Fang Xini. Hello, Miss Fang, I'm glad to meet you. Fang Xini also nodded and smiled, and responded politely in a clear and pleasant voice. Hello, Manager Wu, we will be colleagues from now on, please take care of me. Wu Yanjie was flattered and waved his hands quickly, saying, No, I should ask Secretary Fang for advice. I hope you can give me more guidance in the future. You don't have to be so polite. We will be working together for a long time. Su Mabe smiled and said, Manager Wu, please notify all the staff in the building to increase their wages by 50%, and your salary will be doubled. Thank you, boss. Wu Yanjie quickly bowed to Su Mabe with gratitude. Su Mabe waved his hand indifferently and said, As long as everyone works hard, I will not treat anyone unfairly. Wu Yanjie said respectfully, Boss, you have just taken over here. Do you need me to introduce you to the business owners on each floor of the building? Su Mabe thought for a moment and said, You can take Xini with you. She can represent me. His words instantly moved Fang Xini, but since Wu Yanjie was present, she didn't say much. She just nodded slightly and walked out of the office with Wu Yanjie. Chapter 18, Girl in Year 2, Holding Gold Nuggets. Su Mabe, who was sitting in the office with nothing to do, simply took out his mobile phone, opened TIM, and started playing with concentration. Are you kidding me? You can lose even this? After losing 3 games in a row, Su Mabei's mentality collapsed. He turned off the game angrily and sat on the sofa with his eyes closed to rest. As time passed, the office suddenly became quiet. Su Mabei could even hear the voices of the staff outside the door. Our new boss looks so young. Yes, and he is so handsome. He is definitely my dream lover. What do you think of that sexy secretary Fong? Could she be our new boss's woman? Hearing the conversation between the staff outside the office, Su Mabei shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was innocent. At least he had not done anything to Cindy yet. Putting his thoughts aside, Su Mabei looked at the time. At this moment, the tightly closed office door was slowly pushed open a crack by someone from the outside. Then, Fong Cindy quietly walked in. She walked very lightly, fearing to disturb Su Mabei, who was resting with his eyes closed. Are you back? Su Mabei asked casually, still with his eyes closed. Fong Cindy couldn't help but feel very surprised when she heard his voice. She had deliberately slowed down her steps and even controlled her breathing to be extremely subtle, so that she didn't make any sound at all. She asked back in confusion, "How do you know I'm back?" The corners of Su Mabei's mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Maybe Fong Cindy herself doesn't know that she has a particularly pleasant fragrance. This fragrance is not the smell of perfume, but an innate fragrance. Have you been to every floor? How do you feel? Su Mabei opened his eyes and asked with a smile. After hearing this, Fong Cindy smiled brightly and answered excitedly, I have been to all of them. Manager Wu personally took me to visit the bosses of various major corporate groups and gave me detailed introductions. Those bosses were very polite to me, and some even gave me gifts, but I politely declined them all. At this point, Fong Cindy's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief, as if she still couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She murmured to herself, I never thought that there would be such a day when I would become the object of flattery for many big group bosses. This is just like a dream. You'll get used to it slowly. Su Mabei put his phone in his pocket calmly, then stood up slowly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a relaxed smile. Let's go eat first. Hearing this, Fong Cindy couldn't help but frowned. She bit her lips slightly, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but said, however, I think there are some problems in the daily management of this building, and many details need to be adjusted and changed. Su Mabei waved his hand casually and responded nonchalantly, then change it, whatever you say, just tell Manager Wu to do the specific things, you can represent me with full authority, now your boss I feel very hungry, what you have to do is to accompany me to dinner. Fong Cindy burst out laughing at his expression, but soon regained her serious expression and continued to ask, are you really confident that you can leave everything to me? We haven't signed the contract yet, don't you worry that I will bankrupt this place? As she spoke, she stared at Su Mabei with her big watery eyes. Su Mabei nodded without hesitation and answered firmly, I said I would give you full power, so I naturally trust you completely. As for the contract, forget it. My trusting you is not written on that piece of paper. Su Mabei's words were like a spring breeze, gently brushing Fong Cindy's heart. In an instant, all her defenses and worries collapsed, and her eyes became moist involuntarily. Those eyes that were full of smiles were now filled with tears, which silently slid down her cheeks. Why are you crying? Su Mabei quickly took out a tissue and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. Why are you so nice to me? Fong Cindy said stubbornly, regardless. I'm your boss, isn't it normal for me to be nice to you? Su Mabei said with a smile. Humph, is that all? Fong Cindy asked back. Of course not, I was saying this with a fake smirk to Su Mabei who had bad intentions towards you. Phew. Hearing Su Mabei's words, Fong Cindy's originally crying cheeks instantly bloomed into a bright smile, and she said charmingly, aren't you afraid that I will depend on you? Su Mabei shrugged and said, being relied on by a beautiful woman is such a good thing, what should I be afraid of? Hearing his words, Fong Cindy could no longer control her emotions. She took a step forward, stood on tiptoe, and her sexy lips pressed directly on Su Mabei's mouth. Naughty brother, this is my first kiss. After saying that, Fong Cindy ran out of the office quickly with a red face. Looking at the woman's back as she walked away, Su Mabei heaved a sigh of relief, as if it was everyone's first kiss. Chapter 19 What a Fairy! Yahiyuan Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Langchang. In order to celebrate his successful takeover of Tiandi Building, Su Mabei specially held a banquet here to entertain all the employees of Tiandi Building. At this moment, in one of the spacious, bright and luxuriously decorated private rooms on the 4th floor of the hotel, a large revolving dining table that can accommodate 20 people is filled with a variety of delicious food that the waiter has just brought out. These delicacies are dazzling, including the fragrant roast suckling pig, the juicy steamed grouper, the mellow-tasting braised spare ribs and so on, which make people salivate just by looking at them. There are more than 80 employees in the TND building. In order to allow everyone to dine comfortably and avoid crowding, Sumabe thoughtfully ordered 5 tables of sumptuous meals. After the food was served, Sumabe slowly stood up with a glass of red wine, first looked at everyone present, and then said, "Everyone here is an old employee of the building. Don't worry, as long as you work hard, I, as the boss, will never let you down. TND building is my first asset and my base, but my assets are definitely not limited to this one. As long as you are talented, I will never let you down. I toast to everyone. Cheers." All the employees present stood up at the same time, raised their hands to pick up the exquisite wine glasses in front of them, and shouted in unison, "Cheers." Sumabe smiled, waved to everyone enthusiastically, and said loudly, "Let's eat it while it's hot. Let's just enjoy it today." As the first glass of wine was drunk, the originally slightly restrained atmosphere was completely ignited. Laughter and joy rose one after another at the banquet, and everyone began to relax and speak freely. Especially the female employees. After a few drinks, they became chattering non-stop. Their clear and melodious laughter echoed in the private room like silver bells. Sumabe picked up the shelled crab and carefully put the crab meat into his mouth. He chewed it gently, and a delicious taste instantly spread on the tip of his tongue. He couldn't help but secretly admired, "Not bad." Although this is a 5-star hotel and the prices are shockingly expensive, the food here tastes truly impeccable. Sumabe skillfully peeled off the shell of another crab, then gently placed it in the bowl in front of Fong-Sini, who was sitting in front of him, and said with a smile, "Try it, it tastes great." "Oh," Fong-Sini just responded softly, her voice so low that it was almost unnoticeable. Then, she lowered her head and said no more. Sumabe stared at the silent beauty in front of him with interest, and a smile welled up in his heart. "I didn't expect that Fong-Sini, who is always sexy and bold, would become so shy after being kissed by me, like a little girl who has just fallen in love. She didn't even dare to look me in the eye." At this moment, she lowered her eyes and her cheeks were slightly flushed. She looked so adorable. As the atmosphere at the banquet became more and more intense, some of the employees who were originally a little reserved gradually relaxed. With red faces and holding up their wine glasses, they gathered around Sumabe. All of these employees had smiles on their faces, and kept saying various words of blessing and compliments. At the same time, they raised their glasses high and toasted Sumabe. Although Sumabe's body had just been transformed by the system and his alcohol tolerance was much better than that of ordinary people, he seldom drank alcohol on weekdays. So when faced with the crowd of people toasting him like a tide, it didn't take long for him to find it difficult to cope. Fong-Sini, who was sitting nearby, saw all of this. Seeing Sumabe getting drunk to a dizzy, she couldn't help but feel a little distressed. So, without caring about anything else, she reached out to take the wine glass handed to her by Sumabe, raised her head and drank it all without hesitation, helping him to block the wine. It has to be said that Fong-Sini's alcohol tolerance is truly amazing. At least Sumabe has never seen a woman who can drink so much. As she drank more and more wine, Fong-Sini's fair and delicate cheeks were stained with a faint blush due to the effect of alcohol, and her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance, exuding charming charm. Unconsciously, Sumabe was stunned for a moment. In this way, one glass of wine after another kept going down his throat. Sumabe had long lost count of how many glasses of wine he had drunk, and the same was true for Fong-Sini beside him. The banquet finally ended at 8 o'clock in the evening. Sumabe did not let Wu Yenjie put the bill on the TND building's account. Instead, he took Fong-Sini to the hotel front desk and personally asked the waiter to settle the bill. 5 tables of the same food and the same drinks, the total consumption was 320,000 yuan. Sumabe simply waved his hand and took out his bank card to pay the bill. After paying the bill, the front desk clerk took out a golden card and handed it to Sumabe respectfully. "Hello, sir. Thank you for spending more than 200,000 yuan in our store at one time. This is our platinum membership card. Next time you come to our store, you can enjoy a 20% discount with this card. Thank you." Sumabe said thank you politely and casually put the card in his pocket. The night breeze gently brushes across my cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. When everyone walked out of the hotel, Sumabe turned to look at Wu Yenjie beside him and gave her the task of sending the employees home. Then, Sumabe took Fong-Sini's soft and slender little hand without hesitation and walked towards a taxi parked on the side of the road. Sitting in the car, Fong-Sini leaned slightly to the side and gently leaned her head on Sumabe's broad and solid shoulders. Su Mabe quietly stared at the street scene that was receding outside the car window. The whole car was filled with a quiet and warm atmosphere, and neither of them spoke to break the silence. The car drove steadily on the road, and after about 20 minutes, it arrived downstairs of the community where Fong Xinyi lived. The driver slowly stopped the car. Su Mabe got out first, then stretched out his hand like a gentleman and helped Fong Xinyi out of the car. After she stood firmly on her feet, Su Mabe stretched out his hand, gently supported her arm, and walked towards home. At this time, Fong Xinyi's cheeks, which were already very rosy, looked even more rosy under the influence of alcohol. Under the illumination of the streetlights, she looked particularly charming. This made Su Mabe's heart beat wildly. At this time, Fong Xinyi was also secretly glancing at the tall and handsome Su Mabe beside her with her peripheral vision, with a happy smile on her face. I arrived at the stairs of my unit and Fong Xinyi whispered. Auntie shouldn't be at home, right? Don't you want me to come up and sit for a while? Su Mabe said softly. Hearing this, Fong Xinyi shook her head and said, This is not good, right? You drank so much, you should go back and rest early. Yes, I drank too much and now I need a soft big bed to sober up, Su Mabe said with a smile. Ha? After hearing his words, Fong Xinyi didn't react for a moment and asked, I know my bed, it's not soft. Not soft? Me too, Su Mabe suddenly said with a wicked smile. You? Fong Xinyi was stunned for a moment, and finally came back to her senses. In an instant, her fair face turned red like a ripe apple, as if it could drip blood. This shy blush, so charming and alluring, makes her already beautiful and attractive even more charming. Faced with the big boy in front of her who suddenly started racing, Fong Xinyi did not show any intention of retreating. She bit her lower lip lightly, narrowed her big watery eyes slightly, and then took a small step forward. As she approached, the distance between them quickly shortened until their bodies were pressed tightly together. Fong Xinyi's graceful and elegant figure was seamlessly touching Su Mabe's body at this moment. Her curvy figure was looming, exuding an intoxicating temptation. At this moment, Fong Xinyi slightly raised her head, put her sexy little mouth close to Su Mabe's ear, and gently exhaled a warm breath, which slowly entered his ears. You naughty brother, do you think you can take me down so easily? Humph, you wish. As soon as she finished speaking, Fong Xinyi suddenly stood on tiptoe and gave Su Mabe a quick and light kiss on the cheek. Then he turned around, ran to the stairs, and disappeared from Su Mabe's sight in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Su Mabe was still immersed in the afterglow of what had just happened and was unable to come back to his senses. He stood there quietly, his right hand unconsciously raised, slowly stroking the place where Fong Xinyi had just kissed him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a helpless smile, and whispered softly, What a goblin! Chapter 20 Breakfast with Love. Although the final exams for this semester at Langchang University have come to an end, the school did not arrange for all students to have an immediate holiday, but instead arranged 3 days of self-study. This arrangement is made out of consideration for students' academic improvement. The next day, Su Mabe got up early as usual, washed up simply, picked up his school bag, and ran out of the house. When I arrived at school and walked into the classroom, I saw Du Baochang chatting with son Lulu with a big smile on his face. The two seemed to be chatting very happily and the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. Du Baochang noticed Su Mabe walking into the classroom. He raised his lips slightly, revealing a provocative look, and then deliberately winked at son Lulu and said, Lulu, how does the breakfast I bought for you just now taste? Is it delicious? Son Lulu heard the voice and turned to look at the door, and her eyes met Su Mabe's. She looked evasive, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally replied softly, It's delicious, thank you. Du Baochang, who got a satisfactory answer, immediately showed a smug look on his face, and then continued, if you think it tastes good, that's great. I will buy you a richer and more delicious breakfast tomorrow. After saying that, he did not forget to turn around and glared at Su Mabe fiercely with a show-off look. However, to Du Baochang's disappointment, Su Mabe turned a blind eye to his deliberate performance and did not take him seriously at all. He walked straight to his seat, put down his school bag and sat down quietly. Seeing that he was being ignored, Du Baochang was so angry that his face turned red. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. When the final exam results are announced, I will wait for you to kneel down and apologize to me in front of the whole class. At this moment, other students in the class also walked into the classroom one after another. Li Muzi also walked in with a steaming meat bun in his hand. He looked up and saw Su Mabe. He said happily, Good morning, Mabe, have you had breakfast? I have a big meat bun just taken out of the steamer. It has a thin skin and a large filling. It is fresh, fragrant, and juicy. Would you like to have two to try? Before Su Mabe could answer, the class monitor Xiao Qianyue, who had just walked into the classroom, walked straight towards Su Mabe with an exquisite lunchbox in her hand without looking away. When she came to Su Mabe, Xiao Qianyue stopped, lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and whispered, "This is the breakfast I made this morning. I accidentally made too much, and I can't finish it by myself. So, I'll give you this." Before she finished speaking, she gently placed the lunchbox on Su Mabe's desk, then turned around and trotted back to her seat. At this moment, the classroom, which was originally as noisy as a vegetable market, suddenly became silent. All the students in the class were dumbfounded, stunned, staring at the scene happening before them with wide eyes. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Was this still the school beauty monitor Xiao Qianyue who usually looked so high and mighty like an icy beauty? Not only did she personally cook a loving breakfast for Su Mabe, she even took the initiative to deliver it to him. You know, during the whole year of college, this arrogant class monitor rarely made breakfast, let alone talked to other boys. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Even Du Baochang, who had been provoking Su Mabe just now, was stunned at this moment, his eyes full of envy. As the richest person in a university class, he naturally launched a mad pursuit of Xiao Qianyue, the campus beauty and class monitor. However, he was ruthlessly rejected every time. Over time, he gradually got used to Xiao Qianyue's cold and aloof personality. But who could have thought that Xiao Qianyue would be so enthusiastic about Su Mabe? This made Du Baochang instantly furious, with envy, jealousy and hatred written all over his face. Sun Lulu, who was also shocked, showed anger in her eyes after she reacted, and stared at Xiao Qianyue. Facing everyone's surprised gazes, Su Mabe just smiled indifferently. Although he was also very surprised by Xiao Qianyue's sudden enthusiasm, after hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, he was still very happy and silently gave her a thumbs up. Li Muzi, who was standing aside, looked at the exquisite pink lunchbox in Su Mabe's hand, took a bite of the meat bun viciously, and walked back to her seat angrily without saying a word. Su Mabe gently opened the lunchbox in his hand, and an alluring aroma filled his nose. The lunchbox was carefully filled with a combination of meat and vegetables, which looked very delicious, especially the particularly eye-catching heart-shaped soft-boiled egg. Su Mabe was secretly delighted. He had originally been a little worried about Xiao Qianyue's cooking skills, but now it seemed that he was worrying too much. When the students around saw the food in the lunchbox, they immediately started drooling, especially the eye-catching heart-shaped fried egg. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Hearing the system prompt sound ringing in his mind, Su Mabe's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that he would gain such a great deal because of Xiao Qianyue's breakfast. He raised his head and met Xiao Qianyue's expectant eyes, so he smiled and mouthed, "Thank you for breakfast." A bright smile immediately broke out on Xiao Qianyue's face. All this was seen by Du Baochang, who was not far away, and the jealousy in his heart became stronger. Under the jealous gazes of many people, Su Mabe calmly picked up the spoon and began to eat heartily. His eating manner was unrestrained and he completely ignored the angry looks of the male classmates around him. Before long, the originally sumptuous breakfast was eaten up without even a trace of residue left. Just as Su Mabe contentedly took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, the counselor pushed open the classroom door and walked in. "Everyone be quiet, I have two things to announce." Chapter 21 Full Score. After the students in the class quieted down, the counselor first scanned the faces of the students in the class one by one, and finally when he saw Su Mabe, he asked, "Su Mabe, how did you do it?" What's going on?" After hearing the counselor's words, the students in the classroom were stunned at first, and then looked at Su Mabe blankly. Facing the gazes of his classmates, Su Mabe was confused and looked at the counselor in surprise. The counselor adjusted his heavy glasses and said, "The first thing I want to announce is that the results of the final exam are out. You can log on to the campus network to check." Wow! As soon as the counselor finished speaking, the whole classroom was in an uproar. You know, in the past, it would take more than 3 days for the exam results to be counted and then announced. Unexpectedly, this final exam was just finished yesterday, and the results were suddenly announced today. So, students in the class took out their mobile phones, opened the campus website, and looked for their names on it. Here it comes, it's finally here." Du Baochang, who was sitting in the front row, also quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the campus website impatiently. At this time, the counselor on the podium continued, 2 students in our class have made great progress this time. One of them is Lin Yuzi. Although he still failed the course and needs to retake the exam, his test scores have improved greatly. I hope you will keep up the good work. After that, the counselor looked at Sumabe again and said, another student is Sumabe from our class. He got full marks in 8 subjects in this final exam. He also became the only student in history who failed to pass the credits for punching in, but did not fail any subject. Wow! As soon as the words fell, the class suddenly became noisy. Holy shit! Full marks? How is this possible? No way? Is he really a genius? How come you didn't fail a single course when you often skipped classes and didn't sign in for both your major and elective courses? Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? This is too unbelievable, right? Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, he must have cheated. Du Baochang suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Quiet, everyone be quiet. The counselor maintained classroom discipline. After everyone was quiet, he looked at Du Baochang and said in a cold voice, Student Du Baochang, what's your words? Do you think that Jiangcheng University will allow a poor student to get full marks without absolute certainty? The counselor's words left Du Baochang speechless. Yes, if the school was not absolutely sure, how could it announce Su Maobei's results? Otherwise, all the teachers at Jiangcheng University would become the laughingstock of the national education community. The counselor went on to explain, Su Maobei's grades have been verified by all the substitute teachers and professors in the entire school. For this reason, the principal also held a special meeting for all of our teachers. The final conclusion was that it is impossible for Su Maobei to cheat. After listening to the counselor's explanation, the class became noisy again. Xia Chenyue, who was sitting in the first row, turned around and looked at Su Maobei with her beautiful big eyes, shining brightly. Su Maobei raised his head and happened to meet his eyes, so he mouthed, you owe me another KFC meal. After understanding his spoken language, Xia Chenyue blushed and nodded with a smile. This scene was all seen by son Lulu, who was sitting not far away. At this moment, her face was extremely ugly and her eyes were full of trance. She kept questioning herself in her heart. Am I really wrong? The counselor on the podium adjusted his glasses and said in a cold voice, but you, Du Baochang, in the midterm exam, your math score was the first in the grade, and your total score was in the top 20 in the entire freshman year. This time you regressed too much, your math score was only 5th in the grade, and your total score even regressed to outside the 50th place in the grade, and you didn't even get the scholarship this time. At this time, Du Baochang's face changed from gloomy to bright as he listened to the counselor's words. He still couldn't believe the fact that he had lost to Su Maobei. Okay, sit down. I hope you will take care of yourself, said the counselor. Hearing this, Du Baochang sat down with a sullen face. Next, the counselor briefly talked about the students' performance this time. Xia Chenyue's overall score still ranked first among her freshmen. Du Baochang's overall score ranked 54th in the whole grade and he was not eligible for the scholarship. The system prompt sound in Su Maobei's mind has never stopped since this moment. It is conceivable that the whole school now knows that he has scored full marks. Okay, everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Now I have the second announcement to make, the counselor said loudly. After the class quieted down again, the counselor said, the reason why the final exam results of all students in the school will be announced so quickly is because the National Education Bureau will hold a national college mathematics competition in a week. This mathematics competition requires all college students in the country to participate. The top 10 students will represent the country and compete in the international mathematics competition held in Langchang 2 months later. After hearing the news, the students in the class seemed to have little interest. Although they have the opportunity to play for the country, everyone is still relatively self-aware, otherwise they would not choose the Department of Finance, but the Department of Mathematics. The instructor said something more about the math competition and then walked out of the classroom. Almost at the moment when the counselor walked out of the classroom, Du Baochang started running and ran quickly towards the door. His fat body did not look clumsy at all. In his opinion, as long as he was not caught by Su Maobei, he would not have to kneel down and apologize, and he would still be himself. Unfortunately, Su Maobei, who had been prepared, had already predicted his thoughts in advance. The whole class only felt a flash before their eyes, and Su Maobei appeared at the door of the classroom, standing in front of Du Baochang. What? Want to run away? Sumabe said with a fake smile. No. I have to pee urgently and need to go to the toilet. Please get out of the way, Du Baochang said embarrassedly. Okay, fulfill the bet first and I will let you go, Sumabe said with a smile. Sumabe, don't go too far, Du Baochang said angrily. I just went too far, what can you do? You can still bite me? Sumabe said. I admit that I lost, but can we change the bet? Du Baochang begged for mercy. No, Sumabe said coldly. Du Baochang, a real man should keep his word. You made the bet in front of the whole class. Why do you want to go back on your word now? Li Muzi said. That's right, he's not really a man. Du Baochang is playing dirty tricks. Haha, will you have this day too? The other students in the class began to mock him. It's just that he is too arrogant and domineering in his daily life. Relying on his family's wealth, he often bullies his classmates and has very bad popularity. Okay, I'll kneel down. Du Baochang gnashed his teeth and knelt down in front of Sumabe. He said with a gloomy face, I'm sorry. Then he quickly got up and ran out of the classroom. Chapter 22 Crazy Lottery. For the entire day that followed, no matter where Sumabe went, he would attract exclamations from the people around him. At the same time, the system prompt sound of harvesting shock value in Sumabe's mind kept ringing. Every time the crisp prompt sounded, Sumabe felt more and more happy. What was surprising was that after Du Baochang knelt down and apologized to Sumabe in public, he never showed up in the classroom again for the whole day. No one knew where he went. After returning home from school in the evening, Sumabe waited until his parents fell asleep before locking his door and calling up the system in his mind. System, open the information panel. Ding, system panel opened successfully. Host, Sumabe. Age, 20. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Wealth, 7,621,580 renminbi. Assets, TND building. Special skill, the origin of academic excellence. Shock value, 200,800. More than 200,000? So much? Sumabe was instantly overjoyed. I didn't expect that after the test results were announced, I would receive so many shocking points in just one day. If I could make a big splash in this math competition, wouldn't I be able to reap multiple benefits? Ding detection, the host has reached a shock value of 100,000. The system will be upgraded. System upgrade? Sumabe muttered to himself in confusion when he heard the system prompt. Ding, system upgrade successfully. Random task mode opened. Random tasks? What is that? Sumabe asked. Ding, random task mode has been turned on. The system will issue random tasks. As long as the host completes the task, he can get the corresponding item reward. So that's it. After listening to the system's explanation, Sumabe nodded secretly. Then he waved his hand and said domineeringly, System, conduct 20 system draws. Ding, system lottery mode is turned on. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Sumabe felt a sudden pain in his heart when he saw the series of thank yous for participating. That's all the shock value I worked so hard to harvest. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the shaping pill. Shaping pill? What is this? Sumabe asked in surprise. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Global Limited Edition Sports Car, Lamborghini Venezia. Sumabe, what the hell? Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Special skill, God level driving. Sumabe, what the hell? Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. An Airbus A380 private jet. Sumabe, oh my god. After the lottery was over, Sumabe quickly opened the system mall to check the items he had drawn. The first thing I saw was a pitch-black spherical object, about the size of a pill in the movies. What is surprising is that Sumabe searched all the items in the system mall but did not find any similar items. System, why is this shaping pill not in the mall? Ding, shaping pill is a hidden reward and does not exist in the system mall. So that's it. It's actually a hidden reward. What is its function? Ding. After using the shaping pill, the host's body structure will be reshaped, and all impurities in the body will be excreted. The host's appearance, temperament, and figure will be comprehensively improved. So domineering? Are there many hidden rewards like this? Are there any more? Sumabe asked hurriedly. No comment. Damn it. Sumabe was speechless for a moment. Ding, remind the host, please go to the bathroom when extracting the shaping pill. Why? Sumabe asked in surprise. No comment. You're so arrogant, Sumabe said helplessly. Then, Sumabe went to check out the other item rewards that he had drawn. Lamborghini Veneno, limited to 5 units worldwide, worth 180 million renminbi. Red in color. 5,202 millimeters in length, 1,450 kilograms in weight, 6.5-liter V12 engine, 750 horsepower, 0-100 acceleration in 2.8 seconds, top speed 354 kilometers per hour. Seeing this reward, Sumabe stood up directly from the bed. What man doesn't love cars? Especially the world's top supercars. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high quality, Sumabe chuckled. After looking at the cool-looking sports car with satisfaction, Sumabe looked at the stunt rewards. Based on current experience, the special skills drawn from the system mall are definitely more cost-effective than cash and assets. God-level driving. After extraction, the host will have God-level driving skills and can perfectly control any type of car. Good, it's another amazing skill that can be used to show off and gain shock value, Sumabe said with satisfaction. Although Sumabe looked at the supercar again. That's not right, Sumabe said to himself, I have a supercar, and I have God-level driving skills, but I don't have a driver's license? System, can you get me a driver's license? Ding, powerless. Damn you, Sumabe could only helplessly turn his gaze towards the private plane. Airbus A380, a private jet, is worth $1 billion and is equipped with 4 General Electric engines. It can fly continuously for 14,880 kilometers and has a maximum speed of Mach 0.86. There are only 8 of them in the world. The interior space is 342 square meters, with luxurious bedrooms, a bar, an entertainment area, a conference room, a leisure area, etc. The lower part of the aircraft is also equipped with a mobile garage that can accommodate 2 cars. Right to use the helipad. All city airports in China can park private aircraft for free. System, you are awesome. Sumabe immediately gave a thumbs up and praised the system. As we all know, it is easy to buy an airplane, but it is difficult to maintain it. The cost of daily maintenance and downtime is astronomical. I didn't expect that the system could directly help me solve the downtime problem. Ding. To remind the host, the private jet crew has been arranged and their wages will be paid monthly by the system. Please contact the crew to specify the payment date and amount of wages. System, I really love you, Sumabe laughed. This is really great. I don't need to worry about anything anymore. The system has arranged everything properly. Ding, please ask the host whether to extract. Let us extract the unique skills first, Sumabe said. Ding. Extraction successful. In an instant, countless knowledge and skills about driving a vehicle flooded into Sumabe's mind. It only took Sumabe a moment to grasp all the knowledge, and then asked, System, where will the private jet and sports car appear after they are extracted? The pickup location of the Ding sports car can be arranged at will. After the private jet is picked up, it will be parked at Langchang Airport. Then let us retrieve the private plane first, Sumabe said after thinking for a moment. I don't have a driver's license yet, so I can't use the sports car for the time being and I have no place to put it. Ding. Extraction successful. Alert, the Airbus A380 private jet has been parked at Langchang Airport, please check it carefully. Chapter 23. Shaping Pill. At the same time, in a building in a high-end residential area in Zhangchang, Du Baochang was pacing back and forth in his room with his mobile phone in his hand. Lulu, I will take you to buy your favorite bag tomorrow, okay? We have been together for so long, when will you come to my house to play? After sending the WeChat message to son Lulu, Du Baochang's face turned gloomy when he thought of the scene of him kneeling in public to Sumabe during the day. Bastard, you made me so embarrassed, watch how I play with the girl you like, and take revenge. Bite. I'm sorry, I think we are not suitable to be a couple. I don't want the bag anymore. Let us just be classmates from now on. When Du Baochang opened his phone expectantly and saw the reply from Sun Lulu, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. His face turned red as liver in an instant, veins popped out on his forehead, and he cursed angrily, "Bastard, bitch." During the time when he was dating Sun Lulu, Du Baochang was very obedient to her. He gave her 2 sets of brand name clothes worth thousands of yuan. He would also buy her delicious and fun things whenever he saw them. Only the luxury bag with a price tag of tens of thousands of yuan made Du Baochang hesitate again and again, as he always felt that the price was too expensive and did not buy it. What made Du Baochang even more difficult to accept was that although they had been dating for half a month, he had never even touched Sun Lulu's hand. Every time he wanted to get close to her, he would be rejected or shirked for various reasons. Du Baochang became angrier the more he thought about it, so he picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Lulu again. "You want to break up? Are you going to go find that poor guy Sumabe? What can he give you? Who else would be so good to you except me? I will definitely make you regret it." After sending the message, Du Baochang waited anxiously for a long time, but there was no reply from Sun Lulu. "Damn gold digger, what's so great about that? Sooner or later I will make you regret your decision today and come back to me obediently," Du Baochang said angrily. "Damn Sumabe, he actually made me so embarrassed in front of the whole class. I have to think of a way to change everyone's opinion of me, otherwise I will be too embarrassed to go back to school." After Du Baochang pondered for a moment, he suddenly realized that apart from being rich, his conditions seemed to be inferior to Sumabe. "Humph, being rich is also my advantage. No matter how outstanding Sumabe is, isn't he still a poor guy?" Du Baochang thought proudly. Du Baochang suddenly had an idea and came up with a solution. At this time, Sumabe had already walked into the bathroom at home according to the instructions given by the system. System, extract plastic pill. Ding, extraction successful. In an instant, a golden light flashed, and a pill the size of a glass ball appeared in Sumabe's hand. Sumabe picked it up, took a quick look at it, and put it into his mouth without hesitation. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it melted immediately. Then, a burning sensation surged from his abdomen, and Sumabe felt as if his whole body was burning in flames. "Damn, it hurts so much?" Sumabe closed his eyes tightly, enduring the pain coming from his body. At the same time, a dark brown unknown liquid began to slowly discharge from the pores of his body. "What is this? Why is it so smelly?" Sumabe finally understood why the system prompted him to go to the bathroom and take the shaping pill. Gradually, the burning sensation in the body subsided, replaced by a feeling of general comfort. The dark brown liquid finally stopped flowing, but Sumabe still couldn't stand the stench. Without caring about anything else, Sumabe hurriedly turned on the shower head and began to rinse his body. He didn't know how long he rinsed. After making sure that he could no longer smell the disgusting smell, Sumabe reached out and turned off the shower, and the water stopped abruptly. Then he picked up the bath towel beside him and began to wipe his body carefully. After wiping his body, Sumabe casually shook off the water droplets on his hair, and then turned his gaze to his body again. At this moment, he widened his eyes in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. He saw that his originally frail body had become unusually strong and powerful, with clear muscle lines and full of strength, and his skin was no longer as rough and dark as before, but became smooth and delicate, like white jade. Sumabe subconsciously walked to the mirror and stared at himself in the mirror. The face was still familiar to him, but it seemed a little different. Looking closely, he discovered that his facial features seemed more three-dimensional and profound, his eyes bright and lively. He was still the same person, but he gave people an indescribable sense of handsomeness. Sumabe's eyes slowly moved down, passing over the broad and solid shoulders, the thick and powerful arms, and finally stopped at the solid chest and abdomen. The 8 angular abdominal muscles were neatly arranged as if they were carved by a knife, and the tight chest muscles were slightly raised, exuding the masculine aura unique to men. And the strong waist perfectly outlined a standard male dog waist shape, showing an excellent body proportion. This shaping pill is really powerful. Sumabe looked at his perfect self in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. The next day, Sumabe got up early as usual, washed up, and walked into the living room, and shouted, "Mom, is breakfast ready? I'm so hungry." After going through the system's body transformation last night, Sumabe was already starving. "Your dad went out to buy it and should be back soon. Just wait for him," said Wang Yaon, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. When she turned around and saw her baby son, she was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Sumabe was speechless for a moment. How could a biological mother not recognize her own son? Really, Mom? You don't recognize me? Are you Mabe? Wang Yaong stood up and walked quickly to Su Mabe, looking him up and down with an expression of disbelief on her face. Are you really my son? How come you have become so much more handsome after just one night? Su Mabe smiled proudly and said, How about it, Mom? Is your son handsome now? Wang Yaong smiled and nodded, Yes, you have indeed become much more handsome. However, your change is too big, what's going on? Of course Su Mabe couldn't tell his mother the truth, so he made up an excuse, I've been working out recently, the results are pretty good, right? Wang Yaong looked at him doubtfully. Could fitness have such a great effect? Of course, Mom, don't underestimate the role of fitness, Su Mabe explained quickly. At this time, Dad Su Guoqiang came back with breakfast. Wang Yaong quickly pulled him and pointed at Su Mabe and asked, Look, is this our son? I can hardly recognize him. Looking at Su Mabe, Su Guoqiang was also surprised. How come this boy became so handsome all of a sudden? Su Mabe looked at his parents' surprised expressions and smiled secretly in his heart. Chapter 24, Li Muzi, who values love over friendship. For breakfast, Su Mabe ate 6 big meat buns and 5 fried dough sticks before he patted his stomach contentedly. I took out my cell phone, opened the campus network, and handed it to my parents. Mom and Dad, the results of this final exam are out. How many subjects did you fail again? How many subjects did you fail again? The old couple said in unison. They both knew their son's academic performance was terrible. In addition, he often skipped classes and went to bars. It was impossible for him not to fail. Son, it's okay if you fail a test. Just pay attention when you take the makeup exam. Your parents only hope that you can graduate from university successfully and get a diploma, Wang Yaong said earnestly. That's right. Su Guoqiang nodded in response, then took Su Mabe's phone and glanced at it casually. Puff. Cough cough cough. When he saw this, all the soy milk in his mouth spat out instantly, and then he started coughing non-stop. What happened? Wang Yaong quickly picked up the napkin and helped him wipe it. Without bothering to explain, Su Guoqiang picked up the report card again and read it carefully. Ahem, full marks? It was actually full marks? Didn't fail a single class? What? Upon hearing this, Wang Yaong snatched the phone away, on which was clearly written a perfect score. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Son, did you cheat? Su Guoqiang looked at Su Mabe and asked seriously. How is that possible? My grades are known to the whole school. They are absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you and Mom can call our class teacher. Su Mabe said with a smile. Really? Su Guoqiang looked at his wife in surprise. Isn't this a big jump in grades? In the midterm exam, the total score was only over 300 points, and with the pitiful daily credits, I only passed 2 subjects. Now I got full marks? And I didn't fail any subject? It would be hard for anyone to accept it. Mom and Dad, your son is a genius. The reason why I often skip classes is because I have already learned the knowledge. This is the final exam, so as long as I simply review it, I can easily get full marks, Su Mabe said with a smile. Really? Su Guoqiang looked at his wife blankly. Is that so? Wang Yaong said uncertainly. Okay, then I'm going to school. Su Mabe shook his head and smiled, said hello to his parents, then walked out of the house with his school bag. Our son is so handsome. He looks more and more like me when I was young, Su Guoqiang said with a smile. Bah, they say sons take after their mothers. My son inherited my excellent genes. What does it have to do with you? Wang Yaong said dissatisfiedly. Su Guoqiang, I can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you. After Su Mabe walked out of the house, he felt that he had eaten too much for breakfast, so he decided to run to school as usual. He was wearing a light blue sports jacket with a pure white base shirt underneath and a pair of white sports sneakers. Like a handsome face carefully carved by a master sculptor, every line perfectly shows the masculine charm and handsomeness, a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and slightly upturned mouth corners. His muscular body, solid chest, and long legs formed a beautiful landscape on the streets of Langchang in the early morning. As he ran along, no matter whether it was the pedestrians passing by in a hurry on the street or the passers-by stopping to watch on the side of the road, they could not help but be attracted by him. Look, that little brother is so handsome. So handsome, this is simply a prince who walked out of a comic book. Why did the guy run so fast? No one had a chance to ask for his contact information. My Prince Charming appeared, I'm in love. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Sumabe, who was still running, heard the system prompt sound in his mind. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly and smile like a spring breeze. Seeing this smile, some crazy girls on the street screamed in surprise. After running all the way to the classroom door, the system prompt sound in Sumabe's mind finally quieted down. I looked at the time. I ran a little too fast today. There should be no one in the classroom at this early hour. As soon as I walked into the classroom, I saw Langchang sitting alone in his seat reviewing. Seeing his serious look, Sumabe nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that his efforts during this period were not in vain, and his good brother's self-control had improved a lot. Walking straight to him, Sumabe said with a smile, "Great. You come to school so early to start reviewing?" Hearing the voice, his idea of solving the problem was instantly interrupted. Langchang raised his head with a frown. Looking at Sumabe with a smile on his face, Langchang asked blankly, "Who are you? What are you doing in our classroom?" Sumabe said speechlessly, "Don't you recognize me after not seeing me for one night?" Langchang screamed immediately and said in shock, "Are you Mabe?" Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. If it's not me, then who else? Seeing his appearance, Sumabe smiled. How come you have become so handsome in just one night? Langchang asked in surprise. Is there? I think he has always been this handsome, Sumabe said narcissistically. Hearing his words, Langchang immediately showed a look of contempt. Sumabe didn't care and said with a smile, "I am very pleased to see you study so hard on your own." You don't understand. Langchang looked around secretly, and when she saw that there was no one else in the class, she whispered, "Dong Xiaofang said that if I could promise not to fail the exam, she would agree to be my girlfriend. I think I have a good chance." Upon hearing this, Sumabe instantly revealed a look of contempt and raised his middle finger towards Langchang. I have been advising him for so long with all my heart, but it is not as good as Dong Xiaofang's one sentence. He really values women over friends. Sumabe glared at him angrily, then turned around without looking back, walked straight to his seat, took out a learning machine from his school bag, put on headphones, and continued to review his English listening. Time passed by minute, and the students in the class came to the classroom one after another. No matter who you are, as long as you step into the classroom, the first thing you will see is a super handsome man sitting in Sumabe's seat. Gradually, more and more people came into the classroom, and whispers from the crowd began to be heard. Wow, who is this person? Why is he sitting in Sumabe's seat? He looks so handsome, could he be a new transfer student? Why do I feel he looks so familiar? Chapter 25, Crying Son Lulu. Just as everyone was talking, son Lulu hurried into the classroom holding an exquisite pink lunchbox. After taking a confused look at the people whispering in groups of 3 or 5, he walked straight to Sumabe. When she saw the face that was both familiar and unfamiliar, son Lulu asked in surprise, "Excuse me, who are you?" Hearing the voice, Sumabe raised his head, took off his headphones, and when he saw that the person coming was son Lulu, he frowned and said, "What's the matter?" "Ah? Are you Sumabe?" Hearing the voice that couldn't be more familiar, son Lulu covered her mouth in surprise. After hearing her words, the people who were still talking around suddenly became excited. It was Sumabe? How come he suddenly became so handsome? I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Did he evolve for the second time last night? Otherwise, how could he change so drastically overnight? Wow, it seems that the ranking of the school idols in our school can be re-ranked. With Sumabe's handsome looks, he can definitely crush other school idols. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Son Lulu reacted and looked at the handsome face in front of her. Her face immediately turned ruddy. She picked up the lunchbox in her hand and said, "This is the breakfast I made early today. You haven't eaten the food I made yourself, right? Let me give you a taste." Wow! The people around suddenly widened their eyes and showed expressions of disbelief. What was going on? Son Lulu actually took the initiative to deliver breakfast to Sumabe? Humph, I think she just regretted it. Now Sumabe is many times stronger than Du Baochang. What's the point of being handsome? The most important thing is to have money. I don't care. If I have to choose, I will definitely choose Sumabe. Hearing the discussions of the people around him, Sumabe raised his lips and said, "No need, I have already had breakfast." "I made it especially for you, just try it," son Lulu said aggrievedly. "Really, it's not necessary. Thank you." After saying that, Sumabe put on his headphones and continued to review. "Do you really want to embarrass me in front of so many people?" Son Lulu's big, watery eyes were now filled with tears. Facing her pitiful appearance, Sumabe seemed not to hear her. He still kept his head down, the pen in his hand kept moving across the book, he was concentrating on reviewing his lessons, and ignored everything she said. Son Lulu stared at the cold Sumabe in front of her with her eyes wide open, her anger rising. She never thought that even though she was so humble, Sumabe was still indifferent. "You." Son Lulu was so angry that she was shaking all over, and a word was stuck in her throat. Finally, she couldn't stand the humiliation of being ignored, so she turned around and ran back to her seat, threw herself on the desk, buried her head deeply in her arms, and sobbed. The classroom suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, with only son Lulu's intermittent sobs echoing in the air. However, the students around her just watched the scene silently, and no one stepped forward to comfort her. "We have been classmates for a whole year, and everyone has seen how Sumabe treated son Lulu in the past." However, she rejected Sumabe, who had been obedient to her for a whole year, and chose Du Baochang instead. It can only be said that she deserved what she has ended up like this. At this time, Xiao Chenyue and Dong Xiaofang walked into the classroom side by side. Feeling that the atmosphere was wrong, both of them were very surprised. When Xiao Chenyue habitually looked towards Sumabe's seat, she was also startled by his sudden change in appearance, but she did not make a fuss like others, she just felt a little surprised. It's obviously the same face, with the same facial features and the same outline, but for some reason it gives people a very handsome and friendly feeling. For the entire morning, son Lulu lay bent over her desk without raising her head. And Du Baochang still did not appear in the classroom. As soon as the school bell rang at noon, Xiao Chenyue invited Sumabe, Li Muzi and Dong Xiaofang to go to KFC again without hesitation. This was an agreement the two of them had made before. Unlike last time, the four of them left school after school this time. When they arrived at the fast food restaurant, it was already packed with people. Every table was fully occupied, and there was no empty seat at all. With no other options, the four of them could only buy 4 family buckets and came to a quiet bench in a nearby park to eat and chat. "Mabe, what happened to Du Baochang? He hasn't come to school for 2 days," Li Muzi asked while eating fried chicken legs. "I don't know either." Sumabe shook his head. "His side quest has been completed. Who would care about his life or death?" At this moment, the phone in Sumabe's pocket rang. I picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, I'm Sumabe." "Hello, boss. I am the exclusive captain of your private jet. My name is Zhang Yankai." Hearing the voice coming from the other end of the phone, Sumabe glanced at the 3 people who were still talking and laughing, and walked aside quietly. "Well, tell me what's going on." "Yes, boss. Your private jet Airbus A380 has been parked at Langchang Airport. When is it convenient for you to come and check it?" "I understand. I will call you when I have time. Please follow my instructions." "Okay, I won't bother you anymore." Wait, Sumabe suddenly remembered that the system asked him to negotiate the issue of crew salaries. "Boss, do you have any other instructions?" Sumabe thought for a moment and asked, "How many people are there in the crew? How much is their salary?" Reporting to the boss, "There are currently 22 people in the crew. I am the captain, and my salary is 300,000 yuan per month. The co-pilot has a salary of 150,000 yuan per month. There are 12 flight attendants, or service personnel, and each of them has a monthly salary of 120,000 yuan. There are also 8 staff members who are responsible for the daily maintenance of the aircraft, and each of them has a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. I understand. From now on, this day of every month will be the day you get your salary. Your salary will be doubled and will be paid to you in advance. Anyway, their salaries are paid by the system, so Sumabe can take this opportunity to be a good guy." Thank you, boss," an excited voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone. Jiangcheng Airport. "Captain, what did the boss say? Did the boss tell me how to arrange it? Please tell me." At this time, the crew members gathered around Zhang Yankai, and after seeing him hang up the phone, they all started asking anxiously. In particular, more than a dozen tall and elegant stewardesses chattered and asked questions non-stop. The boss asked everyone to wait for his arrangements. He also said that everyone's salary would be doubled, and today of every month would be the day for salary distribution, and it would be paid to everyone in advance, Zhang Yankai said with a smile. Real? Our new boss is so handsome. Is it true or not? Bite. 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 At this moment, text message alerts on everyone's cell phones rang at the same time. When I picked it up and took a look, it was indeed the bank notification information of salary being transferred to my bank card, and the salary was also twice the original amount. Wow, I got my salary. I also received. I didn't expect that our new boss, whom we haven't met yet, would be so generous. Looks like everyone will have a good time in the future. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Chapter 26, My Place is Big Enough. At the same time, Sumabe, who had just put his cell phone into his pocket, was startled by Lin Yuzi's high-pitched shouting before he had time to catch his breath. Lin Yuzi was furious, waving the chicken leg in his hand and shouting, "Mabe, take a look at our class WeChat group. That bastard Du Baochang is causing trouble again." Hearing this, Sumabe took out his phone again, quickly unlocked the screen, clicked on the WeChat icon, and entered the class group chat page. Sure enough, a particularly eye-catching piece of news came into view, which was just released by Du Baochang. The general meaning is that in order to allow the classmates to get together for the last time before summer vacation, Du Baochang decided to hold a banquet at 8 o'clock tonight and invite the whole class to have dinner at Rui Hotel. But at the end of the message, Du Baochang specifically had Ed Sumabe alone. There are 52 people in our class, but the box I reserved can only accommodate 51 people. The seats are limited. Thank you. The meaning is very clear, it is deliberately targeting Sumabe. Below the message, some classmates have already responded. Wow, he is indeed the Master Du of our class. Rui Hotel is a 3-star hotel. Master Du wants to treat the whole class. It must cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? Mr. Du is treating us, I will definitely be there on time. This is a dinner party targeting Sumabe. Who cares who he's targeting? I've never eaten at such a high-end hotel before. I'm going to eat a lot tonight no matter what. After casually reading a few reply messages, Sumabe closed the WeChat message, put the phone in his pocket, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. This Du Baochang is really childish. Mabe, don't pay attention to him. Don't worry, the three of us will definitely not go there, Lin Yuzi comforted her. It's just the Rui Hotel, Qianyue and I want to go there, Dong Xiaofang said. Xia Qianyue just nodded in agreement and didn't say anything. Of course you can't go. Sumabe raised his lips slightly, revealing a sly smile, because I will also treat you tonight. After saying that, under the confused gazes of the three people, he found the platinum membership card of Yahyuan Hotel in his shirt pocket. Fortunately, the clothes I wore today were the same as the ones I wore when I went to Yahyuan Hotel that day, otherwise it would have been really difficult. Taking the membership card, he walked to the side and dialed the ordering number on his cell phone. Soon, after a phone call, Sumabe came back and said with a smile, "Muzi, this is the last elective class today, we are skipping class." Lin Yuzi? At this moment, Du Baochang was lying comfortably on the big, soft sofa in his living room, holding his mobile phone tightly in his hand, staring intently at the enthusiastic replies from his classmates in the group chat interface on the screen. I saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised, gradually forming a smile of extreme satisfaction. Humph, so what if he is handsome? So what if he has good grades? What's the use of all this? Today, this young master will personally teach Sumabe a lesson, to make him clearly realize the huge gap between him and the children of truly wealthy families. Du Baochang muttered to himself while holding the phone tightly in his palm and sent a message to son Lulu. Lulu, remember to come over after school in the evening. I ordered your favorite roast chicken. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no reply from son Lulu, which made Du Baochang, who was originally in a good mood, furious. Bitch, I wonder how long you can keep pretending. It was the last evening study session today and the classroom was unusually quiet. During an elective class, Sumabe and Lin Yuzi quietly slipped out of the back door of the classroom while the teacher was not paying attention. In the class, except Xia Qianyue and Dong Xiaofang, other students had no idea that they were missing. Of course, even if someone found out, they wouldn't be too surprised. After all, everyone would think that Su Mabe might have chosen to leave school early because he didn't want to be humiliated by Du Baochang. At this time, the minds of the students who stayed in the classroom were more or less distracted. Many of them looked up from time to time and glanced at the slow-moving clock hanging on the wall. At this moment, the clock pointed to 6:55 p.m., and there were only 5 minutes left before the end of school. But these 5 insignificant minutes seemed to be extremely long to this group of students who had already been absent-minded. Some people began to complain quietly. Why isn't at 7 o'clock yet? Yes, I can't wait to rush to Rui Hotel. My big pork elbow, my roast chicken is calling me. I didn't even have lunch for this meal. Amid the complaints of the crowd, the clock finally struck 7 o'clock and the school bell rang. Oh yeah. School is finally over. Come on, everybody. Just when everyone was about to rush out of the classroom excitedly, they were stopped by Dong Xiaofang, who was prepared. This instantly caused great dissatisfaction among the whole class. Dong Xiaofang, what are you doing? Get out of the way. That's right, don't block us. Get out of the way. Rui Hotel is not close to the school. I am almost starving to death. Facing everyone's criticism, Dong Xiaofang gritted her teeth and said, "Everyone, check your phones first, Su Mabe just posted a message in the group." Su Mabe? He posted the news? So what if he posted the news? While everyone was discussing in dissatisfaction, they took out their mobile phones and opened the group chat interface. Sure enough, just now, Su Mabe released a message with a video attached. The content of the message was that he would also be inviting the entire class to dinner tonight, at the same time, but the location would be the 5-star Yahiyuan Hotel. The video content shows the dishes he has already ordered, including lobster, abalone, hairy crab, bluefin tuna sashimi, roast suckling pig, etc. Whether it is flying in the sky, swimming in the water, or running on the ground, we have everything, and they are all top-notch ingredients that no one has ever seen before. In the end, Su Mabe also added Du Baochang. The place you are hosting is too small. The place I am hosting is big enough. Come on, there are plenty of seats. Gulu. 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 After watching the video, everyone's stomach started to growl involuntarily. Some people were even secretly wiping the saliva from the corners of their mouths. Is this true? That is the only 5-star hotel in Langchang. Can Su Mabe afford it? I think he's playing a trick on us. Everyone knows his family conditions. Where does he get so much money? For so many people, it would cost at least over 100,000, right? More than 100,000? Didn't you see the ingredients in the video? In my opinion, it would cost at least several 100,000. Faced with everyone's questions, Xia Chenyue, who had remained silent all this time, stood up. I can testify that what Su Mabe said is true. Wow. Hearing her words, the crowd, who had been full of distrust just now, suddenly became noisy. Chapter 27. Why does he, Su Mabe? For the whole class, the words of the school beauty class monitor Xia Chenyue are more convincing than the video released by Su Mabe. Su Mabe actually wants to invite everyone to dinner at Yahiyuan Hotel? Damn, that's a 5-star hotel. I wouldn't even dream of doing that. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go? Yahiyuan Hotel is much closer than Ili Hotel. What about Du Baochang? Are you stupid? Who would go to a 3-star hotel when there are 5-star hotels? Even Du Baochang himself may not have been there. Come on, I'm starving. While talking, everyone ran out of the classroom and rushed towards the school gate. At this moment, son Lulu, who had been depressed all day, hurriedly put away her textbooks and ran out of the classroom. She decided to make her position clear tonight. She wanted to let Su Mabe know that she supported him, not Du Baochang. At this time, in a private room with a very grand decoration style in the Yahiyuan Hotel, Su Mabe raised the corners of his mouth and put his mobile phone in his pocket. Mabe, are we really going to eat here? Li Muzi asked. What else? Su Mabe said with a smile. Li Muzi sighed deeply and said, Mabe, I have already asked the waiter clearly. The dishes you just ordered, even without counting the drinks, would cost at least hundreds of thousands. Where did you get such a large sum of money? Facing Li Muzi's questioning, Su Mabe showed a mysterious smile and whispered 2 words, secret. Seeing this, Li Muzi said unhappily, don't keep me in suspense. He quickly took out a bank card from his trouser pocket and handed it to Sumabe without hesitation, and then said, "Take this card. There are tens of thousands of yuan in it. That's all my belongings. If this is not enough, I can just go back home and ask my dad for money." Sumabe did not reach out to take the bank card. He stared at Li Muzi, who had a sincere face in front of him, and was deeply moved. Although they had either skipped classes or hung out in internet cafes when they were together since they met, no matter when and where, as long as Sumabe encountered difficulties, Li Muzi would always stand up for him without hesitation. This brotherhood deeply touched Sumabe. He patted Li Muzi on the shoulder and said with a smile, "No need, brother, I have money." Li Muzi looked at him suspiciously. "Do you really have money? Did you borrow money from a loan shark?" Sumabe quickly waved his hands. "How could that be?" "Don't worry." At the entrance of Rui Hotel, Du Baochang, who was originally smiling and ready to welcome his classmates, also saw the message posted by Sumabe in the class group. Especially the message at him was particularly eye-catching. The purpose of the gathering organized by Du Baochang this time was to deliberately target Sumabe. He could also take this opportunity to regain his reputation in front of the whole class and redeem his lost reputation. But what was unexpected was that Sumabe, who was in sharp contrast to the narrow-minded Du Baochang, actually took the initiative to invite him. In this way, the gap between the two was instantly determined, and Du Baochang's image became more and more petty. Thinking of this, Du Baochang's unsightly expression gradually darkened, and he muttered to himself, "What on earth is this damn Sumabe up to? Yahiyuan Hotel, that's the only 5-star luxury hotel in Langchang. Not to mention me, even my dad has only been there a few times. Where on earth did Sumabe, a poor guy with nothing, get so much money?" You know, Du Baochang's family conditions are the best in Jiangcheng University, but his family's total assets are only a few million. Although the elders in his family usually dote on him, the money spent on this party is all his pocket money that he has worked hard to save for half a year. Just then, the waiter's voice came from behind. "Hello, sir, the kitchen has prepared the food you ordered. When can it be served?" "Serve the dishes, what else?" "Return them all to me," Du Baochang said unhappily. "We have been waiting for so long, but none of the classmates have come. It is obvious that they have all gone to Sumabe's place. Who would come to a 3-star hotel when there are 5-star hotels?" "But," the waiter said in embarrassment, "the dishes are already prepared. If you cancel now, the 5,000 yuan deposit you paid before will not be refunded. If you don't want to refund it, then don't refund it. It can be considered as timely cutting the loss." As he said this, Du Baochang stopped a taxi and headed towards the Yahiyuan Hotel. Although he knew it would be embarrassing if he went there, he still wanted to go and see why he, Sumabe, had the right to spend so much money on a meal in a 5-star hotel. At this moment, the spacious and luxurious private room of the Yahiyuan Hotel was already full. All the students from Class 2 of the Finance Department of Jiangcheng University, except Du Baochang, were present. In front of everyone, there are exquisite dishes with good color, aroma, and taste. These dishes are not only fragrant and mouth-watering, but also look great, like exquisite works of art. Although everyone was already extremely hungry and drooling, no one took the initiative to pick up their chopsticks. They all looked at Sumabe, who was smiling. After all, today's dinner was paid for by Sumabe, and it was held in such a high-end place, so everyone should give him some face. Feeling everyone's focused attention, Sumabe smiled slightly, without any unnecessary nonsense, and said directly, "Everyone, eat while it's hot. However, summer vacation is about to start, so everyone should get drunk today. People who don't drink don't have to be polite, you can drink the special drinks here as much as you want." As soon as he finished speaking, as if issuing a silent command, everyone instantly picked up their chopsticks and reached out to the delicious dishes on the table impatiently. In a blink of an eye, they began to devour them with relish. Su Xiaohu is mighty and domineering. Thank you, Suzhou University. Wow, this dish tastes absolutely amazing. That's right. I need to eat more and replenish myself. It is a 5-star hotel, the food is delicious. Just as everyone was talking, the door of the private room was suddenly opened and Du Baochang, who was late, walked in. Chapter 28, Pooling Money to Pay the Bill? Hey, isn't this our Du Baochang, Mr. Du? Why are you here too? That's right. I guess our Mr. Du must be like us. He has never eaten in such a high-end place. Don't talk nonsense. After all, he is the one with the best family conditions in our class. Oh no, in the whole school. After he knelt down and apologized to our Suzhou University campus hunk, he disappeared. If I were him, I definitely wouldn't have the face to come over and get free food and drinks. Learn from the handsome guy from Suzhou University. You were so petty that you didn't let him go to the dinner you organized, but he still remembered to invite you when he came to such a high-end place. The difference in mentality is too big. Du Baochang's appearance was immediately ridiculed by other students around him. It's natural for people to speak up for others after eating the big meal treated by Su Mabe. Everyone understands these social etiquettes. In addition, Du Baochang usually relied on his superior family background to act arrogantly in the class, and some people had already tolerated him for a long time. Hearing the ridicule from his classmates, Du Baochang's face suddenly turned gloomy. He turned around and met the eyes of Su Mabe, who had a playful smile on his face. "Mr. Du, please take a seat," said Buzhou Su Mabe with a sneer. "Humph." Du Baochang snorted coldly, then walked straight past Su Mabe and sat down in an empty seat. Du Baochang had been busy all night preparing for the dinner and hadn't even had dinner. At this moment, he looked at the delicious dishes in front of him, and his stomach immediately made a growling protest. He could no longer care about anything else, and could not wait to pick up the chopsticks in his hand, quickly picked up a piece of tender and juicy lobster meat, and put it into his mouth without hesitation. In an instant, the delicious taste of the shrimp meat bloomed on the tip of his tongue, and the unique taste and rich aroma made him intoxicated. It has to be admitted that there are indeed significant differences between 3-star hotels and 5-star hotels, not only in the quality of the ingredients, but also in the chef's superb cooking skills. Even Du Baochang, who was full of hatred, couldn't help revealing a satisfied expression after taking a small bite. Then he began to devour the food like a hungry wolf. At the same time, Su Mabe, who was also hungry, sat down next to Xia Qianyue. He skillfully peeled a plump crab leg and carefully placed it in Xia Qianyue's bowl, and whispered, "Come, try this, it tastes quite good." Xia Qianyue's cheeks turned red instantly, and she responded shyly, "Well, thank you." This whole scene was seen by son Lulu, who was sitting at another table. At this moment, she felt an inexplicable surge of jealousy in her heart. She couldn't help but secretly clench her teeth, and her originally gentle face was slightly distorted by jealousy. Her eyes full of resentment would secretly glance at Xia Qianyue from time to time. Xia Qianyue was completely unaware of the hostile look from son Lulu. She still took the food handed to her by Su Mabe with a smile and elegant manners, and began to enjoy it slowly. Son Lulu felt even more unhappy at this moment. She really couldn't understand why Su Mabe could be so heartless to her. Was it true that all the kindness he showed to me during the entire year of college was fake? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. The more she tried to figure it out, the angrier she became, and the more worried she became. The meal was so lively, with everyone laughing and talking. Before we knew it, more than 2 hours had passed before everyone put down their chopsticks contentedly and patted their bellies to show that they were full. After Su Mabe took a short rest while sitting on a chair, he stood up and walked out of the private room and came to the front desk on the first floor to prepare to pay the bill. The waiter standing in front of the front desk had a professional smile on his face and said to Su Mabe respectfully, "Hello sir, after calculation, your total consumption this time is 300,000 renminbi." Before Su Mabe could react, 3 hands suddenly stretched out from behind him, each holding a bank card. Su Mabe turned around in astonishment and saw Li Muzi, Xiao Qianyue and Dong Xiaofang looking at him anxiously. He couldn't help but ask speechlessly, "What are you doing?" Li Muzi was the most impatient. He immediately rushed to say, "Oh, stop talking so much. Where do you get so much money? Hurry up and use our card to pay the bill. Don't let other classmates see it." As he said this, he stuffed the bank card in his hand into Su Mabe's hand without saying anything. Dong Xiaofang on the side also echoed, "That's right, here you go, hurry up." Xia Qianyue seemed relatively quiet. She just silently pushed the bank card in her hand forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Mabe. Although she did not say anything, her firm eyes seemed to convey the same meaning. At this moment, Du Baochang's sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind them, "Hey, I was wondering how Su Mabe had the money to invite everyone to a 5-star hotel for dinner. It turns out that he used other people's money, and he pooled it together." The other people who came out one after another gathered around the front desk after hearing Du Baochang's words. "No way? Su Mabe invited us to dinner, but the money was raised by others? I asked him how he could suddenly become so rich and invite everyone to come here for dinner. So who does this meal belong to? Du Baochang, do you want to die?" Li Muzi glared at him fiercely. Du Baochang couldn't help but feel frightened. Although he was afraid of Li Muzi in his heart, he still pretended to be calm and said, "What? I'm just telling the truth. Is there anything wrong with that? This is one of the few great opportunities to make Su Mabe look bad and embarrassed in front of everyone. Thinking of this, Du Baochang secretly encouraged himself and tried to straighten his back. Su Mabe, who was standing aside, smiled slightly, patted Li Nuzi's shoulder nonchalantly, and signaled him to calm down. Then he looked at Du Baochang and said calmly, "They just don't want to see me spend too much money on this dinner alone." What? Is Mr. Du jealous? In my opinion, I'm afraid you don't have such a good friend. Hearing Su Mabe's words, Du Baochang's face instantly turned very ugly. He opened his mouth to refute something, but couldn't utter a word. Indeed, he had to admit that he was really jealous of Su Mabe. Not only did he have close friends who were willing to help him, but the school beauty Xiao Qianyue was also one of them, which made him extremely jealous. Don't change the subject. If you have the ability, don't use their money. Pay the bill by yourself, Du Baochang said angrily. No problem. Su Mabe smiled slightly, took out the platinum membership card, handed it to the cashier, and said, "This is the platinum membership card given to me when I spent more than 200,000 yuan when I came here last time. Can I use it?" "Sure," the cashier said respectfully after taking the platinum membership card and confirming that it was correct. As soon as the words fell, the people around him suddenly became agitated. Chapter 29. How much do you say? From what Su Mabe said, he had been to this 5-star hotel before. He spent more than 200,000 yuan and got a platinum membership card here? Ha, who knows if you took someone else's membership card and came here to pretend, Du Baochang said disdainfully. Su Mabe ignored him. The reason he took out the platinum membership card was just to save where possible. You have a credit card machine here. Can I check the balance on the card? Su Mabe looked at the cashier and asked. Yes, but you need to authenticate your real name via text message, the cashier said. Then use this card to pay the bill, and by the way, help me check the balance on the card. Su Mabe handed over his bank card. Okay, please wait a moment. The cashier respectfully took the bank card. After a simple operation, the card is swiped successfully with a ding sound. Oh my god, the card was actually swiped successfully? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the cashier respectfully handed the bank card back to Su Mabe again. Sorry sir, I have kept you waiting for so long. Your total consumption is 300,000 renminbi. After the 20% discount on our platinum membership card, you need to pay 240,000 renminbi. The card has been swiped successfully. This is your bank card. The verification information has been sent to your mobile phone. You only need to tell me the verification code to check the balance on the card. Thank you. Su Mabe took the bank card with a smile, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket quickly and reported the verification code he had just received to the cashier without hesitation. After entering the verification code, the cashier stared at the information displayed on the machine screen. Suddenly, she was stunned. After a few seconds, she came to her senses and said in surprise. Sir, the balance on your card is 7,425,885 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. You know, the cashiers here are professionally trained and have high professional qualities. But when she saw the balance on the card with her own eyes, she still couldn't suppress her inner shock. She stared at Su Mabe with her eyes wide open in disbelief. She even raised one hand to cover her mouth unconsciously, fearing that she would scream out because of being too surprised. Although this is a 5-star hotel, most of the guests who come to dine here are either rich or noble. It is not uncommon to see multi-millionaires here, and even those with a net worth of over 100 million are not uncommon. But it is the first time that she has met someone as young as Su Mabe who has such a huge deposit. Could it be that the young man in front of me is the son of some mysterious big family? How much did you say? When Du Baochang heard the cashier report that number, he was completely stunned. He didn't care about anything else and rushed to the computer, staring at the string of numbers displayed on the screen. 10, 100,000, 1 million, more than 7 million? How is this possible? Du Baochang muttered to himself in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Yes, it was indeed a balance of more than 7 million. This number was like a bolt from the blue, and it stunned him. All of his family's assets added up to only a few million, but the cash Suma Bei possessed was more than the family assets he was so proud of. Du Baochang only felt his head buzzing, and for a moment he completely lost the ability to think. At this moment, the students who had been quiet around also came over. When they learned the exact number from Du Baochang, the whole scene suddenly became boiling. Oh my god, more than 7 million? That's too much. Growing up, I never dared to imagine that I would see so much money. Could it be that Suma Bei is actually a well-hidden wealthy man? A true super boss? Not only is he so handsome, he has a great figure and a very high IQ. Now I realize he is so rich. He is simply the perfect Prince Charming from a fairy tale. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. In the crowd, Sun Lulu stood there with a dazed look on her face, staring at Suma Bei, who had an indifferent expression. For a moment, she was filled with doubts and confusion about the boy who had been pursuing her for a whole year. She recalled that in the past year, Suma Bei had been silently guarding her side. No matter what difficulty she encountered, he was always the first to lend a hand. Although he was not rich, he treated her with sincerity. However, just after he rejected him and chose Du Baochang, Suma Bei suddenly exploded. He first showed his academic brilliance and now showed his astonishing wealth. Sun Lulu couldn't help but start to re-examine this relationship. Was he pretending to be himself from the beginning? If she had known that this was the real him, how could she have been so blind as to choose Du Baochang? Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Suma Bei smiled calmly and said, "Well, it's already very late, everyone should go home and have some rest, as you have to go to school tomorrow." Unlike the beginning, everyone now obeys Suma Bei's words. After Suma Bei finished speaking, everyone walked out of the hotel one after another. "Ma Bei, we are leaving first, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, Suzhou University Campus Prince." "Suzhou University's Campus Prince, can I bring you breakfast tomorrow?" "Hurry up, is it your turn to deliver breakfast to others? Don't you forget our school beauty monitor?" After saying hello to Suma Bei, everyone left in groups. Du Baochang was also distracted and got into a taxi home alone. At the hotel entrance, only Suma Bei, Li Muzi, Xiao Qianyue and Dong Xiaofang were left. "Ma Bei, where did you get so much money? That's more than 7 million. Seeing that there was no one around, Li Muzi finally spoke out the question that he had been holding back for a long time. "Don't worry, my money is absolutely legal, but I can't tell you the details," Suma Bei said with a smile. "Okay, I'm glad you're okay. Let's go home," Li Muzi nodded and said. But Suma Bei did not answer him, but looked at Xiao Qianyue, who was also looking at him. Dong Xiaofang glanced at her best friend Xiao Qianyue, then at Suma Bei, smiled mysteriously, and pulled Li Muzi and said, "Come on, take me home." "Ah? We're not on the same route?" Li Muzi asked in confusion. "You idiot, I told you to give me a ride, so why are you talking so much nonsense?" After saying that, he pulled Li Muzi into the taxi without saying anything and drove away. "Let me take you there," Suma Bei said softly, looking at Xiao Qianyue, whose face was rosy. Xiao Qianyue nodded slightly. As the two of them walked side by side to the side of the road, they saw Sun Lulu standing there, staring at Suma Bei. Seeing her figure, Suma Bei raised his mouth and said to Xiao Qianyue beside him, "Wait for me." Xiao Qianyue said without hesitation and smiled. Chapter 30 Random Mission. Suma Bei slowly walked in front of Sun Lulu. His handsome face was covered with a layer of frost at this moment. He looked at her expressionlessly and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" Sun Lulu, who was standing opposite, lowered her head slightly, her hands twirling the corners of her clothes nervously, and whispered in a voice as low as a mosquito. "Ma Bei, let's make peace, okay? I've made it clear to Du Baochang. I've broken up with him completely." Suma Bei just smiled coldly when he heard this, and responded firmly, "Then I hope you can find a better one." Hearing this, Sun Lulu's eyes instantly turned red, and tears began to well up in them. She said in a crying voice, "Are you still angry with me? Don't worry, Du Baochang didn't even touch my hand." But Suma Bei remained unmoved. He just snorted coldly and said in a muffled voice, "What happened between you and him has nothing to do with me." Sun Lulu could no longer suppress her grief and shouted emotionally, "I don't believe you were so heartless. Have you been false to me for the whole year? Why do you treat me like this? Why? Why didn't you tell me your true identity at the beginning? Why do you torture me like this?" Her crying became louder and louder, until she could no longer sob. If I had stated from the beginning that I was a top student and a wealthy man, how could I see the true meaning of your mouth? Sumabe said coldly. Why? Why do you do this to me? Sun Lulu raised her head, looked directly at Sumabe with tearful eyes, and asked. I hope you can understand that you should not look at the world with materialism at an age when you should not be realistic. It is impossible for us to do that. After saying that, Sumabe turned around and was about to leave. Don't go, please, don't go. I regret it so much. I really regret it so much, Sun Lulu cried loudly. You'd better go back early. I'm leaving first. After Sumabe said this, he didn't even stay for a second and walked straight towards the direction where Xia Qianyue was. When he walked to Xia Qianyue's side, a warm smile appeared on his face and he said softly, let's go. Xia Qianyue, who was standing aside, nodded slightly and responded softly, okay. Her gaze always stayed on Sumabe, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Sumabe and Xia Qianyue walked side by side, their figures gradually moving away. Sun Lulu, who had been watching them leave, felt as if her soul had been sucked out of her. She instantly lost all her strength, her legs went limp, and she sat down on the ground. She held her head tightly in her hands, tears pouring out like a flood, and she kept muttering to herself, why? Why is it like this? Her cries echoed in the empty streets, sounding particularly desolate. Xia Qianyue's home is very close to the hotel, and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk there. You only need to cross a small park to get there. It was the height of summer, and the unbearable heat during the day had finally dissipated a little at night, but the coolness was still not too strong. The refreshing breeze gently brushed across people's bodies, bringing a hint of coolness. Sumabe silently took off his loose sports jacket and gently draped it over Xia Qianyue's shoulders. At this moment, neither of them took the initiative to speak to break this rare peaceful atmosphere, but just walked side by side quietly. Time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye, freshman year life is over, Xia Qianyue said suddenly sadly. Yes, time passes too fast, but people have to move forward, Sumabe sighed. You have really changed a lot. For a moment, I even doubted whether you were still Sumabe now, Xia Qianyue said with a smile. Hearing this, Sumabe did not answer, but just smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. After that, neither of them spoke again, and the atmosphere became depressing. After the summer vacation, I will transfer to Langchang University. Xia Qianyue looked at Sumabe seriously. Hearing this, Sumabe was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Xia Qianyue, and asked, why did you suddenly transfer schools? Xia Qianyue whispered, my father's business has been in a bad state recently, so he plans to take me and my mother to Langchang for development. Langchang is one of the most prosperous and developed first-tier cities in China. Langchang University is a world-renowned top university with first-class academic level and teaching quality. Because of this, every year, tens of thousands of students apply for Langchang University. However, the admission requirements of the university are relatively strict, and only a few hundred people are successfully admitted. Ding system issues random tasks. Please transfer to Langchang University. Ding. After completing the task, the host can obtain 100% ownership of Langchang Xinhua Hotel. There is no penalty for failing the task. Random task? Sumabe was stunned when he heard the system prompt in his mind. This is the first random task issued since the system upgrade. What's wrong? Seeing Sumabe in a daze, Xia Qianyue asked curiously. It's okay. Sumabe scratched his head and said, after the summer vacation, I will also transfer to Langchang University. Really? Upon hearing this, Xia Qianyue's eyes instantly brightened and a smile appeared on her face. That's right, Sumabe nodded affirmatively. Although Jiangcheng is my hometown, I have to admit that it is still too small and it is difficult to develop assets. Since the system has issued the task and there are rewards to be gained, we naturally cannot let it go. Did you transfer to another school just for me? Xia Qianyue blushed and whispered. What do you think? Sumabe looked at her and said softly. Chapter 31, Do you have a driver's license? Xia Qianyue's family lived in a well-known high-end villa area in Jiangcheng. Although it could not be compared with those areas where the top rich people gathered, the high housing prices here were definitely not affordable for ordinary people. Sumabe and Xia Qianyue were talking and laughing along the way, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the door of Xia Qianyue's villa. Xia Qianyue gently took off the sports jacket she was wearing and slowly handed it to Sumabe, her eyes filled with deep reluctance. It's getting late, go back quickly and remember to rest early when you get home, Sumabe said softly, his eyes as gentle as water. Well, I understand. Then you should be careful when you go back and pay attention to safety. When you get home, remember to tell me. Xia Chenyue nodded slightly and responded softly. Hearing this, Su Mabe raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a warm smile, and nodded slightly to show his agreement. After Xia Chenyue finished speaking, she did not turn around and walk into the house. Instead, she still kept her head down, standing there quietly, without moving. Su Mabe couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He asked doubtfully, "What's the matter? Is there anything else you want to say to me?" Xia Chenyue hesitated for a long time before she mustered up the courage to take a step forward on tiptoe. She quickly touched Su Mabe's cheek with her delicate little mouth, then covered her face with her hands and ran quickly into the house. Watching her shy appearance as she left, Su Mabe touched the cheek that had just been kissed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to himself, "System, are you making trouble?" At this time, Su Mabe had to think seriously. Obviously, the random task just released by the system was aimed at Xia Chenyue. After pondering for a moment, Su Mabe shook his head and said to himself, "Forget it, it's not a bad thing anyway. Who would complain about having too many beauties around him?" Then he walked out of this luxurious villa area, hailed a passing taxi, and sped towards home. Today is a fruitful day. I just gained a lot of shocking things in the hotel. When I thought of this, Su Mabe was filled with excitement and wanted to fly back home immediately. The 20-minute journey passed in a flash. As soon as Su Mabe opened the door of his home, he saw the meal his mother had left for him on the dining table in the living room. He instantly felt extremely warm in his heart. Without caring whether he had just finished dinner, he picked up the chopsticks and began to wolf down the food. After finishing all the food, Su Mabe tiptoed to the kitchen and carefully washed the dishes for fear of disturbing his parents who were already sleeping. Then he went to the bathroom, washed up briefly, then returned to his room and locked the door. Lying on his single bed, Su Mabe called up the system in his mind. The system opens the information panel. Ding, system panel opens successfully. Host, Su Mabe. Age, 20. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Wealth, 7,425,855 renminbi. Assets, Tiandi Building, Airbus A380 private jet, Lamborghini. Poison not claimed. Special skills, academic excellence, nature S music, God-level driving. Shock value, 61,000. Seeing the shock value of more than 60,000, Su Mabe almost couldn't control himself and laughed out loud. System, 6 draws. Ding, lottery mode is successfully opened. Ding, deduct 60,000 shock points from the host and conduct 6 draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% ownership of Yahiyuan Hotel, with a market value of 1.1 billion renminbi. Bite. What the hell? The first one won? Su Mabe yelled when he saw the reward. I just finished my meal at the Yahiyuan Hotel, and in the blink of an eye, it became my own? It was the only 5-star hotel in Langchang. According to the usual winning rate of the system lottery, it is already very good to win once in 6 draws. I didn't expect that the winning rate today would be so high. Thinking of this, Su Mabe laughed heartily. It seems that the system's chance of winning is not fixed. Thinking of this, Su Mabe continued to look at the lucky draw wheel. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Congratulations to the host for winning, Porsche Panamera Executive Extended Top Edition, market value 4 million renminbi. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% ownership of Villa No. 1 in Langchang Jiangye Community, with a market value of 300 million renminbi. No way? System, your jump is a bit too big? From 4 million directly to 300 million? Su Mabe was speechless. However, after looking at the luxurious villa worth 300 million yuan, Su Mabe felt extremely surprised. It was Xinyue Hotel before, and now it is Jiangye Community No. 1 Villa. It seems that the system wants me to develop in Langchang, otherwise it would not choose Langchang as the reward. After pondering for a moment, Su Mabe looked at the reward introduction. After seeing the Porsche Panamera Executive Extended Edition, Su Mabe asked directly, System, if this car is extracted, where will it appear? After extraction, the system will send it to Jiangcheng Automobile 4S store, and the host can go there to check it. After hearing the system's instructions, Sumabe took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Fong Sini. Are you asleep? It didn't take long for Sumabe to receive a reply message. Not yet, what's wrong, little brother, do you miss me? I just got into bed. Picture. It also came with a photo of her wearing a super sexy suspender nightgown. That hot body and sexy looks almost made Sumabe bleed from his nose. During this period, Fong Sini has been busy with the reform of Tiandi building, and contacts Sumabe through WeChat every day. After what happened downstairs of her house last time, this naturally charming woman seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and she would seduce Sumabe intentionally or unintentionally every time. How could Sumabe, a young boy who had never experienced anything in life, endure this? He would be defeated every time. Ha! Fairy Fong, I will teach you a lesson sooner or later. Sumabe took a deep breath hurriedly to calm the burning desire in his heart. Replied via WeChat. Do you have a driver's license? Yes, I am an experienced driver. Do you want me to take you on the highway? Wait for my call tomorrow at noon and go out with me. Oh? What is your naughty brother doing taking your sister? Don't mess around. You will know when the time comes, contact me tomorrow. After sending the message, he quickly put away his phone. If this continues, the desire in my heart that I have just suppressed will be rekindled. Chapter 32. I've always been this handsome. Sumabe threw his phone aside and began to check the villa number 1 in Jianye community that he had just drawn. Although he was not from Langchang, Sumabe had heard of the famous Jianye community to some extent. You know, Langchang is one of the most famous developed cities in the world, and its economic prosperity is staggering. Because of this, the housing prices there are also ridiculously high, making it out of reach for ordinary people. However, in this dragon city full of high-priced houses, Jianye community is famous for its high prices and top luxury. It is no exaggeration to say that it is not only the most expensive residential area in Dragon City, but also ranks among the top 10 in the world in terms of housing prices. System, extract villa number 1 in Jianye community. Sumabe said softly. Ding, extraction is successful, please check it. As soon as the system notification sounded, the cell phone that Sumabe had just thrown aside suddenly rang. Ha! Who would call me so late at night? Sumabe picked up the phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number from Langchang, so he pressed the answer button directly. Hello, I'm Sumabe. Hello, Mr. Su, I am the property manager of Jianye community, my name is Zhang Shuang. You just bought the number 1 villa in our community, and I am the exclusive housekeeper specially arranged by the company. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Sumabe suddenly realized that he had just made a withdrawal when the other party called. It must be said that the efficiency of the system is really fast. What's the matter? Sumabe asked softly after reacting. Sorry to bother you so late. I just want to ask, will you come to sign for our number 1 villa tomorrow? We will make preparations in advance. The person on the other end of the phone said respectfully. No, I'm not in Langchang now. I'll go there after my university summer vacation. Wait for my call. Sumabe said. Hearing this, the female manager on the phone almost screamed in shock. Fortunately, she had developed good professionalism after working in the industry for so many years. She restrained her inner surprise in time and said respectfully, Okay, I'll be waiting for your call at any time. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Shuang still couldn't calm down. You know, Jianye community is famous for its high land prices, and villa number 1 here is the top residence in the community. Because of this villa has never found a buyer. All the wealthy tycoons who are interested in it are scared away by its high price. Unexpectedly, the person who finally bought it was a college student. This shocked Zhang Shuang, a property manager who has been in the industry for many years. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Sumabe was woken up by the alarm clock as usual, stretched himself and sat up from the bed. After a quick wash, he put on a sports suit, put on his school bag and walked out of the house. When I arrived at the classroom, I saw an exquisite love lunchbox on my desk. He raised his head and looked forward, and his eyes met Xia Qianyue's, who was also looking at him. Xia Qianyue immediately lowered her head shyly. Under the envious gazes of everyone in the class, Sumabe opened the exquisite lunchbox, and an enticing aroma instantly filled the classroom. Looking at the beautifully prepared meal, Sumabe felt warm in his heart. He picked up the pink rice spoon and began to gobble it up. Seeing him eating so happily, Xia Qianyue showed a happy smile on her face. After breakfast, the students came to the classroom one after another. Du Baochang, who had not been to class for a few days, also appeared in the classroom. However, he looked at Su Mabe with an evasive look, as if he didn't dare to look him in the eye. On the other side, Sun Lulu looked very haggard, with red eyes, as if she had cried last night. She lay listlessly on the table, not interested in anything around her. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 classes in the morning were over. When the bell rang, Sumabe packed up his things without hesitation, and then quietly left the classroom while the teacher was not paying attention, skipping class. During class, Sumabe sent a message to Fong Xini, asking her to meet in front of the 4S store. As soon as he got off the taxi, Sumabe saw Fong Xini standing gracefully under a big tree, waiting for him. Today, Fong Xini wore a short-sleeved shirt as white as snow, which perfectly outlined her slender waist. She paired it with an exquisite black short skirt, which was just a few centimeters above the knees, which was both dignified and playful and sexy. Her long and straight legs are even more eye-catching, like a finely crafted work of art. The black silk high heels gently wrap around her small and delicate feet, making her originally tall figure even more graceful. Fong Xini's figure is so curvy that it's hard to look away, especially the pair of plump white rabbits on her chest, which seem to be ready to break through the restraint of the shirt and come out at any time. Her beautiful looks and sexy figure attracted the attention of passers-by. Seeing Su Mabe walking towards her slowly with a smile on his face, Fong Xini was stunned for a moment. How come her boss brother suddenly became so handsome after just 2 days of not seeing him? His handsome facial features are as deep and three-dimensional as if they were carved with a knife. His eyebrows are slanted into his temples, his nose is high, and his eyes are as deep as a pool of water. His slightly upturned lips and well-defined chin make his face look three-dimensional, while his tight jawline extends smoothly to his slender neck, showing a masculine beauty. Not only that, but his tall stature, muscular build, and broad shoulders are simply the perfect body for a man. What is most striking is his unique temperament, like that of an aristocratic prince. His every move is full of elegance and calmness. What's wrong? Sumabe walked in front of her and saw her looking at him infatuatedly, with a smile on his face. Oh, it's okay. His voice made Fong Xini sober up instantly, and then she said charmingly, "Brother, how come you have become so handsome after not seeing you for 2 days?" "I have always been so handsome," Sumabe said shamelessly. "You can't say that this is the effect of taking a body-shaping pill." Fong Xini rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Why did you ask me to come here? Do you want to buy a car? You don't seem to have a driver's license yet?" Sumabe smiled and said, "I didn't buy it, I ordered a car for you." "What?" Fong Xini screamed in surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Chapter 33 I'm her boss. As soon as Sumabe and Fong Xini walked into the 4S store, a female salesperson in professional attire came over. After seeing their handsome appearance, she was stunned for a moment, then said respectfully, "Hello, are there any models you would like to visit and buy? I can introduce them to you." "Sumabe, my name is Sumabe, I ordered a car here." Are you Mr. Su?" Seeing Sumabe's young and handsome appearance, the female salesperson was surprised and said, "Our manager has been waiting for a long time, please wait, I will go and inform him." After saying that, she hurried away in her high heels. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. In less than a minute, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and with a bloated figure came running back with the female salesperson. After seeing Sumabe's appearance, he was also a little surprised, and hurriedly said respectfully, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I kept you waiting for a long time. I am the manager here. The Panamera Executive Extended Edition you ordered is ready. You only need to provide identity evidence and we can process it for you immediately." Hearing the noise here, some people around the store looked over. "Isn't that the manager of this 4S store? Why is he so servile to a young man? I heard that a big boss in our store ordered a Porsche Panamera. Could it be this young man? Wow, that little brother is so handsome, he looks like a big star. I really want to ask for his contact information." "Stop being so obsessed, don't you see the beautiful girl next to him? Why don't you look in the mirror? Can you compare with her?" Sumabe was already used to the discussions around him. He calmly patted Fong Xini beside him and said, "Give him your ID." Hearing this, Fong Xini couldn't help but widen her eyes and asked in astonishment, "Mine?" Fong Xini originally thought that Sumabe's gift of a car to her was merely to give her the right to drive it, but she never expected that she would even have her name on the car. Sumabe smiled and said, "Since I said this car is for you, then of course I have to write your name on it. Don't waste time, there are so many people around watching." Although Fongxini still found it a little unbelievable, she nodded and said, "Okay." Then she bent down and began to search for her ID in the bag she was carrying. Sumabe inadvertently glanced at a place under Fongxini's bag where there were some signs of wear. He did not say anything and looked away as if nothing had happened. After the middle-aged manager took Fongxini's ID, he said something to the female salesperson next to him, then turned around in a hurry to process the contract. "Would you like to go to the VIP room to rest for a while?" the saleswoman said with a smile and a very respectful tone. Sumabe waved his hand and said, "No need, thank you, beautiful. Just go and take care of your own thing. We'll just stroll around here." This was the first time in his life that he had stepped into a car 4S store. Now that he was there, Sumabe planned to take a good look around. The saleswoman nodded and responded softly, "Okay sir, if you need any help or consultation during the visit, you can call me at any time." After saying that, she turned and walked back to the gathering place where the other female salespeople were. When the saleswomen saw her coming back, they immediately gathered around her and started to chatter about her. Each of them fixed their eyes on Sumabe, with envy in their eyes. You know, in a small third-tier city like Langchang, there are people who have the financial strength to buy luxury cars worth millions, but the number is really limited. And there are only a handful of people like Sumabe who can buy a luxury car worth more than 4 million yuan in full. Perhaps some large groups or corporate bosses have such financial resources, but few are willing to spend a fortune here. That is why the general manager of this 4S store treats Sumabe with great respect and courtesy. After all, such big customers are hard to come by. Ignoring the fierce looks of the female salespeople, Sumabe and Fongxini strolled through the showroom, admiring all kinds of luxury vehicles. Sumabe said to Fongxini, "The cars here are really nice." Fongxini nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, but you suddenly gave me a car, are you planning to get me to marry you?" Sumabe chuckled and said, "In my heart, how can a car compare to you?" Hearing this, Fongxini instantly felt sweet in her heart, and a happy smile appeared on her face. She said, "I will treat you to a meal later." Sumabe shrugged and said, "Let's go to Yahiyuan Hotel for dinner later." "You are such a heartless little brother, do you want to make me poor? That is a 5-star hotel." Fongxini rolled her eyes at him and said charmingly, "We can go there to eat, it doesn't cost any money," Sumabe said calmly. "Ah? No money?" Fongxini asked in surprise. Sumabe smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know when the time comes." "You naughty brother, why are you playing at being mysterious?" Fongxini said with a smile. "Wow, I didn't expect there's a beautiful lady here." At this moment, a frivolous whistle reached the ears of Sumabe and Fongxini. They both turned around almost at the same time to look over. They saw a man who looked to be in his 30s, with a sturdy build and wearing a slightly dull gray suit walking towards them. But what attracted the most attention was his bald head and the heavy gold chain around his neck. In his arms, there was a girl who looked to be in her early 20s. The girl was wearing a very sexy outfit, with a neckline so low that you could almost see her breasts, and a skirt so short that it barely covered her hips. Her face, which should have been young and beautiful, was now covered with heavy makeup, with thick eyeshadow like ink and lipstick as bright as blood. The overall makeup looked very inconsistent with her age. When the man came closer, he didn't even look at Sumabe standing beside him, but stared at Fongxini with his lustful eyes. His eyes were full of greed and... The woman in his arms, after seeing Sumabe's appearance clearly, her eyes lit up and her eyes sparkled. "Beautiful girl, hey, how about we be friends?" the man said loudly to Fongxini. Looking at the man in front of her, Fongxini felt nauseous. She subconsciously shrank back and leaned tightly against Sumabe's back. "Don't be afraid, beautiful lady. I'm not a bad guy. Is this your brother?" The man laughed. "I am her boss," Sumabe said coldly. "Boss?" The man was stunned. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Chapter 34. We will meet again soon. After being distracted for a moment, the man came back to his senses as if waking from a dream, and then he once again looked at Sumabe from head to toe, carefully examining him up and down. I thought to myself, I have never seen such a young and handsome boss in Jiangcheng. Could he be the son of a large enterprise group boss? Thinking of this, the man suddenly smiled flatteringly and asked, "Excuse me, I haven't asked you your name yet? What business does your family run? After all, in Jiangcheng, we all see each other every day." Why not make friends? We can take care of each other and cooperate with each other in the future. Facing the man's enthusiastic approach, Sumabe just snorted coldly, his face gloomy, and responded coldly, "You are not qualified to know my name." As soon as these words came out, the man's face, which was originally full of smiles, froze instantly and turned red with anger. He roared in frustration, "You don't know how high the sky is. Let me tell you, I am the purchasing manager of Yahiyuan Hotel. My name is Chui Hongyu." "Humph, even a young boy like you has heard of the name of Yahiyuan, right? That is the only 5-star luxury hotel in Jiangcheng." "Yahiyuan Hotel?" Sumabe asked in surprise. "Isn't this a small world? I just acquired the ownership of Yahiyuan Hotel yesterday, and today I met the purchasing manager?" Seeing Sumabe's expression, Chui Hongyu thought he was frightened by his identity, so he straightened his chest and said proudly, "Are you scared now? Let me tell you, my brother-in-law is the deputy manager of the hotel. In Jiangcheng, all the big bosses of the group are our friends. Be smart and give me the beauty next to you, otherwise you will suffer the consequences." "Humph." The woman in Chui Hongyu's arms snorted in dissatisfaction after hearing his words. Chui Hongyu simply ignored her and didn't even look at himself. How could he compare with the sexy beauty opposite him? Just then, the manager of the car 4S shop ran over panting. "Hey, Lao Zhao, is the BMW 3 Series that I reserved before ready?" "I'm here to pick it up," Chui Hongyu said loudly. The manager glared at him unhappily, then instantly changed his face to a smile and said to Sumabe, "Mr. Su, everything is ready. Here are the car purchase contract and car keys." "Well, thank you for your hard work." Sumabe took the contract and car keys and handed them to Fong Sini without even looking at them. It's not hard, this is what we should do," Manager Zhao said hurriedly with a smile on his face. Then he took out a silver card, handed it to Sumabe respectfully, and said, "Mr. Su, the Panamera Executive Extended Edition you purchased cost a total of 4 million yuan. This is our store's VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy 1 year of free repairs and lifetime quality inspection and maintenance." "Well, thank you." Sumabe took the card and said lightly. "How much did you say?" Chui Hongyu suddenly shouted. The sound instantly attracted the attention of others around. Even the woman in his arms widened her eyes and covered her mouth with her hands in surprise. "Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Why are you yelling for no reason?" Manager Zhao turned to look at him and shouted with a frown. "Lao Zhao, how much did you say he spent?" Chui Hongyu said in a trembling voice. "Mr. Su spent 4 million to buy a Porsche Panamera for this lady. Do you have any questions?" Manager Zhao said impatiently. After hearing the confirmation again, Chui Hongyu looked at Sumabe in surprise, who had a calm expression on his face. "He spent 4 million to buy a car for a woman? How rich is he? Did he offend a big shot who he couldn't afford to offend?" Sumabe didn't care and said with a smile, "Thank you, Manager Zhao. We'll leave first." Then he looked at Chui Hongyu and said, "We will meet again soon, along with your brother-in-law." After saying that, he took Fong Sini's soft little hand and walked towards the car pickup area. "You're welcome, Mr. Su, take care," Manager Zhao said respectfully. It was not until Sumabe and Fong Sini walked away that Chui Hongyu said in panic, it's over, something bad is going to happen, I have to go find my brother-in-law." Then he turned and walked towards the door. Hey, brother Chui, you promised me the car. I've been serving you all night." The charming woman hurriedly followed him out. On the streets of Jiangcheng, a pink extended version of the Porsche Panamera was speeding. The dazzling colors, extra long body and flowing lines attract the attention of passers-by around. In the car, Fong Sini kept stepping on the accelerator with an alluring smile on her face. Hey, slow down, are you able to do it?" Sumabe, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was frightened by the woman who suddenly became wild. "I've told you that I'm an experienced driver, are you still worried? Sit tight, I'll let you know what it feels like to be pushed back." Fong Sini stepped on the accelerator, as if to release the resentment that had accumulated in her heart for many years. Looking at the woman in front of him, Sumabe suddenly felt particularly warmed. I don't know how much pain and injustice she has experienced since she was a child. "Where are we going?" Fong Sini suddenly turned around and asked. "Let's go for a drive first, get familiar with the performance of this car, and then we'll go shopping." Sumabe looked at the time and said. Fong Sini nodded, then turned the car around and sped towards Zhongcheng Outer Ring Road. Chapter 35. Why is it you? The fifth floor of Tiandi Building is the only luxury shopping mall in Zhongcheng City, where exclusive stores of major luxury brands from around the world are gathered. At this moment, Su Mabe was holding Fong Sini's hand, going back and forth between the major specialty stores. Every time they entered a store and walked out, Su Mabe would have several bags filled with exquisite goods in his hands. Although the heads of the major specialty stores did not know Su Mabe, the new owner of Tiandi Building, they were all familiar with Fong Sini, the boss's secretary. After all, she was in charge of a series of major reform measures in Tiandi Building in recent times. So no matter whether they were familiar with each other or not, they had met each other before. As Fong Sini was personally accompanying him, it went without saying that this young, handsome, and elegant man must be the new owner of the Tiandi Building who had never been seen, and also the new landlord of the group. Therefore, no matter which store Su Mabe and Fong Sini entered, the person who came to greet them was either the store manager or the manager. Not only that, these stores would also give them the biggest discounts they could offer without hesitation. But no matter how big the discount was, those products still cost a lot of money. However, Su Mabe swiped his card at an astonishingly fast speed, which was simply amazing. As long as Fong Sini took a closer look at something, Su Mabe would pay with his card without saying anything. If he thought something was suitable for Fong Sini to use or wear, he would pay with his card without even thinking about it. His series of smooth movements made the shopping guides in the store's eyes sparkle. They were all extremely envious and jealous, wishing they could replace Fong Sini's position immediately and become the happy woman standing next to Su Mabe. Before long, Su Mabe had purchased so many items that he couldn't carry them all. Fortunately, some perceptive store managers noticed this situation and immediately arranged for store clerks to follow behind them with carts to help them load the purchased goods. After shopping for 2 hours, Su Mabe finally stopped his crazy shopping spree after Fong Sini's repeated persuasion. After the final count, it was found that the total consumption in just 2 hours was over 6 million. Among them, Su Mabe only picked out a few sets of clothes and shoes for himself, and most of the remaining items were purchased by him for Fong Sini, including various beautiful and fashionable clothes, shoes of various styles, exquisite and beautiful bags, a bunch of dazzling cosmetics and various skincare products with full functions, etc. When Su Mabe and Fong Sini, each pushing a full cart, slowly walked into the elevator, the entire 6th floor of the mall instantly exploded like a lit powder keg. Oh my god, more than 6 million was spent in just 2 hours? How rich is that handsome guy? Since he can be accompanied by Secretary Fong, he must be the new boss of our building. I'm so envious. It would be great if I had a boyfriend like this who was young, handsome, and rich. I didn't expect that the new owner of the Tiandi Building is so young. Could he be a nobleman from some aristocratic family? This is exactly the Prince Charming in my dreams. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. After arriving at the parking lot downstairs, the two of them filled the back seat and trunk of the Panamera with things. Sitting in the driver's seat, Fong Sini looked at the luxurious interior of the car. She then looked through the rearview mirror at the back seat, which was filled with all kinds of beautiful clothes, jewelry, and brand name bags. She suddenly felt like she was in a dream, so unreal. Turning her head and looking at the handsome man sitting in the passenger seat with a smile on his face, Fong Sini's vision gradually blurred. Why are you crying? Su Mabe quickly picked up the tissue in the car and handed it over. Fong Sini didn't answer it, letting the tears run down her cheeks, crying and saying, Why are you so good to me? I have been dependent on my mother since I was a child, and I have no one to rely on. I am used to doing everything by myself. What should I do if I become dependent on you like this? Then rely on me. I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Su Mabe picked up the tissue and gently wiped away her tears. Listening to his heartwarming words and feeling his tenderness, Fong Sini stopped crying, stared at the man in front of her seriously, and said charmingly, Are you serious about me? Facing the woman's burning gaze, Su Mabe did not dodge, but looked into her eyes affectionately. He said seriously, I am serious, every word I say to you is serious. After getting the man's affirmation, Fong Sini, who was overjoyed, could no longer suppress the desire in her heart. She suddenly leaned forward and blocked the man's mouth with her sexy little mouth. What are you doing? This is a parking lot, we are still in the car. Su Mabe said unclearly. Don't you men just like being in the car? Don't talk. 5 o'clock in the evening. Yahiyuan Hotel. In the parking lot in front of the gate, a pink Porsche Panamera slowly stopped in the parking space. Sumabe and Fong Sini got out of the car, talking and laughing like a couple in love, and then walked towards the hotel hand in hand. Starting from this afternoon, Yahiyuan Hotel announced that it will no longer be open to the public. At this time, outside the hotel's gate, dozens of employees in the hotel were divided into 2 rows and stood upright. At the front of the outermost line are the hotel management staff headed by the hotel general manager. Standing at the first position is the hotel's general manager Wang Yukuan, followed by the deputy manager, department heads, and so on. Chui Hongyu, who had offended Su Mabe at the Carrefour shop at noon, was also among them. Seeing the scene in front of the hotel, some passers-by looked sideways and talked a lot. Aren't those employees of Yahiyuan Hotel? What are they doing? They look like they are welcoming someone. The general manager came out in person to greet us. Which big shot is coming? This is the first time I see all the hotel staff out. Chui Hongyu, who was standing in the line, gently pulled his brother-in-law who was standing in front of him. Brother-in-law, what happened to the matter I told you? Have you found out the identity of that person? The man he called his brother-in-law turned around slightly, shook his head and said, No, I have asked many people, but no one has heard of such a person in the area of the 2 cities. Hearing the noise behind, General Manager Wang Yukuan shouted softly, What are you talking about? Stand still, the new boss will be here soon. It's nothing big. Once my brother-in-law and I win over the new boss, your position as general manager will be my brother-in-law as, Chui Hongyu thought to himself. Just then, Sumabe and Fong Sini slowly walked over, talking and laughing. Seeing Sumabe, Wang Yukuan hurried over. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, Boss, you are here. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Fong Sini, who was standing by, suddenly widened her eyes and looked at her man in disbelief. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of Sumabe's words. Going there to eat doesn't cost money. So he bought this place directly? The crowd watching were also shocked to see the hotel's general distributor groveling before a young man. No way? That young man is the owner of Yahiyuan Hotel? How old is he? I've seen the previous owner of this place, isn't it him? Did he just buy this place? My little brother is so handsome and so rich. He is a perfect man. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Sumabe gently pulled Fong Sini, who was still in shock, and whispered, What are you thinking about? When did you buy this place? Fong Sini asked. Yesterday, I had nothing to do, so I bought it, Sumabe said with a smile. You had nothing to do? So you bought it? Fong Sini was speechless for a moment. Seeing her expression, Sumabe shook his head, then looked at Wang Yukuan and said, Manager Wang, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, boss, please come this way. Wang Yukuan hurriedly led the way. When Sumabe and Fong Sini walked to the hotel gate, the hotel staff who had been waiting for a long time bowed at the same time and said loudly, Hello, boss. Thank you all for your hard work. Sumabe nodded, then looked at Chui Hongyu who was standing in the team. When Chui Hongyu raised his head, he met Sumabe's gaze. Why is it you? Chapter 36 Boss, you have a good memory. Chui Hongyu, what are you doing? This is the new boss of our hotel. You can't be so rude. Wang Yukuan was shocked and angry, and shouted at Chui Hongyu. Sumabe stood there, his face gloomy, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, staring at Chui Hongyu who was already at a loss, and slowly said, I said before that we will meet again soon. Hearing this, Chui Hongyu instantly became like a deflated ball, his entire body drooping. His face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead, his lips were trembling, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. That boss, it's really such a coincidence that at this moment he didn't even dare to look Sumabe in the eye. Sumabe didn't care about Chui Hongyu's panic. He just glanced at all the hotel staff present, then turned his gaze back to Wang Yukuan and said calmly, Okay, everyone, don't stand here, let's go in first. Yes, boss, please come in. Upon hearing this, Wang Yukuan nodded respectfully and quickly made a standard please come in gesture. He walked carefully in front, leading Sumabe towards Fong Sini's hotel gate. As everyone walked into the hotel's deputy manager Yuan Hongbing hurriedly walked to Chui Hongyu's side and asked with concern, Xiaoyu, what's going on with you? Could it be that, you know our new boss? Hearing the question from his brother-in-law Yuan Hongbing, Cui Hongyu came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream. He nodded with a bitter face and replied, "Brother-in-law, he is the person I mentioned to you before." Yuan Hongbing's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, "What did you say? The person you offended in the forest store before turned out to be our new boss?" At this time, Cui Hongyu was completely panicked. His face was full of fear and he said in a trembling voice, "Brother-in-law, please help me think of a solution. This new boss will definitely not let me go easily. He will definitely try his best to retaliate against me." As he spoke, Cui Hongyu was so anxious that he was about to cry. Seeing this, Yuan Hongbing couldn't help but secretly curse his useless brother-in-law in his heart, but now that the thing had already happened, it was useless to blame him. So, he suppressed his anger, glared at Cui Hongyu fiercely, and then suddenly changed the subject and asked seriously, "Forget about this for now. How is the accounting of our hotel going? Have you revealed anything? If the new boss finds out that there is something wrong with the accounts, both of us will be in trouble." Cui Hongyu looked around first, then lowered his voice and said, "Brother-in-law, don't worry about this, I found a skilled and experienced person to make false accounts for us. His skills are simply unparalleled. Not only that, I also deliberately mixed these false accounts with other accounts of the hotel. Even if a professional accounting team is invited to review it, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to find any clues." After hearing what Cui Hongyu said, Yuan Hongbing's tense face finally relaxed a little, nodded with satisfaction, and responded, "Well, good job. Since the accounts have been arranged, let's go in first. As long as this matter can be concealed from the world and not discovered by others, we still have a lot of opportunities to turn things around. However, you still have to find a suitable time to ease the relationship between you and the new boss, so that everything will be fine." When Cui Hongyu heard this, he immediately looked embarrassed and pleaded pitifully, "Brother-in-law, please help me. I really don't know how to apologize to the new boss. What if he refuses to forgive me?" Yuan Hongbing laughed when he saw this, patted Cui Hongyu on the shoulder and comforted him, "Don't worry, I'm your brother-in-law here to support you, and I will definitely not let anything happen to you." At this time in the hotel, Sumabe did not go directly to the boss's office on the top floor of the hotel, but took Fong Sini to sit on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. All the hotel staff stood in front of him respectfully. When seeing Cui Hongyu walk in, Sumabe sneered, "I remember your name is Cui Hongyu, right?" Hearing his name, Cui Hongyu hurriedly walked in front of Sumabe, nodded and said, "It's me, boss, you have a good memory." Sumabe didn't even look at him. He looked at Yuan Hongbing who walked in with him and asked, "Who is your brother-in-law?" Yuan Hongbing, who had just walked into the crowd, trembled for a moment, then walked forward with forced calmness, forced a smile and said, "Boss, it's me." Sumabe's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes full of amusement. "Oh? It's you, your name is well known to your brother-in-law." Yuan Hongbing was startled, and after looking at Cui Hongyu, he quickly said, "Boss, you must have misunderstood." Sumabe stood up and slowly walked to Yuan Hongbing. He asked if it was a misunderstanding or not. He would tell later. Then he turned around and said, "Manager Wang." "Boss," I said respectfully to Wang Yukuan. "This is my secretary Fong Sini. She will represent me with full authority. If you have any problems in the future, you should report to her directly," Sumabe introduced. It was the boss Wang Yukuan who immediately looked at Fong Sini and said politely, "Hello, Secretary Fong. Please take care of me in the future." "You're welcome," Manager Wang. Fong Sini smiled and said generously. Sumabe looked at Fong Sini, waved his hand and said. It was the boss Fong Sini who said respectfully. "A smart woman naturally knows when to act coquettishly in a man's arms and when to be cold in front of outsiders." "Manager Wang, take me to the hotel finance department, I want to check the accounts now," Fong Sini said seriously. "Yes, please follow me," Wang Yukuan answered with the same seriousness. After the two turned and left, the lobby on the first floor of the hotel suddenly became silent. In the huge space, it was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard clearly. Everyone present even breathed carefully. At this time, beads of sweat the size of beans continued to seep out of Yuan Hongbing's forehead and slide down his cheeks. His eyes were full of anger as he stared at Cui Hongyu not far away. If his brother-in-law had not been incompetent and offended the new boss, he would not have been directly named. At this time, Cui Hongyu didn't notice any of this. He was pale, his lips were trembling slightly, and he didn't even dare to breathe. Chapter 37 Fong Sini's Workability. As time passed, the atmosphere in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel became more and more depressing. Just when everyone felt they could not breathe, Fong Sini came back wearing high heels. "Boss, I found out." "Well, how is it?" Suma Bei said calmly. Fong Sini picked up the document in her hand and said loudly, "Chui Hongyu, the hotel's purchasing manager, and the major suppliers embezzled a total of 16,423,851 yuan in kickbacks. This is the data I just recorded. I have notified the major suppliers and they are all willing to come forward to testify." After hearing the accurate numbers from Fong Sini, Chui Hongyu, who was already nervous, was completely defeated. His legs softened and he fell to the ground. He raised his hand tremblingly, pointed at Fong Sini, and stammered. "No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. With such a huge amount of data, how could you check it all by yourself in such a short time? Do you think I can do nothing if you make false accounts and mess up all the data?" Fong Sini held her hair on her forehead and said proudly, "Analyzing big data and classifying it through big data was the first class I took when I came to study abroad." Wow! After hearing Fong Sini's words, the originally quiet hall suddenly became noisy. Everyone originally thought that Secretary Fong was able to succeed in becoming the new big boss of the hotel and someone close to him only because of her pretty face and devilish figure. Unexpectedly, her working ability is so strong and she has such expertise. As soon as she opened her mouth, everyone knew that this Secretary Fong is definitely a god-level figure in the management industry. Even Suma Bei didn't expect Fong Sini to be so powerful. At this moment, his mouth was crooked with smiles, and he thought to himself, "I really picked up a treasure." Chui Hongyu, who was helpless at this time, ran to Yuan Hongbing and begged, "Brother-in-law, save me, you must save me." "Then let him save you?" "He can't even save himself." Fong Sini picked up another document and threw it at Yuan Hongbing, yelling, "These are all evidence that you, a bastard, embezzled 30 million. "What?" Yuan Hongbing was shocked and his face turned pale. Then he pretended to be calm and said, You are making a false accusation." Fong Sini sneered. "False accusation? These account details and the flow of funds are clear, and every transaction is traceable. You still want to deny it?" Beads of sweat appeared on Yuan Hongbing's forehead, and his body fell uncontrollably to his knees with a thump. He called out desperately to Suma Bei and begged, "Boss, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I promise to pay off all the company's debts. Please forgive me this time. I still have parents and children to support. You should go and talk to the court." Suma Bei shook his head and said to Wang Yukuan, "Call the police and ask them to return all the money they lost from the hotel." Wang Yukuan said respectfully, "Okay, now that we've dealt with the matter, let's go eat." Suma Bei hugged Fong Sini's soft waist and said with a smile, "Stinky brother, am I awesome?" Fong Sini said shyly in the man's arms. "Awesome, not only awesome, but also very capable." Suma Bei pinched Fong Sini's perky butt and deliberately emphasized the sound of the word "do." "Hate you, stinky little brother." Fong Sini's face instantly turned red with shame, and she said in a delicate voice. Looking at the two people who had already entered the elevator, Yuan Hongbing instantly lost all his strength and fell directly to the ground, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's all over." The 22nd floor of Yahiyuan Hotel is also the top floor of the hotel. This entire floor has been turned into a dedicated area for the hotel owner. When you step out of the elevator, the first thing you see is an ultra-luxurious office covering an area of 600 square meters. Surrounding the office are rooms with different functions. There are private rooms, reception rooms, negotiation areas, gyms, entertainment rooms, leisure areas, wine storage rooms, and an extra-large suite bedroom. At this time, in the boss's private room, all kinds of delicacies were placed on the huge revolving dining table. However, Suma Bei, who was sitting in the main seat, did not pick up his chopsticks, but looked at the hotel's financial statements in recent years carefully. The hotel's general manager, Wang Yukuan, stood respectfully aside, waiting for Suma Bei's instructions. Not bad. After taking a quick look at it, Suma Bei nodded with satisfaction. Although Yuan Hongbing and Chui Hongyu embezzled the hotel's accounts, overall the hotel's performance is still very good, with a net profit of at least 100 million yuan each year. As the first unique 5-star luxury hotel in Jiangchang, Yahiyuan Hotel is located in the most prosperous and developed core area of the city center in Jiangchang. The hotel has a total of 22 floors above ground and 1 floor underground. Its architectural design is unique, with a magnificent exterior and even more beautiful interior decoration. The underground floor is a spacious and bright parking lot that can easily accommodate hundreds of vehicles. From the first floor to the 5th floor, there are banquet halls specially used for holding various large banquets. There are more than 20 large banquet halls here, each of which can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. In addition, there are 3 super spacious banquet halls, which can accommodate thousands of people. These banquet halls have various functions and are mainly used for large banquets such as wedding ceremonies and thank you banquets. The 5th to 9th floors are independent private rooms of different styles and sizes. Each private room has been carefully designed and decorated. There are a total of 60 rooms, which are mainly used for various dining and gathering needs on weekdays. The 10th floor is the office location for all department heads and managers of the hotel. From the 11th to the 21st floor, there are more than 200 luxury guest rooms, divided into ordinary rooms, deluxe rooms, and presidential suites. Each room is equipped with top-notch facilities and has an excellent view. Sumabe put down the financial report and said to Wang Yukuan, "Manager Wang, you did a great job. Thank you for your hard work." Wang Yukuan hurriedly bent down and said respectfully, "These are what I should do. Regarding the matter of Yuan Hongbing and Chui Hongyu, it was my dereliction of duty." Sumabe waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to blame yourself. There are always some bad apples in every group. Just clean them up in time. Please notify everyone that starting from this month, the salary of all hotel employees will be doubled." "Thank you," Boss Wang Yukuan said. "These are what everyone deserves," Sumabe said with a smile. "Yes, I'll inform them right away." Seeing that everything is fine, Wang Yukuan tactfully left the private room. As soon as he left, Sumabe said to Feng Sini with satisfaction, "I didn't expect you to be so amazing." Feng Sini said coquettishly, "So, did my stinky little brother give me any reward? Didn't I reward you just now?" Sumabe said with a wicked smile. "It's disgusting, you're so frivolous, this is a place to eat." Feng Sini rolled her eyes at him charmingly. "Guess if anyone will come in?" Sumabe said proudly. He. Seeing his expression, Feng Sini burst into laughter. Chapter 38. I really love this man. In the following days, Sumabe either went to the bar to play games with Li Muzi, or sent messages to Feng Sini to flirt with her. Occasionally, he would call and chat with the school beauty Xiao Qianyue. His life was very pleasant. At the same time, the 2 important businesses, Tiandi Building and Yahiyuan Hotel, have been developing vigorously since Feng Sini took over. Under her careful management, these 2 places have not only successfully entered the track of normal operation, but also various business processes have become more standardized and systematic. As time goes by, their daily performance has shown a good situation of continuous rise, which is remarkable. At a barbecue stall not far from Sumabe's home, Sumabe and Li Muzi were drinking draft beer and eating skewers with great interest. "Mabe, brother, I have something to tell you," Li Muzi said after taking a big sip of beer. "What's going on?" Sumabe took a bite of the authentic lamb skewers. "You know what, the cooking skills of this roadside stall are really good." Li Muzi said, "Dong Xiaofang has agreed to be my girlfriend." "This is a good thing," Sumabe said with a smile. "But, she is going to transfer to Langchang next semester. I have already told my family about it. I will also transfer there with her next semester," Li Muzi sighed and said. Hearing this, Sumabe put down the skewer in his hand and asked tentatively, "Are you going to Langchang University? Isn't it such a coincidence? Could we still meet at Langchang University?" "It's not the Langchang University of Science and Technology," Li Muzi explained. "I see. But it's okay, after all, we are in Dragon City." Seeing that Sumabe didn't say anything, Li Muzi suddenly raised his glass and said loudly, "Mabe, we are brothers, good brothers for life. Although you are not studying in Jiangcheng anymore, it will not affect our brotherhood. I toast you a glass." After saying that, Li Muzi was about to raise his beer cup, but Sumabe stopped him. "Don't worry, I will transfer to Langchang next semester." Hearing his words, Li Muzi was overjoyed. He asked in surprise, "Really? Is it also a science university?" "No, it's Langchang University," Sumabe shook his head. "Langchang University? It's one of the top universities in China. I heard it's hard to get in. Have you completed the transfer procedures?" Li Muzi asked in surprise. Sumabe smiled mysteriously and said, "Not yet, but after the math competition tomorrow, they will take the initiative to find me." After separating from Li Muzi, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Sumabe went straight home, returned to his room, lay on the bed, and called up the system in his mind. "System, open the information panel. Ding information panel opened successfully. Host, Su Mabe. Age, 20. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Wealth, 7,325,855 renminbi. Assets, Tiandi Building, Yahyuan Hotel, Airbus A380 private jet, number 1 villa in Jiangye Community, Lamborghini. Poison not claimed. Special skills, academic excellence, nature S music, God-level driving. Shock value, 58,500. Seeing that it took so many days to collect more than 50,000 shock points, Su Mabe couldn't help but groan inwardly. It is becoming increasingly difficult to harvest shock value now. At school, everyone has become accustomed to their status as academic masters. It seems that we can only wait until the results of the mathematics competition are announced to harvest a big wave. System, 5 draws. Ding system lottery mode is turned on. Ding spends 50,000 shock points to draw 5 times. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your participation. 10 billion renminbi in cash. Thanks for your participation. Jiangcheng Feda Real Estate Development Company, 100% shares. Market value of 3 billion. 10 billion? Now I am a billionaire? The system is as good as you can see. Su Mabe only paid attention to the 10 billion cash reward. Obviously, cash is more reliable. I have to say that although it has become more difficult to harvest shock value recently, the winning rate of the system lottery is really high. After directly letting the system withdraw 10 billion in cash into his bank card, Su Mabe entered the system mall to check the reward introduction. Feda Real Estate Development Company, the largest real estate company in Jiangcheng, currently owns 40% of the development rights in Jiangcheng and has the management rights of 18 communities in Jiangcheng. After reading the introduction, Su Mabe picked up his phone and sent a message to Fong Sini. Are you asleep? Almost at the moment the message was sent successfully, Fong Sini's reply message came back. Not yet, what's wrong? You naughty little brother, do you miss your sister? Cough cough. When Su Mabe saw the message, he coughed twice. This Fong Yaojing can really stir a man's heartstrings anytime and anywhere. I just acquired Feda Real Estate Company. If I have time tomorrow, I will go and take over. Again? Next time you acquire a company, can you please discuss it with me first? It's always so sudden. I'll try my best. These assets are obtained through system lottery, and I have no control over them. This is good. Why aren't you asleep yet? I was just about to go to bed. What's up? Are you coming over, little brother? I'll leave the door open for you. I'm going to sleep, good night. After sending the message, Su Mabe threw the phone aside and let out a long sigh. I don't know if it's because Fong Sini is naturally charming, but ever since their relationship took a step further, she seemed to have opened Pandora's box, and Su Mabe would be defeated every time. This dealt a heavy blow to Su Mabe's confidence. The other end of the phone. In the boss's office on the top floor of Tiandi Building. Fong Sini sat in the boss chair and started laughing after seeing the message Su Mabe had just sent on her phone. Wu Yanjie, the building manager who was also working overtime, asked with a smile, Secretary Fong, what are you so happy about? Fong Sini put down her phone and said with a smile, it's nothing, Manager Wu. I remember that the headquarters of Feda Real Estate Development Company is on the 10th floor of our building, right? Yes, the entire 10th floor was rented by them for office use, and their lease was about to expire soon, Wu Yanjie replied. Okay, I understand. Fong Sini nodded. Seeing Fong Sini specifically asking, Wu Yanjie asked, Secretary Fong, do you need me to urge them tomorrow? Fong Sini waved her hand and said, no, the place has been acquired by our boss. I will go there to take over tomorrow, and the lease contract will no longer be needed. What? Wu Yanjie was stunned. Feda Real Estate Development Company is the leading enterprise in Jiangcheng's real estate industry, with a market value of tens of billions. Such a large listed company was actually acquired by its own boss in such a nonchalant manner? This is simply unbelievable. Our boss is really incredible, Wu Yanjie said in shock. Yes, I really love this man. Fong Sini didn't reply, but thought to herself. The next morning, Su Mabe woke up from his sleep. He quickly got out of bed, went to the bathroom, and washed up. After washing up, Su Mabe came to the living room. Under the instructions of his father and mother, he quickly finished a bowl of porridge, picked up a bun, put it in his mouth and took a few bites, thus completing this simple breakfast. Then, Sumabe returned to his room and put the stationery and certificates he had prepared last night into his school bag. After checking and confirming that nothing was missing, he carried his school bag and walked out of the house, rushing to the examination room. Chapter 39 Mathematics Competition. This mathematics competition will be held by the World Mathematical Olympiad Association soon after, because the winner will represent the country and compete for the country. Therefore, it has received high attention from the National Education Bureau and attracted the attention of people across the country. Before the first rays of sunlight in the morning spread completely over the earth, the streets and alleys of Langchang had already begun to bustle. On the streets, traffic police in neat uniforms had already been on standby, directing traffic in an orderly manner. The special police were not to be outdone. They patrolled all important intersections fully armed and vigilantly watched all movements around them. On the road, vehicles and pedestrians gave way, and people across the country worked together to ensure that the students who were about to enter the examination hall had a smooth journey. When Sumabe arrived at the door of the examination room he was assigned to, he was instantly shocked by the spectacular scene before him. I saw that outside the examination room, the area was already crowded with people. It was simply a sea of people. Everywhere there were people, and the sounds of noise, shouting, and conversation were intertwined. Among the crowd, the vast majority were parents who came with their children. Some of them nervously checked whether their children had brought all their stationery. Some kept reminding their children of various precautions, fearing that their children would miss some key information. Some parents were even more anxious than their children, with beads of sweat on their foreheads. After all, for some students, this math competition is not just an ordinary exam. It may be an opportunity to change their life. Just as he was about to enter the examination room, the cell phone in Sumabe's pocket suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that there were 2 WeChat messages. One was sent by Xia Qianyue. Let us cheer together. The other one was sent by Fong Sini. Come on, husband, or you will be at the bottom. Sumabe shook his head and smiled, but did not reply to the message. Instead, he turned off his phone, handed it in, and walked straight into the examination room. At this moment, the eyes of people across the country are focused outside major examination halls across the country. It can be said that the popularity of this mathematics competition is comparable to that of the annual college entrance examination. As long as there is a little movement, it will immediately become a hot topic and rush to the hot search. Domestic major media and some self-media influencers will naturally not miss this golden opportunity to gain traffic. They have sent reporters and outdoor anchors to squat outside the major examination halls, ready to obtain first-hand information at any time. It was not until noon that Sumabe walked out of the examination room. Then he stretched his body and said to himself, "Alas, it's finally over." At this time, outside the examination room, there were already densely packed people, most of whom were parents who came to pick up the candidates, and the others were anchors doing outdoor live broadcasts and media reporters conducting random interviews. When reporters saw the handsome Sumabe, the first one to slowly walk out of the examination room, they naturally would not miss such an eye-catching opportunity, so they picked up their cameras and surrounded him. One of the female reporters said, "Hello, classmate. We are reporters from Life News. Could you please accept our interview? It won't take me too long." Sumabe thought about it and decided that he had nothing to do anyway, so he simply nodded. "Thank you, please wait a moment." After saying this, the female reporter took the microphone and said to the live webcam, "Dear viewers, the national mathematics competition organized by the National Education Bureau has come to an end. First of all, we wish all candidates to get ideal results. Let's do a random interview." Then he handed the microphone to Sumabe, and the live camera also turned, and suddenly Sumabe's figure appeared in the live broadcast room. When the handsome guy suddenly appeared, the live broadcast room was quiet at first, and then it instantly became lively. WTF, where did this handsome guy come from? Is he a big star? My little brother is so handsome, how can he be so handsome? This handsome boy is not simple, wearing all branded clothes, he is tall, rich and handsome. The little brother is so handsome, has a good temperament, and a great body. I really want to take him home. Is the appearance of the passers-by interviewed by the reporter so amazing? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining reputation value, 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining reputation value, 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining reputation value, 100. Live broadcast. The female reporter said, "Student, please say hello to our audience in the live broadcast room first." Sumabe raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a spring-like smile, and said softly, "Hello everyone." This smile instantly charmed all the crazy girls in the live broadcast room. Wow! I can't take it anymore. When I see the little brother smile, I feel like my heart is about to melt. Brother, please make your debut here. I promise that I will support you even if I don't buy skincare products anymore. Absolutely true love upstairs. The female reporter was overjoyed to see that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was so enthusiastic and the number of people online was constantly increasing. She continued to ask, "Dear student, are you a student of the Department of Mathematics at Jiangcheng University?" Sumabe, no, I am from the Department of Finance. Female reporter, it seems that this math competition must be very difficult for you? Hearing this, Sumabe thought for a moment, then said seriously, "For me, the most difficult thing is not the exam." The female reporter asked, "Oh? Then what do you think is the most difficult thing?" Sumabe smiled and said, "The most difficult thing is the examination room rules. You can't hand in the paper in advance. It's really hard to endure." As soon as Sumabe finished speaking, the crowd watching the excitement suddenly became quiet, followed by deafening laughter. Phew, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Whose child is this? Why is he speaking so bluntly? That's right, he is a student of finance, he doesn't know how to take the exam, he just wants to hand in the paper early. Kids nowadays are so naughty that their families don't supervise them and even broadcast them live. There was laughter in the live broadcast room. Ha, this little brother is so humorous. Even if the handsome boy is a student of finance, he should work hard. It's okay, little brother. If you can't get into college, I can support you. The one above, I think I can do it too. Get lost. At this time, the female reporter at the scene had begun to regret asking Sumabe this question. In order to change the subject, she hurriedly continued to ask, "Dear student, how many points do you think you will get in this math competition?" Sumabe, it should be 180 points, full score. Female reporter. Can't you just speak properly? Why do you have to brag? Before the people around in the audience in the live broadcast room could react, the female reporter hurriedly said, "Student, thank you for accepting our interview. Thank you very much to the audience in the live broadcast room for watching our live broadcast. This interview ends here." Hearing the female reporter's words, Sumabe nodded, then walked outside as if nothing had happened. At this moment, behind him, a thunderous laugh suddenly sounded. Chapter 40. What is going on? The video of Sumabe being interviewed directly made it to the hot search list in less than an hour, and its popularity is still rising. On major short video platforms in China, it received millions of likes in just a few hours, and the video has been viewed more than 20 million times. Various mocking voices came like a flood, drowning the comments sections of major platforms. Seizing the spotlight, today's young people are really brave enough to brag about anything they can think of. He is so handsome, but I didn't expect his brain is bad. This is a complete negative example for young people in China. Everyone must take good care of their children and not embarrass themselves in public. He really brought shame to his school. I wonder how angry his head teacher will be when he finds out about this. Criticisms, doubts, and ridicules were overwhelming, and the corresponding heat was getting higher and higher. Even Fong Xini, who had just taken over the Feta real estate development company and was busy and dizzy, heard the news. After taking the tablet computer from Wu Yanjie and watching the video, Fong Xini burst into laughter. He. This naughty little brother, no matter what he does, it's really a worry. Wu Yanjie on the side hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Should we come forward and hire some navy?" Fong Xini waved her hand and said with a smile, "No, our boss would not do such a thing for no reason. I think he must have some purpose. We should not interfere." Wu Yanjie said respectfully. "Okay, let us continue. The boss has become a hands-off manager, so we have to help him protect his family business." After saying that, he picked up the information and began to compare it carefully with Wu Yanjie again. At this time, Sumabe was lying on the big bed in his room, talking on the phone with Li Muzi. I said, "Mabe, what are you going to do?" "There are a lot of insults against you on the internet now," Li Muzi said worriedly. "I'm telling the truth. I can't be interviewed and not allowed to tell the truth, right?" Sumabe said with a smile. "The purpose of doing this is, of course, to gain shock value. The more fiercely those people curse now, the more shock value there will be when the results are announced." "Okay, you did a great job. In a few days, it will be the graduation ceremony for the seniors. Although we are about to transfer to another school, we promise Xia Qianyue to sing on stage. How are you preparing? Li Muzi said helplessly. I'm going to sing on stage, are you still worried? Just wait and cheer for me when the time comes, Sumabe said narcissistically. After hanging up the phone, Sumabe stretched, yawned, threw the phone aside, and fell asleep happily. However, on the internet, the controversy surrounding him became increasingly intense and heated, even alarming the Provincial Education Bureau. That night, the president of Jiangcheng University received a call from his superior in the Education Bureau. As soon as the phone was connected, he was scolded all over. He was completely confused and didn't know what mistake he had made to make his leader so angry. He didn't dare to ask more questions and could only nod and endure it silently. After being scolded for half an hour, the leader on the other end of the phone stopped talking because of dry mouth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the president of Jiangcheng University carefully inquired about the cause of the incident. After listening to the leader's account of the whole incident, the president of Jiangcheng University was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Leader, if this is the case, I don't think you need to be so angry." "Oh? Why?" A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Because what Sumabe said was true, the president of Jiangcheng University said seriously. Hearing this, the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent for a moment, and then asked, "Are you sure? You are responsible for what you said. I'm sure you'll know when the math competition results are announced." In the following period, Sumabe completely ignored the increasingly intense verbal abuse against him on the internet. Instead, he and Li Muzi went to a nearby driving school to sign up before the summer vacation began. The world's top supercar is still in the system's warehouse. If it is not taken out for a drive, it may soon rust. The summer is scorching and the heat is unbearable. Sumabe and Li Muzi hid under a big tree with lush branches and leaves, enjoying the coolness, each holding a popsicle in their hands and eating it with relish. Li Muzi raised his head, looked at Sumabe beside him, and asked, "Mabe, what do you think is the meaning of going to college?" Sumabe smiled and replied, "You should study finance and management well, so that when you graduate from university, you can come directly to help me manage the industry. With the system in hand, the assets owned in the future will surely increase. However, as the scale of assets continues to expand, it will inevitably require many excellent talents to manage. Although it is not clear whether this good brother of mine really has that ability, at least one thing is certain, he will never betray or harm me." Facing Sumabe's proposal, Li Muzi nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, no problem." Although he had no idea what the so-called assets Sumabe mentioned were, nor how much assets he actually had, he had always had an almost blind trust in Sumabe. This trust had been deeply rooted in Li Muzi's heart since the beginning of their acquaintance. "I may be able to get my driver's license in half a month. You should work harder and try to get it faster," Sumabe said with a smile. "Are you so confident?" "I admire you in learning, and I am not worse than you in driving," Li Muzi said confidently. Sumabe smiled bitterly and shook his head, but didn't say anything. "I have God-level driving skills. Do you think I have confidence?" In the following days, Sumabe and Li Muzi were inseparable all day long, either going to the driving school together or playing games in the bar together. Time flies. Before I knew it, a week had passed. The time has finally come to announce the mock exam results. At Sumabe's home, his father Su Guoqiang and his mother Wan Yang sat around a dusty computer, clicking the update button with their mouse. "Why can't this web page be opened?" Su Guoqiang said dissatisfiedly. Sumabe, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled and said, "Dad, the whole country must be checking their grades now. There are too many people logging into the web page at the same time, so it is normal for the system to lag. If it doesn't work, just check again later." "That won't do." Mom Wang Yang said anxiously, "I want to see your score as soon as possible, otherwise I won't be at ease." As Sumabe's parents, they naturally knew about the comments on the internet. However, seeing how confident their son was, the old couple did not say much. However, they were naturally very concerned about his test scores. It's out, Su Guoqiang, who had been clicking the mouse, said excitedly. "Where is it? Show me quickly." Wang Yang hurriedly leaned over the display screen and searched carefully for Sumabe's name. After searching for a while, Su Guoqiang pointed at Sumabe's name on the display and said. Then the couple looked down the list following the names and immediately saw Sumabe's score. "Honey, what was the total score of the math competition?" Wang Yang asked blankly. I remember it should be 180 points, Su Guoqiang said in the same confusion. Then, what's going on? Wang Yang pointed at Su Mabei's total score and said. The place she pointed to was clearly marked. Total score, 181. Chapter 41, 1 point more than full marks. Not only Su Mabei's parents, but all the people who paid close attention to this math competition were stunned when they saw Su Mabei scored 181 points. The first thought that instantly popped up in everyone's mind was that there must be a serious error in the system. After all, everyone knew that the total score was only 180 points, so how could anyone get 181 points, such an incredible result? In an instant, the questioning voices surged like a tidal wave and quickly swept the entire society. Countless people who were concerned about this matter could not wait to pick up their phones and call the Huaxia Education Bureau's complaint hotline, expressing their dissatisfaction and anger at this absurd result in fierce words, and strongly demanding that the relevant departments take immediate action to fix this so-called system error as soon as possible and give the candidates a fair and just test result. However, to everyone's surprise, after 5 hours, Su Mabei's score remained at 181. No matter how many times people clicked the screen to refresh the data, the result remained unchanged. As time went by, the discussion about this incident quickly spread on the internet. Su Mabei, who was originally unknown, became a household name overnight. At the same time, the Huaxia Education Bureau was also caught in a huge whirlpool of public opinion because of this incident, and was directly pushed to the forefront, bearing pressure and doubts from all sides. Just as public opinion and doubts were intensifying on the internet, the official account of the Huaxia Education Bureau, which had remained silent, finally issued a statement and gave a detailed explanation of the incident. It turned out that in this math competition, there was a math problem that Su Mabei used 8 ways to solve. The mathematics professor who set the question only knew 6 ways to solve it. Later, after discussion between the marking group and the education committee, it was decided to give Su Mabei an additional point as a reward. In this way, the math problem that was originally worth 20 points became 21 points. Because of this, his final total score was 181 points, 1 point more than the total score. At this point, Su Mabei has become the well-deserved first place in this national mathematics competition. As soon as this announcement was released, it instantly swept the entire internet. Those people who had previously ridiculed and questioned him unscrupulously now turned their attention, made a 180-degree turn in their attitude, and began to praise Su Mabei. Isn't this too amazing? He is simply a genius of the demonic level. How can such an operation be possible? This top student named Su Mabei, please accept my pious kneel. The professor who set the question only knew 6 ways to solve it, but he knew 8? Professor? Excuse me, but in my opinion, they are just a big joke. With such a top student competing for the country, China can definitely be proud of this world mathematics competition. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. The power of netizens is incomparably strong. Just when countless netizens were full of praise for Su Mabei, a revealing comment from a certain netizen instantly shocked countless people. It turns out that Su Mabei, the student who was now highly praised for being the top scorer in the mathematics competition, is the same person as the student who was mercilessly ridiculed by everyone after being interviewed by the media a few days ago. Once this shocking fact was exposed, it seemed as if time had frozen in an instant, and the entire Chinese network fell into a strange state of stagnation, so quiet that it made people feel a little creepy. After only a few seconds of silence, netizens were instantly in an uproar like an avalanche. No way? Su Mabei is the same person as the funny student who went viral on the internet a few days ago? Isn't this too dramatic? It's not easy to write novels like this. At first I was still sneering at him, but now it seems that what he said was indeed the truth. Mathematical competitions were indeed too easy for this genius student. I want to apologize to classmate Su Mabei. I laughed at you too loudly at the beginning. I also watched the interview video at that time. I didn't expect that such a handsome boy would be a top student. He is so perfect. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. The protagonist, Su Mabei, was sitting on a bench in his neighborhood at this time. He ignored the endless system prompts ringing in his mind and talked on the phone with the school beauty Xia Qianyue. You are really amazing. You actually scored 181 points. Even my parents were shocked after seeing the news. Xia Qianyue's playful voice came from the other end of the phone. That's right, don't you see who I am, Sumabe said proudly. TSK, you just know how to show off. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony for the seniors. How are you going to perform on stage? Xia Qianyue asked. Don't worry, everything is ready. The song I'm going to sing tomorrow is for you, Sumabe said mysteriously. Sing to me? What are you doing? Don't mess around. Xia Qianyue's voice suddenly became a little nervous. You will know when the time comes, Sumabe said with a smile. Chapter 42, Hot Pot. At this time, in Sumabe's home, the old couple Su Guoqiang and Wang Yaong were already busy and exhausted, and their mouths were dry. Ever since the Education Bureau issued that announcement, the old landline phone at home has started ringing non-stop. Representatives from prestigious universities in China called in person, hoping to get in touch with Sumabe and extend an olive branch to the mathematics champion. You know, there are only 10 places available for this world mathematics competition. This means that every place is extremely precious and the competition is bound to be extremely fierce. And if we can successfully get Sumabe, a mathematical genius who ranks first in the country, to represent our school in this world-class competition and shoulder the responsibility of winning glory for the country, then the impact on his school will undoubtedly be huge and far-reaching. First of all, this will certainly greatly enhance the school's popularity and reputation in the field of education at home and abroad. When people mention this school, they no longer simply regard it as an ordinary institution, but are closely associated with Sumabe, who has made a name for himself in the international arena. This connection can not only attract the attention of more outstanding students, but also prompt some top scholars and experts to take a keen interest in the school, and then carry out cooperation and exchange activities. Secondly, such outstanding performance will certainly attract great attention and praise from the National Education Bureau. Once the school is officially recognized and praised, it will receive more policy support and resource allocation, which will further promote the overall improvement of teaching quality, which will be of immeasurable significance to the future development of the school, both in the short and long term. Not only that, even some well-known overseas universities heard the news and made international calls, expressing their willingness to offer generous conditions to recruit Sumabe. Hello, this is Sumabe's home, I am his father. Su Guoqiang picked up the microphone and said with a little fatigue. Oh, you are Mr. Su, I am the representative of Tsinghua University. Sumabe performed well in this mathematics competition, and we hope that he can choose to transfer to Tsinghua University for further study. I wonder if you can convey our wishes. Don't worry, we guarantee that we will definitely provide the highest treatment for Sumabe. An enthusiastic voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm really sorry, my son is not at home now. I will ask him to call you back when he comes back, Su Guoqiang responded politely while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Before he put down the phone rang again. This time it was the admissions teacher from Jiaotong University. Are you Sumabe's family? We are from Jiaotong University. On behalf of all the teachers and students of our university, I sincerely invite Sumabe to come. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sumabe is not here now. Su Guoqiang shook his head helplessly. Soon after, a call came from the National Defense University. Sorry, Sumabe is not at home now. I am his father. Until the end, I even received several calls from international numbers. When he heard the other party communicating in English, Su Guoqiang couldn't help but frown. I'm sorry, I don't understand English very well, can you speak Chinese? In this way, the old couple kept answering the phone and were overwhelmed. Call. When the phone finally stopped ringing, Su Guoqiang and Wang Yaong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt that the whole world was quiet. Our son is really outstanding, Wang Yaong said proudly. Hee, our son must be awesome, Su Guoqiang said with a smile. Go away, go away. Our son follows me. What does it have to do with you? Wang Yaong said unhappily. Su Guoqiang. Without me, you can't give birth to a son, okay? Oh, Wang Yaong suddenly remembered something and said, have you called our parents and informed them? Yes, I almost forgot. I'll call them now. Our parents will definitely be very happy when they know that their eldest grandson is so outstanding, Su Guoqiang said hurriedly. Wang Yaong said, who asked you to say this? I asked you to ask our parents whether our ancestral tomb exploded? Otherwise, how could our son be so outstanding? Su Guoqiang. Just then, Sumabe walked into the house leisurely. Son, you are finally back, Su Guoqiang said. Mom and Dad, what happened to you? Su Mabe asked in surprise. Su Guoqiang panted and said, "You don't know. As soon as you left home, many universities called home, all of them invited you, and the conditions were better than the other." Su Mabe thought for a while and asked, "Did Langchang University call too?" Wang Yaong smiled and said, "They were the first to call, and I answered the call." The person who called seemed to be a professor. He said, "You can propose any conditions you want." I wrote down the phone number. Taking the phone number handed to him by his mother, Su Mabe picked up the phone and dialed it directly. Since the system task was set in Langchang, Su Mabe did not plan to contact other universities. However, he still had to meet the necessary conditions, as that was related to whether he could live a comfortable university life. The call was connected quickly. Su Mabe said directly, "Hello, I am Su Mabe." "Hello, Su Mabe, I am a distinguished professor at Langchang University, my name is Qian Weiman." A strong voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Mabe never imagined that Langchang University would be so sincere that they would actually send a specially appointed professor to communicate with him in person. Faced with such attention, Su Mabe's favorable impression of Langchang University increased a lot, so he said politely, "Hello, Professor Qian, it's an honor to receive your call." Professor Qian on the other end of the phone smiled and said, "Ha, Su Mabe, you don't have to be polite. Let's not beat around the bush. I'm here to discuss this with you today on behalf of Langchang University. We hope you can transfer to our Department of Mathematics at Langchang University for further study." Hearing this, Su Mabe's mouth corners slightly raised, and then pretended to be embarrassed and said, Professor Qian, I'm really sorry. When I was not at home just now, many other universities also called me. So for this matter, I may not be able to give you a definite answer immediately. I have to call these schools one by one and communicate with them about the specific situation first." Su Mabe's words were very clear. If he really wanted to transfer to Langchang University, he had to offer attractive conditions. After all, he was a popular guy now, and any university was his choice. "Ha, little rascal, since you said so, I will get straight to the point. Our Langchang University is sincere in wanting to recruit you, and the treatment we give you is definitely not something other universities can do. Every year we will unconditionally give you a scholarship of 1 million. Moreover, all the expenses you incur during your stay at school, including tuition and accommodation fees, etc., will not be charged by the school. Not only that, we will also provide you with a special quota for recommended postgraduate study. As long as you can continue to maintain outstanding performance, after you graduate from university, we will give priority to hiring you to stay in school to teach and serve as a professor. Of course, as for some other specific matters, we will wait until you officially step into the gate of our Langchang University and then sit down and discuss it carefully." After hearing this, Su Mabe smiled brightly and replied straightforwardly, "Okay, but I have one condition." "What conditions? You can just tell me." "Su Mabe, I have no problem transferring to Langchang University, but I will not choose the Department of Mathematics, but will continue to study the Department of Finance." "No, this is absolutely not possible. Su Mabe, your talent in mathematics is unparalleled. Why don't you further your studies in mathematics?" "Su Mabe, because mathematics is just my hobby. I want to make more money and become the richest man in the world." "Mathematics can also make you a lot of money. You are still young, so your values must not be distorted." "Su Mabe, but my current assets are already over 10 billion, so I need to learn financial management." Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. In fact, Su Mabe didn't care about the so-called scholarship and recommendation quota at all. After all, he is now worth hundreds of billions, so how could he care about such a small amount of money? The reason why he still wanted to discuss these conditions with the school was nothing more than to test how much Langchang University valued him. Furthermore, if the school can relax its control over me in some aspects, I can enjoy the wonderful university life without any restrictions. After hanging up the phone, Su Mabe thought about it and called the office of the president of Jiangcheng University. The call was quickly connected, and the stern voice of the president of Jiangcheng University came through. "Hello? Hello, principal, I am Su Mabe." Hearing this, the tone of the person on the other end of the phone instantly became flattering. "Is this Su? Hello, I've been calling your home, but the line is busy. Su, you performed very well in this math competition. Jiangcheng University is proud of you." "Su Mabe, thank you, principal, but I have something I would like to ask you for help." "No problem, just tell me if you have any questions." "Don't worry, from now on, Jiangcheng University will never treat you unfairly. Sumabe said straight to the point, I want to transfer to Langchang University, and I hope the president can help me with the formalities. What did you say? The tone of the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rose 8 degrees. Sumabe said calmly, I said, I want to transfer to Langchang University. No, absolutely not, classmate Su, you are the talent that Jiangcheng University has cultivated with great effort. Let's talk it over nicely. Why do you want to transfer schools? Sumabe, what if I donate 10 million to Jiangcheng University? Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Chapter 43 System Upgrade Again. Sumabe had just put down the phone when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the random task and obtaining 100% ownership of Langchang Xinyue Hotel. Ding detected that the host has obtained 10 million shock points, the system is about to upgrade. Ding, the system has been successfully upgraded. The system lottery function is closed and the system mall is opened. Upon hearing about the system upgrade, Sumabe had no time to explain to his parents. He hurried back to his room and locked the door. I haven't even registered at Langchang University yet, but the system has already determined that the task is completed? Sumabe muttered to himself while entering the system mall in his mind. Sure enough, the system mall, which was dull before, has now become golden. System, what changes have been made after the upgrade? Sumabe asked. Ding, the system lottery function has been closed, and the system mall is open. The host can spend the shock value corresponding to the item and directly purchase the required items in the mall. After hearing the explanation of the system, Sumabe carefully browsed the system mall again and finally understood the changes after the system upgrade. First of all, the system mall that I have always longed for is finally available. As long as I have enough shock value, I can directly purchase the item according to the required price. But this price surprised Sumabe. It was too expensive. For example, the shares of those large groups all started at least 1 million shocking points. There are also various stunts, and the starting price is a shocking 5 million. Just looking at the price is daunting. It's better not to upgrade. Although there are many uncertainties in the lottery, it's at least cheap, Sumabe grumbled dissatisfiedly. System, open the information panel. Ding, information panel opened successfully. Host, Sumabe. Age, 20. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Wealth, 10,007,425,855 renminbi. Assets, Tiandi Building, Yahyuan Hotel, Feta Real Estate Development Company, Xinyue Hotel, Airbus A380 private jet, number 1 villa in Jiangye Community, Lamborghini. Poison not claimed. Special skills, academic excellence, god-level driving, heavenly sound. Shock value, 1505000. Seeing that the shocking value had reached more than 10 million, Sumabe laughed with satisfaction. It seems that I really made a lot of money in this math competition, and the shock value is still increasing. After thinking for a while, Sumabe decided to go to the unique skills mall in the system. After all, compared with cash and assets, unique skills have the highest cost performance. He clicked directly into the special skills mall and instantly saw a wide variety of special skills. For a moment, Sumabe was almost dazzled. Suddenly, Sumabe's eyes were fixed on the unique skills of the Peerless Master. After clicking the button introducing the special skills, I was instantly shocked by the introductory text. Peerless Master, after extraction, the host will become a Peerless Master among millions. Although there were only a dozen words, it made Sumabe feel extremely excited. Which man doesn't dream of becoming a hero? After taking a look at the shocking price of 8 million, Sumabe didn't hesitate and clicked to buy. Ding, purchase successful, please ask the host whether to withdraw. Extract, Sumabe said impatiently. Ding, extraction successful. In an instant, Sumabe suddenly realized that a stream of air, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly burst out from the depths of his dantian without any warning. This warm current was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, traveling throughout his body at an astonishing speed, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort wherever it went. Time seemed to freeze. After a short moment, that wonderful feeling gradually receded like the tide. When it completely dissipated, Sumabe took a deep breath as if waking up from a dream. In this instant, Sumabe was pleasantly surprised to find that his whole body was filled with an unprecedented sense of comfort. This feeling was like bathing in the warm spring sun. Not only that, his hearing, vision and perception abilities have also been greatly enhanced. The previously subtle and indistinguishable sounds have now become clearly audible, and the blurry scenes in the distance can now be seen clearly. His perception of the surrounding environment is even more acute, and even the slightest movement cannot escape his senses. Wow, it feels so good. Sumabe laughed. After fully adapting to the changes in his body, Sumabe started shopping in the system mall again. He spent another 5 million shot points to purchase the Musical Instrument Mastery skill. After extraction, you will have God-level understanding and God-level operating skills for all instruments. The reason why Sumabe bought this skill was that he thought it might be useful at the graduation ceremony. Finally, Sumabe used the remaining 2 million shot points to purchase 100% ownership of the Millet Western Pastry, Western Restaurant in Langchang. Millet Western Pastry Restaurant, the only Michelin 3-star Western restaurant in Langchang, with a market value of 1.2 billion renminbi. Only after he had used up all the 15 million shot points did Sumabe exit the system with satisfaction and walk out of the room. At this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. The kitchen was filled with tempting aromas. Mom Wang Yaon cooked a rich and delicious dinner. The old couple sat at the dining table, quietly waiting for Sumabe. Seeing Sumabe walking out of the room, Wang Yaong hurriedly asked with concern, "Mabe, you ran so fast just now, did something happen?" Hearing his mother's question, Sumabe quickly showed a bright smile and said, "Mom, I don't have anything to say." He walked to the dining table with a smile and sat down. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and couldn't wait to eat. Seeing his son's hungry face, his father Suguochang couldn't help but ask, "Son, so many universities have called you just now, have you decided which one you want to go to? This is about your future life path, so you can't be careless." The old couple sincerely hopes that their son can go out and explore the world more. After all, Jiangcheng is only a third-tier city. It is really too small and has no development prospects. After all, reading 1,000 books is not as good as traveling 1,000 miles. It will definitely be good for children to visit big cities. Sumabe chewed his mouth full of food and answered vaguely, "Mom and Dad, I have already made up my mind. I have decided to go to Langchang University to study." Hearing this answer, Wang Yaon nodded in agreement. Well, Langchang University is indeed quite good. Although it is not as good as the top universities in the country like Tsinghua, it can still be ranked in the top 10 in our country. Moreover, Langchang is close to home. If you go to school there, your father and I can visit you often. Dad, Mom, I have something important to discuss with you. Sumabe finished a bowl of rice like a whirlwind, put down his bowl and chopsticks contentedly, and spoke with a serious expression. Su Guoqiang, who was sitting across from his son at the dining table, stopped what he was doing, looked up at his son, and asked curiously, "Oh, what's the matter?" Wang Yaon on the side also stopped eating and cast a curious look. Sumabe took a deep breath and said, "I plan to take advantage of this summer vacation to try to do a little business." As soon as these words were spoken, both parents showed surprised expressions. In fact, this idea was not something Sumabe came up with on a whim. Recently, he had been thinking about how to improve the family's financial situation. After all, he is now a billionaire, but he knows his parents' hardworking and simple character. If he gives them a large sum of money directly, or suddenly tells them his real wealth, according to their temperament, they will definitely ask for everything and make every detail clear. At that time, it will be difficult for him to explain clearly, and they will definitely be worried about him. After repeated thinking, this is the best way Sumabe can think of at the moment, which is to use the name of doing business to lay the groundwork in front of his parents. When the time is right, he can use the money earned from the so-called business to subsidize the family expenses. In this way, he can reduce the pressure on his parents' lives and avoid unnecessary worries and troubles. Nonsense, how old are you? What business are you in? You are still a student now, you should focus on your studies. Your mother and I are not without working ability. We can talk about making money after you go to college. Su Guoqiang said seriously. Yes, son, you are still young, and making money is something that your father and I will naturally take care of. Our family has no worries about food and clothing, and we are not short of money to spend, so, the right thing for you to do is to study in college peacefully. Wang Yaong advised earnestly, her eyes full of concern. Mom and Dad, I just want to give it a try. I will never put all my energy into doing business. And this time it's just a small business attempt. I just want to take advantage of the summer vacation and exercise myself. Sumabe said with a smile. But? Su Guoqiang frowned slightly, still having some concerns in his heart, but looking at his son's expectant eyes, he couldn't help but begin to waver. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I promise you that I will study hard and successfully complete my university studies. Just let me try. This can also be regarded as an early contact with society and accumulation of experience, which will definitely be helpful for me to enter the society in the future. Su Mabe patted his chest and promised. Hearing her son's sincere words, Wang Yaong finally smiled with relief. Okay, I'll do as you say, but you can't delay your studies because of this. After that, she turned to look at Su Guoqiang, smiled and said with emotion, look, our child has really grown up and become sensible. Su Guoqiang nodded, indicating that he agreed with his wife's opinion. Yes, that's true. Since the child has this intention, we as parents should support him. The family smiled at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and happy. Chapter 44 Graduation Ceremony. The next morning, the sun shone softly on every corner of Jiangcheng City. Today is the day when Jiangcheng University holds a graduation ceremony to send off its senior students. Not only Jiangcheng University, but also other high schools and junior high schools in Jiangcheng have chosen to hold their graduation ceremonies today. At this moment, huge red banners were hung high on various landmark buildings in Jiangcheng, which were bright and eye-catching. The slogans on these banners were all, warm congratulations to our city student, Su Mabe, who won the first place in the mathematics competition with a full score. The eye-catching words always attract the attention of passers-by. Jiangcheng University was no exception. Above the school gate, a particularly eye-catching banner was hung, which read, warm congratulations to our freshman, Su Mabe, for winning the first place in the mathematics competition. Suddenly, the name Su Mabe shone in Jiangcheng University and the entire city of Jiangcheng, becoming a hot topic among people. Whether it is teachers, classmates, or parents, when they mention Su Mabe, their faces are filled with admiration and envy. Now Su Mabe has become the pride of the entire Jiangcheng city. In the auditorium on the Jiangcheng University campus, more than 1,000 students from the entire school were present. The school leaders and class teachers all sat in the first two rows. The first person to walk onto the stage was the president of Jiangcheng University. He walked to the microphone with a smile on his face. The originally noisy voices in the audience suddenly quieted down, and everyone focused their attention on the president who was about to speak. The principal cleared his throat and began his half-hour speech. He held the carefully prepared speech in his hand and read it word by word. Each sentence seemed to carry his deep blessings and expectations for all senior graduates. However, despite the principal's earnest and passionate words, the long speech still made many students feel a little sleepy, and some even began to doze off. Finally, after a long half-hour, the principal ended this soul-stirring but sleepy speech. He put down the speech in his hand, took a breath, and then said in a loud voice, finally, let us welcome Su Mabe, a student from the first and second class of our school's finance department, to the stage with the warmest applause. As the principal finished speaking, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause and cheers. Everyone, who were originally drowsy, immediately turned their heads to look at the entrance. Amidst the thunderous applause, Su Mabe walked slowly and calmly from the stage entrance with a smile on his face. Handsome, with a face that looks like it was carefully carved by a sculptor, with sharp edges and corners, deep and bright eyes, and a slightly upturned lip under a high nose bridge, outlining a perfect arc. He wore a khaki-colored light jacket on his upper body, and a tight-fitting shirt as white as snow underneath, which fit his sturdy body perfectly. He also wore a pair of black jeans on his lower body, and a pair of clean and tidy white sneakers on his feet. He has an upright posture, a strong body, and an elegant temperament, all paired with a set of international brand men's clothing. As soon as she appeared on the stage, many young fans in the audience burst into screams, echoing throughout the entire venue. Wow! Junior Su Mabe is so handsome. So handsome, how can he be so handsome, even more handsome than those male protagonists in anime? Junior Su Mabe, look here, look here. It's over. When I think about how hard it will be to see my junior Su Mabe again after today, I feel like crying. After Su Mabe's junior transferred to another school, Jiangcheng University no longer has a school idol. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Obviously, everyone already knew that Su Mabe was about to transfer to another school. Xia Qianyue, who was sitting in the audience, also smiled and looked proudly at Su Mabe, who was the center of attention on the stage. She thought to herself, this is the boy I like. Son Lulu, who was not far away, looked at Su Mabe with a complicated and confused look. On the stage, the principal frowned slightly, and scanned the noisy students below the stage with sharp eyes, shouting, please keep quiet, please keep quiet. After a long while, the venue finally became quiet. At this time, the principal breathed a sigh of relief, then picked up the microphone, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Dear teachers and students, I believe everyone has already known that Sumabe, a student of our school, has achieved a total score of 181 points in this mathematics competition. After the meeting of our school leaders, it was decided to give Sumabe a cash reward of 200,000 yuan." Before the principal finished speaking, the audience, which had finally quieted down, suddenly exploded again. The students were whispering and talking to each other, their faces full of disbelief and envy. But the principal was not in a hurry to organize discipline like before, but looked at the lively scene with a smile on his face. Then, he took out a check for 200,000 yuan that he had prepared long ago from his pocket and handed it to Sumabe. Seeing this, Sumabe didn't hesitate to take the check and said politely, "Thank you, principal." Hearing Sumabe's thanks, the principal grinned, showing a row of white and neat teeth, and said, "Hey, Sumabe, it is our school's honor to be able to train such an outstanding student like you. I should be the one thanking you. I hope that no matter where you go in the future, you will not forget that you were once a member of Langchang University. When you are free, you must come back often. The door of our Langchang University will always be open to you." "I know," Principal Sumabe nodded. At this moment, the president of Langchang University felt extremely refreshed. Just yesterday, the leader of the Education Commission who had scolded him for half an hour on the phone called him to apologize. "I have been working in the education field for so many years and have become accustomed to being scolded by my superiors, but when has a superior ever specifically apologized to me? Besides, from what the leader said on the phone yesterday, my promotion should be not far away. All this was brought to me by this classmate Sumabe, how could I not be grateful to him?" Although Sumabe is about to transfer out of Langchang University, from the current perspective, the benefits he has brought to the school have been maximized, not to mention that the 10 million yuan in funding he donated has already arrived. With this money, Langchang University can completely replan and continue to expand. After the principal and Sumabe walked off the stage, the student union representatives gave speeches, and then representatives from each class took to the stage to perform. For this graduation ceremony, all teachers and students of the school prepared for more than a month in advance. Representatives from each class also showed their talents, each program was full of surprises, and the whole ceremony was full of laughter. Chapter 45: Du Baochang's Final Stubbornness. As the wonderful programs were presented one after another on the stage, it was finally time for the second class of the freshman Department of Finance to perform on stage. With the host's enthusiastic introduction, Sumabe once again took to the stage. The young fans in the audience were so enthusiastic that they screamed at the top of their lungs, the sound seemed to break through the roof. Sumabe stood in the center of the stage, holding the microphone tightly in his hand, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a charming smile. That smile was like the warm sunshine in spring, instantly melting the hearts of countless people, and even caused the screams from the audience to rise one wave after another, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. However, what was unexpected was that Sumabe stood in the middle of the stage for more than a minute, but the accompaniment that was supposed to accompany his performance did not sound. At first, the people in the audience who were immersed in excitement did not notice anything unusual, but as time passed, the scene gradually became quiet, replaced by whispers and puzzled discussions. "What's going on? Why isn't the accompaniment playing? Could it be that there was a stage accident? Isn't this a waste of emotion? I've been yelling for a long time." For a moment, all kinds of speculations and doubts filled the entire venue. At this time, Du Baochang, who was sitting in the audience, showed an elusive and meaningful smile on his face. He whispered to himself, "Humph, I want to see how you can show off this time." It turned out that Du Baochang had bribed the student union staff who played music in advance just to embarrass Sumabe in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Ever since Sumabe suddenly became a top student, Du Baochang has been suppressed by him. Seeing that he is about to transfer to another school, this is his last chance to take revenge on Sumabe, and it is also Du Baochang's last stubbornness. At this moment, the female host of the student union hurriedly ran onto the stage and whispered to Sumabe, "The accompaniment you prepared earlier was maliciously destroyed, and now the song accompaniment can't be played at all." Hearing this, Sumabe immediately looked at Du Baochang, who was smiling under the stage. Du Baochang, who was originally enjoying himself, was suddenly startled when he saw Sumabe's gaze. He quickly dodged his gaze and did not dare to meet his gaze. Seeing his reaction, Sumabe immediately understood and said helplessly, "It's really childish, but fortunately I have foresight." Then he said to the host, "It's okay, I can sing and play the guitar by myself, you go down first." In addition to possessing the unique skill of heavenly music, he is also proficient in playing musical instruments. After hearing Sumabe's words, the host nodded and hurried off the stage. Sumabe held the microphone and walked slowly towards the piano in the center of the stage. At the same time, he turned his head slightly and said in a soft voice, "Dear classmates, hello, I am Sumabe from Class 2, Department of Finance, freshman year. I believe everyone knows that I will transfer to Jiangxing University and bid farewell to this alma mater that carries countless memories and dreams. Today, at this special moment, I want to take this opportunity to perform a song for a girl who makes my heart beat fast. I hope that after listening to this song, she can understand my feelings for her." As soon as Sumabe finished speaking, the students who had been quiet below the stage suddenly exploded. For a moment, cheers and screams rang out one after another, and the atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited. Everyone started to cheer excitedly, clapping and cheering rhythmically. Some boys even blew loud whistles, and the sharp whistle sound echoed in the air, pushing the enthusiastic atmosphere to a climax. Wow, isn't this too romantic? Who is it? Who is it? My Prince Charming confessed his love to me in front of the whole school. The campus hunk of Suzhou University is really good. If he confessed to me, I would definitely agree to him immediately. I didn't expect that our school's graduation ceremony would have this program. It's really great. Some students even secretly picked up their mobile phones and turned on the video recording function. Nonsense, this is just nonsense. The dean sitting in the audience was furious and slammed the table in front of him. His face turned red and veins popped out on his forehead. Seeing that he was about to stand up and rush onto the stage to stop Sumabe from performing, the principal at the side quickly stretched out his hand to stop him and said softly, "Don't worry, just let them indulge themselves and have a good time." The dean of studies was hesitant when he heard this. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but when he looked up and saw the principal's increasingly serious face, he swallowed the words back. Finally, he nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, since you said so, let's do this." At the same time, Xia Qianyue, who was sitting in the center of the audience, had a bright red blush on her originally snow-white face, which spread to her ears, after hearing Sumabe's affectionate words. My mind couldn't help but recall what Sumabe said when I talked to him on the phone yesterday. "The song I will sing tomorrow is for you." Thinking of this, Xia Qianyue felt that her heart was beating wildly in her chest like a frightened deer. She couldn't help but whimper softly, then quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at the figure on the stage that made her heart beat so fast. Son Lulu, who was sitting not far away, also looked at Sumabe on the stage with anticipation in her eyes. She was thinking excitedly. Could it be me? After a whole year of relationship, could you really be so cruel? At this time, Sumabe on the stage was already sitting in front of the piano, placing the microphone, with the corners of his mouth raised, and his slender fingers slowly pressed the keys. When the first note floated, the originally noisy venue suddenly became quiet. An expert can tell whether it is good or not at the first sight. Just with the prelude, some people who know piano are stunned. Master level, Sumabe's piano level is definitely master level. With the warm piano accompaniment, Sumabe slowly opened his mouth in a magnetic voice. Finally, the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. I've made an appointment to wait for you at the playground. Summer is really stuffy. Take you to eat strawberry ice cream. If you are in a bad mood, I'll play a Chopin waltz for you. Hearing this relaxing melody, it's like eating a chocolate. When I secretly look at you, when I secretly think of you, think about some deep questions. The magnetic voice, the incoherent singing skills, and the superb switching between true and false voices instantly brought everyone into the world of singing. Our love is a game arranged by Cupid. Or maybe it was the old man under the moon who couldn't tell the difference. You said that leaning on my shoulder felt like telepathy. It's hard to explain, but it doesn't seem like a dream. Our love is two stars squinting their eyes. Or is it destined that we will be together? Newton said there is something called gravity. I started to believe because of you. Until the song was finished, everyone was still immersed in the mood of the song. Chapter 46. I Like You. Snap. Snap, snap, snap. It was not until the first person to react applauded that the others were awakened. Suddenly, there was thunderous applause, cheers and screams. Oh my god, it sounds so good. It sounds even better than those professional singers. This piano player is so good. I am a professional at level 7 and I am ashamed of myself. He is handsome, has a good temperament, high IQ, can play the piano, and sings beautifully. This is absolutely the perfect treasure boy. Compared to these, I care more about who he is confessing to. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Sumabe slowly stood up on the stage and walked to the front of the stage with the microphone. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were raised with a smile on his face, and his deep eyes looked affectionately at Xia Qianyue under the stage. At this moment, Xia Qianyue's face was flushed and she was extremely shy inside, but she still raised her head stubbornly and looked into the eyes of the man who had filled her heart. Sumabe on the stage, holding the microphone tightly in his hand, took a deep breath, and shouted with a powerful voice, "Xia Qianyue, I like you. This feeling has taken root in my heart. If you have the same feeling towards me at this moment, please don't hesitate and tell me loudly." As these affectionate words fell, the whole scene was instantly ignited. The audience was stunned at first, and then burst into exclamations. Wow! So romantic. Ah, this is more exciting than an idol drama. The admiration and cheers came one after another like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the other. The atmosphere in the crowd became more and more heated, everyone was excited and shouted in unison. Promise him. Promise him. At this time, the heroine Xia Qianyue was sitting quietly in the audience, her beautiful face already flushed red with shyness. Hearing the bursts of booing coming from all around, she felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her throat, and she was so nervous that a thin layer of sweat appeared on her palms. At this moment, Dong Xiaofang, who was sitting next to Xia Qianyue, gently pulled the corner of her clothes and urged her with a smile, "Qianyue, what are you still standing there for? Such an excellent and handsome boy confessed to you, so stand up and respond to him quickly." Hearing her best friend's encouragement, Xia Qianyue bit her lip and secretly cheered herself up. Finally, she mustered up unprecedented courage and slowly stood up from her seat. Then, she raised her head, looked firmly at the figure on the stage that made her heart beat, and shouted to Sumabe with all her strength, I like you too. Ah! Marvelous! Lovers finally get married. The school hunk and the school bell are a match made in heaven. Amid the screams of the crowd, son Lulu, who had been silent for a while, had a look of expectation in her eyes that had turned dim. Lost, sad, regretful, relieved. All the emotions kept changing on her face, but in the end it turned into a helpless smile. Maybe this is for the best. How could I be worthy of such an outstanding man? On the stage, Sumabe, who received a satisfactory answer, smiled slightly and slowly walked off the stage. After him, there were still other classes' performances to continue. When Sumabe appeared in the area where his class was located, the classmates in the class immediately started to make a noise. Congratulations to the Suzhou University campus hunk for getting his beauty. Suzhou University campus prince, remember to treat us. Humph, you stole the goddess I had a crush on for a year. You must treat me to this meal. No problem, Sumabe nodded to everyone. When he returned to his seat, Sumabe saw Li Muzi staring at her phone in a daze. So he asked curiously, what are you looking at? Li Muzi handed the phone to him and said with a smile, Mabe, look, I uploaded the video of you singing and confessing your love to the internet. In just a few minutes, the number of views has reached more than 1 million, and I have gained more than 10,000 fans. Sumabe picked up his phone and saw that the number of video views was still increasing, and the system notification sound began to ring in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. If, in today's age of advanced internet, the speed of harvesting shock value is still the fastest on the internet, Sumabe couldn't help but start to hesitate whether he should open a short video account to specifically harvest shock value. On the internet, not only Li Muzi uploaded this video, but other students who secretly recorded it also uploaded the video to the internet. As a result, they all received a lot of views and fans. Various comments have appeared on major platforms. Wow, what a handsome guy. Is he still a student? Is this a university ceremony? Or are you guys just having fun? How romantic. I suggest you make your debut right here, brother. I will definitely become your die-hard fan. As a piano player at level 10, after seeing his piano playing, I can only say, please accept my knees, this is absolutely master level. The song is so good, better than those professional singers. Are you really not considering debuting? I can definitely dominate the Chinese music scene. The video became more and more popular, and it was even pushed to the top of the trending searches for a while. The powerful netizens were omnipotent and directly started a human flesh search and dug out Sumabe's information. After 3 years of high school and 1 year of college, I was a poor student. I was struck by lightning and suddenly became a top student. This legendary life shocked countless netizens. For a while, Sumabe's name was on the hot search again, which made those celebrities whose scandals couldn't even make it to the hot search very angry. Chapter 47. You are going to bankrupt me. The music slowly faded until the last show on stage ended. All the teachers and students of Jiangcheng University began to leave the auditorium in an orderly manner. It was already afternoon, and the sun shone through the tall trees on campus, casting mottled shadows. A light breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness and freshness. For the senior students, this may be the last time they walk on the campus of Jiangcheng University and the last time they walk into the classroom where they have studied and lived together for 4 years. As soon as the freshman students of Class 2 of the finance department stepped into the classroom, they gathered in groups of 3 or 5, laughing and chatting non-stop. There are still 3 years before graduation, it's too early to feel sad. When the counselor came in, he smiled and said to the whole class, "Classmates, everyone has performed very well today. I think everyone already knows that 4 of our classmates, Sumabe, Xiao Qianyue, Li Muzi, and Dong Xiaofang, will transfer to another school next semester. Now, I think everyone should talk more. After all, in this year, we are all like a family." Stand up at this time, squad leader Xiao Qianyue suddenly stood up and said seriously. Crash. Xiao Qianyue, Sumabe, Li Muzi and Dong Xiaofang stood up at the same time in unison. Salute, Xiao Qianyue said loudly. Crash. The 4 of them bowed deeply in the direction of their class teacher at the same time. 3, 2, Xia Qianyue continued loudly. After the countdown, the 4 shouted, "Thank you for your teaching, we will definitely be your pride." Good, good. The counselor standing on the podium, after listening to their uniform and deafening voices, wiped the tears that had already flowed down his cheeks with relief. Is there anything more gratifying than seeing students you taught for a year sincerely remember your kindness after they transfer to another school? The counselor said proudly, "Students, after today, the 4 of them will leave and start a new chapter in their lives. As your class teacher, I wish you a bright future. Everyone, please don't leave. I will treat everyone to a meal." Class monitor Xiao Qianyue immediately contacted the hotel and reserved a seat. Yeah. Hooray. Our counselor is generous. Come on, squad leader, I know a restaurant with good cooking skills. The classmates in the class cheered excitedly in an instant, gathered around Xiao Qianyue, and started talking to each other non-stop. 5 minutes later, the crowd, who had been extremely excited just now, suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at each other. What's going on? I contacted so many restaurants, but none of them had seats. Why is the restaurant business so booming today? Is this even a question? It's not just our class that's having a party. Other classes and other schools are definitely having parties. This is a pity. I didn't expect that the dinner before the holiday would end before it even started. Even Xiao Qianyue's eyes revealed a look of loss. At this moment, Sumabe, who had remained silent all the time, said loudly, "Don't be sad, I have a way." Hearing this, everyone looked at Sumabe expectantly. Sumabe, do you have any solution? Really? He is indeed the campus hunk who chased after our school beauty. Hearing the teasing around her, Xiao Qianyue blushed immediately. Sumabe said with a smile, "Let's go to Yahiyuan Hotel. There must be a seat there." After hearing Sumabe's words, the instructor couldn't sit still before the others could react. He said in a trembling voice, "Hey, classmate Sumabe, I want to treat everyone to a meal, but we don't have to go there, right? Are you trying to eat me out of money?" Sumabe waved his hand and said, "You misunderstood. You taught us for a year. We all remember this kindness. Now we are about to transfer to another school. How can we let you treat us? And I have already promised my classmates to treat everyone to a meal, so I will treat you to this meal." Yes, just now the campus hunk from Tsu University succeeded in his love proposal and agreed to treat everyone to a meal. I remembered it too. Keep your word, Sumabe, you are a man. The students laughed and started talking. Sumabe had invited everyone to dinner at the Yahiyuan Hotel before, and everyone knew his financial resources, so no one thought there was anything wrong with it. But the counselor, who didn't understand the situation, suddenly said in a cold voice, "No, absolutely not, Sumabe, you may not know what the Yahiyuan Hotel is. It is a 5-star hotel. To invite so many people to dinner there will cost at least hundreds of thousands. Where do you get so much money?" Sumabe said calmly, "Don't worry, I have already invited everyone to have a meal there once before. If you don't believe me, just ask everyone." The classmates immediately agreed. Yes, Sumabe invited us to dinner there before. Yes, everyone went there at that time. Don't worry, counselor. Our Suzhou University campus hunk is not short of money. After hearing what the students said, the counselor still hesitated and said, but. Sumabe said first, it's okay, we can leave now, and we don't have to spend any money to eat there now. Free meals? What does that mean? Chapter 48 Free lesson for you. Jiangcheng Yahiyuan Hotel. After receiving Sumabe's call, the hotel general manager Wang Yukuan immediately put down his work and personally devoted himself to the preparations for the banquet. From the elaborate setting of the private room to the strict selection of ingredients, Wang Yukuan insisted on doing everything himself, and carefully examined every detail, striving to achieve perfection. Wang Yukuan has always felt guilty about what happened when the boss came to take over the hotel last time. At that time, Yuan Hongbing and Chui Hongyu, the brother-in-law and brother-in-law, took advantage of their positions to take kickbacks in hotel purchases, but were eventually caught red-handed. This incident greatly annoyed the boss and made him extremely unhappy. Although this matter had nothing to do with him and the boss did not blame him for it, as the general manager of the hotel, Wang Yukuan was well aware that he had more or less certain omissions in management and he still had an unshirkable responsibility for this. Because of this, Wang Yukuan made up his mind this time to take advantage of this rare opportunity of his boss treating the whole class to a banquet to perform well, to make up for his previous mistakes and to prove his ability and value to his boss. After carefully checking every corner and every detail again, Wang Yukuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to wipe away the thin layer of sweat on his forehead, then looked down at the watch on his wrist. He took big steps and hurriedly walked towards the various work areas, shouting loudly to gather all the staff in the hotel. Hurry, hurry, everyone put down what you are doing immediately and gather at the hotel entrance quickly, Wang Yukuan urged loudly while running. Hearing his anxious voice, the employees who were originally busy stopped their work and quickly gathered at the hotel entrance. After a while, a large group of people gathered in front of the hotel. Wang Yukuan stood in front of the crowd and said seriously, the boss and his classmates will be here soon. Everyone must be alert. Do you remember what I just told you? There must not be any mistakes or omissions. If anyone messes up, don't blame me for being rude. Under Wang Yukuan's orderly command, the hotel's department managers and ordinary staff were quickly divided into two neat rows, standing on the left and right sides of the gate respectively. Everyone's face was filled with warm and sincere smiles, and they stood straight with their heads held high. When Sumabe and his classmates arrived at the hotel gate, they happened to see this scene. Aren't they hotel staff? Why are they all standing at the hotel entrance? It looks like they are preparing to welcome some important person. This is a 5-star hotel. The person who can make all the staff line up to welcome him must be someone extraordinary. Otherwise, let's wait and go over. While the classmates were talking about it, Sumabe did not stop and continued walking forward. Student Sumabe, let's wait a while. We're not in a hurry anyway. Let's go in after they've greeted us, the counselor pulled Sumabe and whispered. Sumabe smiled and said, it's okay, they are welcoming us. Du Baochang, who was not far away, snorted coldly, welcome you? I think you are dreaming. Don't think that you are great just because you can afford to eat here. The person who can be welcomed by the whole hotel staff must be either the mayor or a billionaire. Oh? You don't believe it? Sumabe looked at Du Baochang, who was full of dissatisfaction, and said with a playful look. I don't believe it at all, Du Baochang said unhappily. Sumabe laughed and said, forget it, I won't bet with you this time. After all, we are classmates for a year. Today I will teach you a lesson for free and tell you not to look at things with self-righteous common sense, otherwise you will suffer in the future when you enter the society. After saying that, Sumabe glanced calmly at his astonished classmates, then walked straight towards the hotel gate. Shouldn't we stop them? Li Muzi looked at Dong Xiaofang beside him and said blankly. Dong Xiaofang rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, if you want to stop him, go ahead. He is your good brother. What a sin I have committed. Li Muzi sighed and hurriedly ran towards Sumabe. It's over, now our school hunk is in big trouble. In other words, if this makes the hotel staff unhappy, will they not let us eat? God bless you, please don't let anything happen to you. Even Xia Qianyue, who had remained silent the whole time, looked worried at Sumabe who had already walked to the hotel entrance. Just when everyone was worried, the hotel staff saw Sumabe coming and immediately bowed in unison and shouted, hello, boss. The shout instantly brought silence to the surroundings. The students opened their mouths so wide that eggs could fit in them. Du Baochang widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Li Muzi, who had already caught up, was stunned when he heard the hotel staff shouting and asked in confusion, "Boss? Who is the boss?" Sumabe smiled and nodded at the staff, then turned to Li Muzi, who was running over, and said, "Of course you are talking about me." Li Muzi said in disbelief, "Mabe, when did you become the boss here?" "It's a long story, I'll tell you when I have the chance." After saying that, Sumabe waved to the classmates who were still standing there in a daze, motioning everyone to come over. After seeing Sumabe's gesture, the classmates came to their senses and walked tentatively to Sumabe. "Manager Wang, is everything ready?" Sumabe asked. Wang Yukuan hurriedly said respectfully, "Boss, everything is ready, please follow me." "Well, lead the way," Sumabe nodded. Wang Yukuan made a gesture of invitation, then called two tall female receptionists to lead the way. Sumabe did not walk in front, but turned back and pulled Xia Qianyue to his side. Xia Qianyue blushed and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Although she knew that Sumabe was a little mysterious, she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Du Baochang followed the crowd into the hotel dejectedly and dared not say another word. Sun Lulu, who was walking at the end, looked at Sumabe whispering with Xia Qianyue and seemed to be hesitant to speak. An inexplicable heartache came over her again. Chapter 49. Do you know everything? Inside a spacious and extremely luxurious private room of Yahiyuan Hotel. The students from Class 2 of the Finance Department sat around 5 huge round dining tables. The table was already filled with a wide variety of delicious food, which was dazzling. In addition to the red Boston lobsters, plump king crabs, and exquisite foie gras, there are also a variety of top-quality ingredients: pigeons and pheasants flying in the sky, cattle, sheep, pigs, and deer running on the ground, and bass and salmon swimming in the water. It can be said that everything is available. Looking at the decoration inside the private room, it is even more magnificent. Obviously, it has been carefully designed and arranged. There are exquisite paintings hanging on the walls, some depicting magnificent mountains and rivers, some showing beautiful flowers, making the whole room full of artistic atmosphere. The ceiling is inlaid with countless sparkling crystal chandeliers, like stars, illuminating the entire space. The ground is covered with thick, soft carpet, and walking on it is as light and comfortable as walking on the clouds. A bright red banner was hung high above the private room, with large golden characters reading, "Warmly welcome all the teachers and students of Class 2 of the Finance Department of Jiangcheng University." On the square table in the center of the private room, there was a giant cake that was 5 layers high. This cake is simply a work of art. Each layer is decorated with cream flowers and fruit slices of different colors, which makes it look particularly colorful. The top of the cake is also written with the 4 big words "Warm Welcome" in chocolate sauce. When Sumabe pulled Xia Qianyue into the private room, he was also shocked by the interior layout. "Manager Wang, you are thoughtful," Sumabe said with satisfaction. Hearing the compliment, Wang Yukuan was immediately ecstatic. He thought that his hard work was not in vain. As long as he could make his boss happy, all the effort he put in was worth it. "I thought this in my heart, but pretended to be calm on the surface and said, 'Thank you for the compliment, this is what I should do.'" Sumabe nodded and pulled Xia Qianyue to sit in the main seat. At this time, the students had not yet fully recovered from the shock. They looked at each other with wide eyes. Facing the tempting food on the table in front of them, no one picked up their chopsticks. Sumabe, what's going on?" The counselor hesitated for a moment before asking. Sumabe smiled and said, "It's nothing serious, I was just bored a few days ago, so I bought this place." After hearing his words, the whole class was speechless. "I was bored and bought it? Are you sure you are talking human language? After all, this is a 5-star hotel with a market value of billions. It would be fine if you just bought it, but why do you sound like it's as simple as buying a toy?" Just when everyone was thinking about it, Li Muzi at the side suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Damn Mabe, since you are the boss here, do you think we don't have to pay when we eat here in the future?" Sumabe said unhappily, "You can try it. I think if you wash the dishes fast enough, you don't have to pay." Forget it." Li Muzi scratched his head and sat down awkwardly. "Look at what you have accomplished." Dong Xiaofeng showed a look of contempt. "Ha ha ha." The classmates were all amused by Li Muzi's antics and burst into laughter. The originally depressing atmosphere also dissipated. At this time, Sumabe stood up with a glass of red wine and said loudly, "Everyone, please don't be polite. There will be plenty of wine today. Everyone can eat and drink as much as they want. I wish our finance department class 2 will never part. Cheers! Cheers!" All the students raised their glasses at the same time and drank a glass of wine or beverages. "Come and eat," Sumabe called out. So everyone started to eat happily. The students feasted on the food while sharing their future college life. Just as they were enjoying the meal, Du Baochang came over with a glass of beer. "Sumabe, I toast you a glass." Hearing this, Sumabe didn't act pretentiously. He also raised his glass and clinked it with his, and then they both drank the wine in one gulp. "I was wrong about what happened before, I apologize to you," Du Baochang said sincerely. Sumabe waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the past, we are still classmates. I will be transferring to another school and leaving Jiangqing next semester, and it may be difficult for us to meet again in the future." Given Sumabe's current status, there is no need to care about it anymore. As soon as Du Baochang left, Sumabe picked up a brightly colored lobster and peeled off its shell with skillful movements. He gently placed the shelled lobster on the plate in front of Xia Qianyue and said with a smile, "Come, try the seafood in this restaurant. It's quite good." Xia Qianyue nodded slightly, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and she responded softly, "Yes, thank you." Sumabe said softly, "Eat slowly first, I'll go out for a while and I'll take you home later." Xia Qianyue nodded obediently. Sumabe slowly stood up, walked to Wang Yukuan and whispered a few words. Then, he walked out of the private room and took the boss's exclusive elevator to the top floor of the building. Just now, he received a message from Feng Xini saying that she had arrived at the hotel and was processing documents on the top floor. Soon the elevator reached the top floor, and I walked out of the elevator and went straight into the boss's office. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Feng Xini sitting in the boss chair, concentrating on looking at documents. She didn't even notice me coming in. Sumabe did not make a sound to disturb her, but sat carefully on the sofa opposite her and watched silently. Feng Xini was very focused at this time, her sexy eyebrows were sometimes tightened and sometimes relaxed. For a moment, Sumabe was stunned. It is said that men who work hard are the most attractive, but on the contrary, aren't women who work hard the most charming? Time passed minute by minute, until 5 minutes later, Feng Xini put down the documents in her hand and stretched deeply. In an instant, the amazing curve of the chest and the slender waist were exposed. When Feng Xini raised her head and met Sumabe's gaze, the tired expression on her face instantly turned into surprise. She quickly stood up and threw herself into the man's arms. "Husband, you are here?" Hugging the woman's soft body tightly and looking at her slightly haggard face, Sumabe blamed her, "Why do you make yourself so hard?" Feng Xini, who was a strong woman just now, suddenly turned into a docile little cat. She said coquettishly, "I just took over this place, I am worried about letting others do it." Sumabe rubbed her hair on her forehead and said softly, "Don't make yourself so hard, I will feel bad." Feng Xini rolled her eyes at him charmingly and said playfully, "You still feel sorry for me? Why don't you go and accompany your school beauty sister?" Sumabe was suddenly speechless, scratched his head and said, "You know everything?" Feng Xini took out her phone and found the video of Sumabe singing and confessing his love at the graduation ceremony. She smiled and said, "This video is very popular on the internet." Chapter 50. Good luck. Looking at the video on his phone that had received over 1 million likes, Sumabe opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Seeing the cute look of her beloved man, Feng Xini immediately laughed and said, "Okay, little brother, I won't tease you anymore." After that, he put away his phone and continued, "You are so outstanding, you will definitely attract a lot of girls to like you. I just want you to have me in your heart." Listening to the woman's affectionate words, Sumabe felt an indescribable emotion surge into his heart like a tide. He slowly stretched out his hands, carefully held up the woman's pretty face, his eyes were as gentle as water, and he said softly, "I swear, in this life, I will never let you down in the slightest. Silly boy, I am so much older than you. As long as you don't despise me for being old, I will be satisfied," Feng Xini said self-deprecatingly. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Sumabe couldn't help but sigh in his heart, with a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? Thus, Sumabe could no longer control the burning emotions in his heart. He hugged the woman tightly in his arms, gently lifted the woman's sexy chin with his hand, and kissed her directly. It seemed like a century had passed, until the two of them felt difficulty breathing, and Sumabe's big hands began to become restless. "Hate it, this is the office," Feng Xini said breathlessly and coquettishly. Sumabe glanced at the closed door and said softly, "No one should come in, right?" "I see who dares," Fong Sini said domineeringly, then stretched out her lotus-like arms and hugged the man tightly again. An hour later, Sumabe walked into the elevator while rubbing his waist. He said to himself, "System, this shaping pill and peerless master are not that good. I don't know if it's because Fong Sini is born with a charming side, but since the two of them started fighting, Sumabe has always been at a disadvantage." At this moment, the class banquet has reached its climax. When Sumabe stepped into the private room, the first thing he saw was a group of girls surrounding the counselor. They were either holding his hands or leaning against him, each with tears in their eyes, and they kept talking about how reluctant they were to leave him during the upcoming summer vacation. The scene was really moving. At the same time, the boys in the class were in a completely different situation. They sat together, with various bottles and glasses of wine in front of them, and were enthusiastically competing with each other in drinking. Shouts and cheers were heard one after another. Sumabe walked straight to Xia Qianyue, who was sitting obediently in her seat, and said with a smile, "Are you full?" "Yeah," Xia Qianyue smiled and nodded. "Let us go first, I'll take you home," Sumabe said softly. Xia Qianyue stood up obediently. Sumabe took Xia Qianyue and first found Wang Yukuan, asking him to take good care of everyone. After the banquet, he would arrange the hotel's vehicles and staff to ensure that everyone was sent home safely. After getting Wang Yukuan's affirmative assurance, Sumabe took Xia Qianyue's hand and left the private room. As soon as the two walked out of the hotel door, a familiar voice came from behind them. "Sumabe, wait." This voice made Sumabe frown and a little unhappy in his heart, but he still stopped and turned his head slowly. I saw son Lulu running towards the side hurriedly, with an anxious look on her face. When she saw Sumabe frowning, her steps, which had already run closer, suddenly stopped and her whole body trembled involuntarily. But soon, son Lulu gritted her teeth, raised her head, looked at Sumabe stubbornly and said, I have something I want to talk to you alone." Sumabe was about to refuse when he heard this, but Xia Qianyue, who had been standing quietly beside him, suddenly spoke first, "Go ahead and have a good talk with her, I'll wait for you to come back here." After saying that, Xia Qianyue smiled gently at Sumabe, her eyes full of trust and understanding. "Okay," Sumabe nodded helplessly and walked to the side. Son Lulu hurriedly followed and said thank you sincerely when she passed by Xia Qianyue. Xia Qianyue didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. Sumabe walked to a big tree outside the hotel and stopped. At this time, son Lulu also ran over panting. "What do you want from me?" Sumabe asked coldly. Son Lulu didn't care at all about the coldness in his tone, and said calmly, "I want to know, do you still hate me?" Sumabe sneered, "Is there any point in saying this now?" "Yes, it's meaningless to say anything now." Son Lulu said self-deprecatingly, "You pursued me for a whole year before, don't you know about my family? Can you give me a few minutes to listen to my nagging?" Hearing this, Sumabe was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said. Perhaps no one in the school knew about son Lulu's family situation. The class once organized a parent-teacher meeting, but she attended it alone, which made Sumabe very curious. "Thank you." After son Lulu thanked him sincerely, she turned her head and looked into the distance, saying softly, "My parents divorced when I was very young, and then they each started their own families. I was the unwanted child, and it was my grandmother who raised me alone with great difficulty. My grandmother has always been in poor health. In recent years, she has even been unable to get out of bed and walk, so my family is very poor. Sometimes I have to work several jobs to support my family. This is why every time you ask me to go out and play during the holidays, I will refuse you, because I don't want others to know my family situation, and I don't want to be looked down upon by others. I chose Du Baochang because I was attracted by his family background. I admit that I am realistic and I also admit that I am a materialistic girl, but I have to do this for a living. In the past, I didn't think I had done anything wrong. In the real world, being a realistic woman, at least I wouldn't suffer any loss. Isn't that right? But, Sumabe, thank you for making me understand that material things are not everything. I have decided to drop out of school. I will work hard to make money while taking care of my grandmother. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not telling you this to make you pity me. My family situation is my most painful secret. I'm telling you this because I feel that I have nothing to repay you for your kindness to me for a whole year. If you still hate me, you can tell all this and let everyone laugh at me. As long as you feel better, that's enough." Son Lulu took a long breath and said with a smile, "I have finished what I want to say. Thank you for listening to me talk so much. Now, goodbye." After saying that, Sun Lulu took a deep look at Su Mabe, who was standing in front of her, then turned around and left resolutely. Watching her leaving, Su Mabe was silent. In the world of emotions, who can tell right from wrong? Do I hate her? How can I not hate her after a year of relationship? If I didn't have a system, I would definitely still be living in the ridicule of countless people. But is it her fault? Everyone has his or her own life, and every life has its own difficulties. Who is qualified to blame others? Wait a moment, Su Mabe said loudly. Hearing the voice, Sun Lulu stopped and asked in surprise, is there anything else? What are your plans? Su Mabe asked. Sun Lulu said, I have found a job in a fast food restaurant. Su Mabe nodded and said, I wish you good luck. Sun Lulu said with relief, you too. Chapter 51. Is this what you call a son-in-law? At this time, night had fallen and the lights on the streets of Langchang were coming on. When Su Mabe returned to the hotel entrance, he saw Xia Qianyue's petite figure standing there, quietly waiting for him. Seeing Su Mabe's figure, Xia Qianyue's bright eyes lit up slightly, but she did not ask what he had said to Sun Lulu. Instead, she raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint, heartwarming smile, as if everything was self-explanatory. The evening breeze blew by, bringing a slight chill. Su Mabe took off his coat without hesitation and gently draped it over Xia Qianyue's slender shoulders. Then, he said gently, the wind is a little cold, let's go. Hearing this, Xia Qianyue felt warm in her heart and the smile on her face became brighter. She nodded obediently and said. Just like that, the two of them set out on that familiar road side by side. Same park, same environment, the difference is that after this summer, they will transfer from Jiangcheng University to Langchang University. Su Mabe gently pulled up Xia Qianyue's soft, boneless, white and tender little hand and asked in a low voice, what are your plans for this summer vacation? Xia Qianyue turned her head, her beautiful eyes staring at Su Mabe's handsome face, and replied softly, tomorrow, I will take a plane back to my hometown with my parents. First, I will visit my grandparents who I haven't seen for a long time, and then go on a trip with my parents. This is what we agreed on long ago. Su Mabe nodded and suggested, how about when you come back, let's make an appointment with Li Muzi and Dong Xiaofeng and go to Langchang 2 days in advance. Hearing his suggestion, Xia Qianyue smiled happily and responded, yeah, I've wanted to go to Langchang for a long time. Just like that, the two of them tacitly slowed down their pace, chatting as they walked. The journey that was supposed to take only 20 minutes took them more than 40 minutes. When they arrived at the gate of Xia Qianyue's villa, Su Mabe gently rubbed her forehead and said lovingly, go back, you have to catch a plane tomorrow, go to bed early. Well, Xia Qianyue said reluctantly, then be careful on the road and tell me when you get home. Okay, Su Mabe said with a smile. After hearing Su Mabe's answer, Xia Qianyue did not turn around and leave, but lowered her head with a blushing face, saying nothing. What's wrong? Su Mabe asked softly. Hearing his words, Xia Qianyue instantly plucked up the courage, suddenly took a step forward, stood on tiptoe, and quickly kissed Su Mabe on the lips. I will miss you. After saying that, he ran into the house without looking back. Looking at her leaving back, Su Mabe raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. After Xia Qianyue returned home and just changed her shoes, she saw her parents sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at her with a smile. Mother Gu Xiaolan, with a smile on her face, spoke first, oh, my dear daughter, tell me quickly, who was so thoughtful to send you home just now? Hearing this, Xia Qianyue immediately lowered her head, twisted the corners of her clothes with her hands, and muttered in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Mom, that's just one of my classmates. At this time, Xia Dongshan, the father who was sitting next to her, suddenly said with a serious face, daughter, you are still young and only a freshman in college. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to fall in love so early? Xia Qianyue slowly walked to the sofa and sat down hesitantly. After a moment of silence, she looked up at her parents and asked softly, Dad and Mom, do you know something? Hearing her daughter's question, Gu Xiaolan smiled slightly, then slowly took out her phone from her pocket, unlocked the screen and said, my dear daughter, if Mom is not mistaken, the heroine in this video should be you, right? As she said that, she handed the phone to Xia Qianyue. Xia Qianyue took the phone in confusion, and when she saw the picture playing on the screen, she was stunned. The video played was the scene where Su Mabe was standing on the stage and singing to confess his love to her, and the scene where she shouted I love you to Su Mabe in front of all the teachers and students in the school. After watching this video, Xia Qianyue's originally fair and tender face instantly became as rosy as a ripe apple, and even her ears turned red. Xia Donghai snorted, it seems that person is you, right? Xia Qianyue said coquettishly, Dad and Mom, I really like him. Seeing the woman's serious look, Xia Donghai and Gu Xiaolan looked at each other inside at the same time. It is true that girls cannot be kept when they grow up. Now that things have come to this, no matter how much the parents say, it will be of no avail. However, they must at least understand the boy's specific situation to see if he is worthy of their precious daughter. So Xia Dongshan winked at his wife. Dong Xiaolan understood immediately and asked with a smile, "Yeah, tell your parents quickly what the situation is at your boyfriend's family and when did you two start dating?" After hearing what her mother said, Xia Chenyue suddenly became even more shy, but she still told her mother everything about Su Ma Bei and her own experience. When the old couple heard the description of their precious daughter, they were stunned with shock. "You mean, he is the top student who scored 181 points in the math competition?" Gu Xiaolan asked in surprise. "What? You said he is the new owner of Yahiyuan Hotel?" Xia Dongshan was shocked. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. The old couple looked at each other again, and Gu Xiaolan asked, Yeah, are you telling the truth?" Yes, Xia Chenyue nodded affirmatively and said, "I saw all of this with my own eyes. It is absolutely true. We got it. Yeah, you should go back to your room and have some rest first. We have to get up early to catch the flight tomorrow," said Xia Dongshan. Oh, after Xia Chenyue looked at her parents strangely, she stood up and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. After his daughter left, Xia Dongshan looked at Gu Xiaolan and asked, "Wife, what do you think about this?" Gu Xiaolan smiled and said, "If what our precious daughter said is true, then our future son-in-law is really good. You haven't even started dating yet, and you're already calling him your son-in-law?" Xia Dongshan said unhappily. Gu Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him and said, "He is handsome, intelligent, and worth billions. Most importantly, he treats our family well. Where can you find a son-in-law like this?" Xia Dongshan smiled and said, "Hearing what you said, he seems to be quite a good match for our Yaya." Gu Xiaolan suddenly remembered something and said, "If this is true, maybe he can help our family." Xia Donghai naturally knew what his wife was talking about. He shook his head and said, "Even if he is the owner of the Yahiyuan Hotel, that is in the catering industry and has nothing to do with our family's business." But, Gu Xiaolan continued, but was interrupted by Xia Dongshan. "I will take care of the business, so don't worry about it. Just spend more time with your daughter so that she can have time to bring her boyfriend home so that we can meet him." Chapter 52 Private Jet? After Su Ma Bei returned home, he first sent a text message to Xia Chenyue, then went back to the room and couldn't wait to summon the system. System, open the information panel. Ding, information panel opened successfully. Host, Su Ma Bei. Age, 20. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Wealth, 10,007,425,855 renminbi. Assets, Tiandi Building, Yahiyuan Hotel, Feda Real Estate Development Company, Xinyu Hotel, Mile Western Restaurant, No. 1 Villa in Jianye Community, Airbus A380 Private Jet, Lamborghini. Poison not claimed. Special skills, academic excellence, God-level driving, heavenly voice, peerless master, proficiency in musical instruments. Shock value, 800,000. Seeing the shocking value of 8 million, Su Ma Bei suddenly felt powerless. The harvesting speed is too slow. Although the internet is still increasing its shock value, it is not as fast as at the beginning. It seems that I can only wait until I reach Langchang University and then find a way. Su Ma Bei thought about it again and decided not to buy the items yet. He should keep the 8 million as a backup in case of emergency. He turned off the system, covered himself with the quilt, and fell asleep. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and golden sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Su Ma Bei slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside. The hour hand pointed to 7 o'clock. He stretched and then climbed out of the warm bed. After simply stretching his body, Su Ma Bei walked into the bathroom and started washing up. After walking out of the bathroom, Su Ma Bei picked up his mobile phone, dialed Li Muzi's number, and made an appointment to go to the driving school later. After hanging up the phone, Su Ma Bei came to the living room and simply ate the breakfast that his mother had prepared for him in advance. My parents have gone out to work, and now I'm the only one left at home. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already 7:30 in the morning. By this time, Xia Chenyue should have arrived at the airport waiting room. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone again and dialed Xia Chenyue's number. The phone was connected after ringing a few times, but what came through was a burst of anxious shouts and noisy quarrels around. Sumo Bei's heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly asked, Xianyue, what's going on? What happened to you? Mabe, my father is arguing with the airport manager, Xia Qianyue said anxiously. Sumo Bei hurriedly comforted, don't be afraid, tell me, what happened? Xia Qianyue said, I don't know why, but the 3 plane tickets my father ordered online yesterday were not successful. This time when we went back to our hometown, in addition to visiting my grandparents, my father also had business to deal with. Now that the trip was delayed, my father started arguing with the airport staff. Don't be anxious, wait for me to finish speaking in 2 minutes, and then Sumo Bei hung up the phone. Hey, I didn't expect that my future father-in-law has such a bad temper. Sumo Bei talked to himself while calling the private pilot Zhang Yankai. Inside the waiting room of Jiangcheng Airport, Xia Dongshan shouted at the airport general manager, I don't care what the reason is, anyway, I have already booked the ticket online, and now my trip has been delayed, you are responsible. The airport manager said coldly, when you ordered the ticket, didn't you see the notification that the order failed? Now this flight is full and there is no extra space. What's your attitude? Believe it or not, I will complain about you, Xia Dongshan said angrily. It doesn't matter. We are just following the system. If you want to complain, just go ahead and make your complaint, the manager said contemptuously. Xia Dongshan pointed at him, his chest heaving with anger. Husband, okay, stop arguing, we're just waiting for the next flight. Gu Xiaolan hurriedly pulled Xia Dongshan and comforted him. Yes, Dad, stop making noise, Xia Qianyue said anxiously. Xia Dongshan sighed and said, it's too late. The next flight has to wait for 2 hours. I have already made an appointment. This is a big contract. If I am late, I will have a hard time explaining it. Just then, the airport manager's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at Xia Dongshan with a sneer, told him to stop making trouble, then walked aside and answered the phone. Hello, I'm Zhang Lei. What did you say? After hanging up the phone, manager Zhang Lei took a deep breath, then instantly changed into a flattering smile, walked up to Xia Donghai, and said respectfully. Are you Mr. Xia? Xia Dongshan was stunned when he saw the airport manager who had just spoken coldly to him was now so respectful to him. He replied, my surname is Xia. Zhang Lei turned his head again and looked at Xia Qianyue beside him and said respectfully, are you Miss Xia Qianyue? Hearing this, Xia Qianyue nodded in confusion. Seeing this, Zhang Lei said politely, I'm sorry, Miss Xia, I didn't know you were Mr. Su's girlfriend. Then he turned around again, bowed respectfully to Xia Dongshan, and said, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry for offending you just now. I apologize to you. Mr. Su? Xia Dongshan looked at his daughter in surprise. Xia Qianyue suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, the Mr. Su you are talking about is Su Mabe? Gu Xiaolan on the side asked hurriedly, daughter, who is this Su Mabe? Xia Qianyue whispered, yes. He is my boyfriend. Zhang Lei said hurriedly, Mr. Su's private plane is ready. I will take you 3 to board the plane. Private jet? Xia Qianyue's family of 3 were surprised in unison. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Chapter 53. The plane is about to take off. At the Jiangcheng airport parking lot, a pure white Airbus A380 private jet, like a snow-white swan, was parked quietly. Its huge and elegant body shines brightly in the sun, like a finely crafted work of art. At this moment, the plane's door was wide open, and a wide boarding staircase extended down, covered with a flame-like red blanket. 12 tall and pretty stewardesses, dressed in neat uniforms and with sweet smiles on their faces, stood gracefully on both sides of the red carpet. Captain Zhang Yankai, wearing a neat flight suit, stood respectfully at the front of the team with his co-pilot. At this moment, Xia Qianyue and her family of 3 slowly approached. Their steps were slightly hesitant, and they were obviously shocked by the magnificent private plane in front of them. When their eyes fell on the neatly arranged flight attendants and the solemnly standing crew members, the 3 of them couldn't help but widen their eyes, their mouths slightly opened, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. Especially Xia Qianyue, her beautiful big eyes were wide open and her cherry mouth was slightly opened in surprise. Seeing the 3 people coming, Captain Zhang Yankai hurried forward and said respectfully, Mr. Xia, Mrs. Xia, Madam Boss, hello. It is an honor to serve you. I am the captain of Boss Su's private plane. When Xia Qianyue heard that she was being addressed as the boss's wife, a bright red blush instantly appeared on her fair face. Just when Xia Dongshan and Gu Xiaolan were still immersed in shock, Zhang Lei, the airport manager in a suit and tie, hurried over. At this time, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his expression was nervous and terrified. After coming to Xia Dongshan, he bowed deeply, and then said respectfully in a flattering tone, "Mr. Xia, I really offended you before. I hope you can be magnanimous and don't bother with me. I implore you to say a few good words for me in front of Mr. Su." As the general manager of Jiangcheng Airport, Zhang Lei is well informed and has dealt with all kinds of dignitaries and business celebrities. However, when facing a mysterious tycoon like Su Mabe, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable awe in his heart. Not to mention the world's most expensive Airbus A380 private jet, the free use of all domestic airports that Boss Su owns is enough to make everyone look sideways. You know, there are very few people who can enjoy such treatment, and this is definitely not a height that ordinary big shots can reach. Thinking back to the time when he had offended Boss Su's father-in-law, Zhang Lei felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He knew very well that with Su Mabe's strength and background, it would be easy for him to deal with him. It is a good idea not to hit a smiling person. Seeing the airport manager being so polite to him, Xia Donghai didn't want to find fault anymore and just nodded slightly. With the enthusiastic support of the captain and many flight attendants, Xia Chenyue and her family of 3 stepped onto the gangway and boarded the plane. "Please take care, the 3 of you. I wish you a safe journey." Zhang Lei, who had been standing under the plane and saluting, now had a look of respect on his face. He raised his voice and shouted loudly to Xia Chenyue's family who had already boarded the plane. After boarding the plane, the first thing that caught my eye was a short but exquisitely decorated corridor. Under my feet was a soft and thick pure wool handmade carpet, and I could feel the delicate touch and warm texture with every step. Walking through the corridor, a super luxurious reception room appeared in front of us. Massage sofas made of pure cowhide were neatly arranged in the spacious and bright space. Looking to the side, there was a 75-inch high-definition LCD TV with an extremely clear screen. At this moment, a tall stewardess walked over with a smile on her face. She bowed slightly and performed a standard etiquette to Xia Chenyue's family of 3, then introduced them in a soft voice. "Dear boss lady, Mr. Xia and Mrs. Xia, welcome to the Airbus A380 private jet. You are currently in the reception room inside our aircraft. In addition, there are many functional areas such as lounges, recreation rooms, small bars, entertainment rooms, etc. in the aircraft to meet your various needs during the flight. If you need anything, you can tell me at any time." At this time, another stewardess came over with a professional sweet smile on her face, and asked softly, "Dear 3 passengers, what would you like to drink? I will bring it to you immediately." Hearing the stewardess's enthusiastic words, the old couple Xia Dongshan and Gu Xiaolan couldn't help but look at each other. They were shocked by the luxurious interior decoration of the plane in front of them. The exquisite decoration, comfortable seats, and high-tech equipment made them feel a little dazzled. After a brief surprise, Xia Donghai was the first to come back to his senses. He politely asked the flight attendant, "Excuse me, I would like to ask, when can the plane take off?" The stewardess still maintained her iconic smile and replied slowly, "Sir, the plane is about to take off." The knowledgeable Xia Dongshan frowned and asked, "Don't we need to apply for the flight route and apron in advance?" Facing Xia Dongshan's question, the stewardess was very patient. She smiled and explained, "Mr. Xia, you don't know. Our boss enjoys the privilege of free use of the apron at all domestic airports, so there is no need to worry about this issue. Please enjoy this journey with peace of mind." After saying this, the stewardess bowed slightly and turned to prepare drinks. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. After the flight attendant left, Xia Dongshan and Gu Xiaolan could no longer control their shock. After looking at each other, they pulled Xia Chenyue and sat on the sofa. Yeah, tell your parents the truth, what does your boyfriend do?" Gu Xiaolan asked. Xia Chenyue was also in shock at this time. After hearing her mother's question, she came to her senses and explained, "He is my classmate. I have told you everything I know." Xia Dongshan said excitedly, "That's the free right to use the aprons of all domestic airports. Even the richest man in the world doesn't have this treatment, right? Yeah, think about it carefully. Have you missed anything about this, Mr. Su?" After thinking seriously for a moment, Xia Chenyue shook her head and said, "I have told you everything I know. I really don't know anything else." Seeing that their daughter didn't seem to be lying, the old couple sighed at the same time. Gu Xiaolan said, "Yeah, find an opportunity to bring your boyfriend to my house for dinner so that your father and I can meet him." "Yeah," Xia Chenyue nodded shyly. Chapter 54. I Miss You Too. More than 3 hours passed in a flash. For the first time, Xia Qianyue and her family of 3 felt that time could pass so quickly when flying. This private jet is simply a palace in the sky. Its interior decoration is extremely luxurious, and every detail exudes dignity and elegance. Not only are the seats as soft as clouds, but there are also a variety of advanced entertainment facilities and delicious meals. There were still many novel and interesting facilities that we had not had the chance to try out one by one before the plane had already landed smoothly at its destination. When the cabin door slowly opened, the 3 people got off the plane under the enthusiastic guidance of the flight attendants. As soon as he stepped on the ground, Xia Dongshan rushed to the agreed location without stopping. After all, this contract negotiation was of vital importance to the entire company, and was even directly related to the future survival of the group. Xia Qianyue followed her mother and got on a taxi to her grandparents' house. On the way, Xia Qianyue quietly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Su Mabe, expressing her parents' wish to meet him. Not long after, Su Mabe's reply came. No problem. After seeing this reply, Xia Qianyue's pretty face blossomed into a bright smile. In the following 3 days, Su Mabe and Lin Yuzi were inseparable. They were either studying in the driving school or playing games in the internet cafe. During this period, Fang Xini first launched a drastic reform of Tiandi building, and then turned her attention to Yahiyuan Hotel and Feta real estate. In a short period of time after taking over, she successfully completed the comprehensive transformation of these 3 companies. In this reform, Fang Xini ruthlessly eliminated many parasites who had long been entrenched in the group and only knew how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. These people did nothing all day long, but were content to receive high salaries, which seriously affected the work efficiency and morale of the entire team. However, Fang Xini's methods are far more than that. In addition to removing the bad apples, she also boldly recruited a large number of vigorous young people. Although these newcomers are inexperienced, they are brave to innovate and bring a breath of fresh vitality to the company. Fang Xini's vigorous and resolute style of action and decisive decision-making ability are amazing, and even those old employees who have worked in the company for many years can't help but be impressed. Gradually, everyone in the company is convinced by this young and promising secretary of the chairman and obeys her orders. When Jiangqing's business gradually got on track, Su Mabe thought it was time to move to Langchang for development. So he contacted Fang Xini in advance and asked her to accompany him to Langchang. The next morning, before it was fully light, Fang Xini had already packed up and went out. I have been busy with company affairs during this period and I haven't seen the man who fills my heart for some time. I arrived at Jiangcheng Airport early with full expectations, hoping to meet Su Mabe as soon as possible. After arriving at the airport, Fang Xini walked straight to the waiting room and sat down on a massage chair. She picked up her phone and checked the time. It was already 8 o'clock. Fang Xini couldn't help but feel annoyed. She muttered to herself, "What on earth is this stinky brother up to? We had agreed to leave for Langchang today, but he hasn't shown up yet and didn't let me buy the ticket in advance. The flight is about to take off. I don't know what he is thinking." Just as Fang Xini was complaining inwardly, a man who looked to be about 30 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a designer suit, and with an extremely vulgar look on his face, walked into the waiting room. After entering the waiting room, he first looked around, his eyes quickly sweeping over everyone present. However, in just a moment, his sight was fixed on Fang Xini, who was sitting in the massage chair, and his eyes flashed with surprise. With her outstanding appearance and charming figure, the wretched man was immediately attracted to Fang Xini. Then, he took a step without hesitation and walked straight towards Fang Xini. At this moment, Fang Xini was about to call Su Mabe when she heard a strange man's voice in her ears. "Hello, miss. Can I be your friend?" Hearing the voice, Fang Xini turned around and looked over. When she saw the obscene expression on the man's face, Fang Xini's beautiful brows suddenly frowned and she said coldly, "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." Hearing such a cold reply, the wretched man didn't care at all. Instead, he grinned and showed a self-proclaimed charming smile. "Beautiful lady, please don't misunderstand that I just want to make friends with you. We can drink together and go shopping. Don't worry, this matter is known to heaven and earth, you and me, and will never be spread to your boyfriend's ears." After saying that, the wretched man raised his arm triumphantly, deliberately showing off the glittering Rolex watch on his wrist, and then put on an appearance of being rich and powerful, and confidently continued, "My beautiful lady, please don't worry. As long as you are willing to make friends with me, you can set any conditions, no matter how high your requirements are, I can meet them." Facing this man with a wretched face and frivolous words, Fang Xini felt a wave of nausea in her stomach. She tried to suppress her discomfort and was about to say no when suddenly a familiar voice came from behind her. "With you? I'm afraid that even if I sell you, you may not be able to pay the price that my woman has set. This deep and magnetic voice reached Fong Xinyi's ears, and she trembled all over. Without thinking too much, she turned around abruptly. A tall and upright figure suddenly came into view. When Fong Xinyi finally saw the face she had been thinking about day and night, she no longer cared about the presence of other people around her and threw herself into that warm and broad embrace. Husband, you are here. I miss you so much. Fong Xinyi snuggled tightly against the man's broad chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, as if the whole world only contained the two of them. Sumabe raised his lips slightly, with a gentle smile, slowly raised his hand, gently hugged her slender waist. He lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and whispered softly, I miss you too. At this moment, the wretched man who had been extremely confident just now was stunned when he saw Sumabe suddenly appear. Then he frowned tightly, and his eyes swept over Sumabe's body from top to bottom, looking at him carefully. When he saw Sumabe's handsome face clearly, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of inferiority in his heart. Not only that, the wretched man soon noticed that the world-class brand-name clothing Sumabe was wearing was more expensive than the brand-name suit he was wearing. Could he be the young master of a big family? Thinking of this, the wretched man smiled and whispered, I wonder what business this friend's family does. We can make friends and have a chance to cooperate together. Chapter 55 Please spare me. Sumabe acted as if he didn't hear what the obscene man said. He completely ignored it and continued to hug the woman in his arms tightly. This really made the wretched man very angry. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been ignored like this. He widened his eyes and stared at the two people in front of him, with the anger in his heart rising. Time passed by minute, and after 5 minutes, Sumabe slowly loosened his arms and gently pushed the woman in his arms away. Then, he stretched out a hand and gently embraced the woman's slender waist, then raised his head and stared at the wretched man who had already been angry and his face had turned red. He said coldly, You want to make friends with my woman? Hearing this, the wretched man was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly, What's wrong with making friends? Is this not okay? Sumabe showed contempt and sneered, It's not that I can't do it, it's that you are not worthy. Humph, you're just a little brat. Don't think that you can be so arrogant and domineering just because your family has some money. The arrogant and wretched man was completely enraged by Sumabe's words. His originally wretched face had become distorted at this moment, and he roared loudly. Obviously, the wretched man at this moment had completely regarded Sumabe as the kind of dandy boy who only knew how to rely on his family and act arrogantly outside. He. Sumabe chuckled and said slowly, It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. Stop talking nonsense here. It's you who don't understand the situation. The wretched man pointed at Sumabe's nose angrily and continued to sneer, Let me tell you, kid, I'm the director of Feta Real Estate Development Company, and my father is the deputy manager of the group. If you don't believe me, you can call your elders to see if they know the name of our group. The commotion here had already attracted the attention of people around in the waiting room. When they heard the wretched man announce the name of Feta Real Estate Company, the crowd who were originally just watching suddenly went wild and started pointing and talking. Wow, Feta Real Estate Company? It's one of the few listed companies in Langchang. That's right. This handsome boy is probably in trouble as he dared to provoke such a powerful character. Humph, he's just a rich second generation. Do you really think you can be so arrogant just because your family is rich? Hey, please stop talking nonsense. It was obviously that disgusting guy who teased the girlfriend first. How can you blame this guy without any basis in fact? Feta Real Estate Development Company? Sumabe repeated it silently, and suddenly felt that he seemed to have heard the name of this company somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Looking at her man's thoughtful expression, Fong Xinyi, nestled in his arms, shook her head helplessly. That's right, since she bought the company, her man has never asked about it, and she has always been in charge of it. So it's understandable that he can't remember it at this moment. So, Fong Xinyi gently tugged at the corner of Sumabe's clothes, then leaned forward slightly, got close to his ear, and explained in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. After listening to Fong Xinyi's explanation, Sumabe suddenly understood and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This world is really small. The wretched man was immediately annoyed when he saw Sumabe suddenly burst into laughter. He widened his eyes and angrily asked, Hey, what are you laughing at? Is it so funny? Facing the wretched man's questioning, Sumabe slowly put away his smile, his eyes still sharp as a knife, staring straight at the other person. He said slowly, What's your name? And what's the name of your father who is the vice president? What? Are you scared now? Do you want to curry favor with me? Unfortunately, it's too late. The wretched man sneered with a smug look on his face. But since you asked, I will be merciful and tell you. Listen, kid, my last name is Zhang Jiabao, and my father is the famous Vice President Zhang Mingyang. How about that? Are you scared? After hearing the wretched man introduce himself, Fong Xinyi's mouth corners slightly raised. Then, she gently broke away from Su Mabe's embrace without leaving a trace, moved to the side, took out her cell phone from her pocket, quickly dialed a number, and lowered her voice to give a few simple instructions to the other end of the phone. At this time, Su Mabe looked at Zhang Jiabao, who was full of ignorance, and said jokingly, "Go back and tell your vice president dad that you don't have to come to work anymore." Who do you think you are? Before Zhang Jiabao could finish his words, the phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his father calling. He pointed at Su Mabe and threatened him viciously, "Just wait, little brat. I'll deal with you later." After that, he pressed the answer button. "Hey, Dad, why are you calling me at this time? Bastard, are you at Jiangcheng Airport?" A roar came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Jiabao was stunned and said in surprise, "Yes, didn't you ask me to go on a business trip today? You bastard, do you know who you just offended?" Hearing this, Zhang Jiabao looked at Su Mabe blankly, who had a playful look on his face, and said, "Who is it?" "Damn it, that's our group's new boss, Mr. Su Mabe, and the lady you just flirted with is Secretary Fong Xinyi." "What?" Hearing what his father said, Zhang Jiabao instantly took a breath of cold air and was so scared that he almost threw his phone away. The roaring voice on the other end of the phone continued, "You bastard, I just put you to work in the company yesterday, and you're causing trouble for me today. How could I give birth to a beast like you who only knows how to ruin the family? Dad, I don't know." Zhang Jiabao's voice already began to sound tearful. "You know shit. I'm telling you, you're lucky to be able to resign safely from the company now. You should apologize to Mr. Su and Secretary Fong immediately. If you don't get their forgiveness, you don't have to come back." Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, all the strength in Zhang Jiabao's body was instantly drained, and he almost collapsed to the ground. However, thinking of his father's last words to him, he still gritted his teeth, put on a flattering smile, and walked in front of Su Mabe. With a plop, he knelt straight down. "Boss Su, I didn't know you were the new boss of our company. Please forgive me." Seeing the wretched man who was just showing off his power actually kneel down, and then hearing what he said, the people watching the excitement were instantly stunned by the shock. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Chapter 56. You don't have to queue. Wow, this handsome guy is actually the boss of Fata Real Estate Company? It's unbelievable. I don't know who in the crowd was the first to exclaim in surprise, but it caused a huge stir, and the others who were originally whispering to each other also began to echo it. My God, how old is he? He must be the son of a big family to be the boss of a listed company at such a young age. He is so handsome, he looks like the male lead from an idol drama, so charming, said a fashionable and delicately made-up woman with a crazy look on her face, not willing to take her eyes off the handsome boy for a moment. I really want to ask for his contact information. How great it would be if I could get to know such an outstanding man. Another woman in a miniskirt and high heels said this while twisting her waist unconsciously towards Su Mabe, trying to get his attention. The heavily made-up women around seemed to have their passions suddenly ignited. They became extremely excited. They made coquettish gestures and tried their best to attract Su Mabe's attention. Snort. Faced with these wolf-like women, Fong Xinyi, who had been standing aside and watching coldly, finally couldn't hold back her dissatisfaction. She snorted lightly, walked forward quickly, stretched out her hand without hesitation, tightly held Su Mabe's arm, and pressed her body tightly against his side to declare her sovereignty. Those women who were eager to rush up and chat with Fong Xinyi, when they saw her beautiful face and her curvy, hot and charming body, they stopped in their tracks like deflated balls. Seeing Fong Xinyi's actions, Su Mabe smiled slightly, put his arm around her slender waist, giving her a sense of security. Then he looked at Zhang Jiabao, who was still kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and said coldly, I said, I will make you and your vice president father get out of the group, I mean what I said. After saying that, he turned around and left, hugging the woman in his arms, walking towards the boarding gate. No. Boss Su, please be merciful and let me go this time. I really know I was wrong. Zhang Jiabao pleaded with horror on his face, his voice filled with tears, and his body trembled uncontrollably. However, no matter how hard he begged or how loudly he cried, Sumabe remained expressionless and did not even turn his head. Looking at Sumabe's resolute back, Zhang Jiabao felt that his world had collapsed in an instant, and he felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. It's over. It's all over now. He muttered to himself in despair, his legs went limp, unable to support his body any longer, and he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. At this moment, Fong Xini, who was in Sumabe's arms, suddenly said, "Honey, let me go buy the plane ticket." As she spoke, she turned and walked towards the ticket window. Hearing Fong Xini's words, Sumabe quickly reached out and hugged her slender waist tightly, smiling and said, "There's no need to be so troublesome, we don't need to buy tickets for the plane." Fong Xini looked up with a confused look on her face, looking at the man in front of her whom she loved and admired, her heart full of doubts. But before she could ask, the two of them had unknowingly walked to the boarding gate. Sumabe walked forward with big strides, and then said to the staff in charge of ticket checking very calmly, "Hello, I am Sumabe." "Ah? Are you Mr. Su?" The ticket inspector was shocked and said quickly, "Mr. Su, please wait a moment." He picked up his phone and dialed. After just a few seconds, I saw Zhang Lei, the airport manager, rushing over. After seeing Sumabe, Zhang Lei hurriedly put on a flattering smile and said respectfully, "Sorry, Mr. Su, I have kept you waiting for a long time." Zhang Lei originally wanted to explain to Sumabe about his disrespect to Xiao Dongshan, but when he saw the woman in Sumabe's arms, he knew how to read people's expressions, so he immediately chose to keep silent. "Manager Zhang, thank you for your hard work," Sumabe said with a smile. It's not hard, this is what we should do, Mr. Su, your private plane is ready, please tell me." Zhang Lei made a gesture of invitation, and then took the lead to walk into the VVIP channel to lead the way for Sumabe. Sumabe hugged Fong Xini, who was shocked, and followed her in. Seeing a few people walking in directly without queuing, the other passengers who were still queuing to board the plane immediately started yelling in dissatisfaction at the ticket inspector. "Hey, why can they go in directly without queuing? Why? Can we queue in order? Just because I know your manager, can I cut in line? Do you believe we can file a complaint against your airport?" Facing the accusations from the crowd, the ticket inspector was calm, showed a professional smile, and said, "You don't have to queue up either, you just need to own a private jet and you can enter the channel directly." Everyone. Ticket inspector, the gentleman just entered the VVIP channel of our airport, which leads to the private apron. It is not the same channel as the flight you are taking, so there is no queue jumping problem. Everyone. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 100. After passing through the airport's VVIP channel, Sumabe, holding Fong Xini in his arms, finally arrived at the airport apron. As soon as he stepped onto the spacious venue, his eyes were attracted by a huge and dazzling milky white Airbus A380 private jet in front of him. The plane was like an elegant giant beast, exuding a charming luster. Its huge body and smooth lines made people marvel at it. Sumabe widened his eyes, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. This was the first time he had witnessed such a luxurious private jet so closely since he won it in the system lottery. At this time, the plane's door was wide open, and a bright red carpet flowed down the gangway like a waterfall. Captain Zhang Yankai, standing at the front, was wearing a neat uniform and looked energetic. Behind him were all the crew members, arranged in 2 rows, each with a straight posture and a serious expression. When Sumabe's figure appeared in everyone's sight, the whole scene instantly became tense. All the crew members bowed slightly in unison, their faces full of respect, and shouted in unison, "Hello, boss." The voices were loud and uniform, echoing in the air. Chapter 57 Woman, I advise you to be kind. Seeing that all the crew members were so respectful to him, Sumabe waved his hand, a bright smile appeared on his face, and he said loudly, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Zhang Yankai hurried forward, bowed slightly with a respectful look and said, "Boss, the plane has completed all inspections and preparations and can take off at any time. Please give your instructions." Sumabe looked up and down with great interest at Captain Zhang Yankai, whom he met for the first time. "As early as when I won the private jet, the system kindly sent me Zhang Yankai's detailed information. According to information, Zhang Yankai is 45 years old this year and has been engaged in the aviation industry for 20 years. He has accumulated more than 5,000 hours of flying experience and has performed extremely well in dealing with complex and changing weather conditions and emergencies. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Yankai is the best pilot in the domestic aviation field. A rare talent like him, even if he just works at an airport, will be regarded as an absolute core talent by major airlines and will be scrambled for. Let's board the plane. After saying that, Sumabe turned around with a smile. His eyes fell on the airport manager Zhang Lei, who was standing silently behind him, and said, "Manager Zhang, thank you for your hard work, I will board the plane first." Zhang Lei hurriedly said respectfully, "It's not hard, it's my honor to serve you, I wish you a safe journey." Sumabe raised his lips slightly, nodded gently, and stretched out his strong arms to gently embrace Fong Sini's slender waist. The two of them leaned on each other, stepped onto the boarding stairs together, and slowly boarded the luxurious plane. Once you enter the cabin, the first thing you see is an exquisite and luxurious corridor covered with thick carpets. On the walls on both sides of the corridor hang priceless art paintings, and above your head is a dazzling crystal chandelier, which makes the entire corridor sparkle. Walking along this magnificent corridor, they soon arrived at the spacious and bright reception room. Sitting on the pure cowhide handmade sofa in the living room, Fong Sini felt as if she was in a dream, a little dazed. It was not until this moment that she came back to her senses as if awakened from a dream. Her eyes, which had been extremely seductive, were now flashing with a blazing light, and were fixed on Sumabe like two torches. "What are you looking at? So absorbed." Noticing her gaze, Sumabe couldn't help but feel a little surprised and asked softly. Fong Sini did not answer his question immediately. Instead, she was silent for a moment before asking seriously, "How many things are you hiding from me? Also, when did you buy this private jet? Why didn't you tell me before?" Facing her rapid-fire questions, Sumabe first subconsciously rubbed his high nose bridge, then a smile appeared on his face and he explained, "This private jet was actually bought a long time ago, you know everything about me, I haven't hidden anything from you." Just as he said this, Sumabe seemed to suddenly remember something. After a slight pause, he added, "Oh, by the way, there is indeed one thing I forgot to tell you when we go to Langchang this time. I have already acquired the Mile Western restaurant and Xinyue Hotel in Langchang, so this time I will go there to officially take over the assets of these two places. How about it, are you surprised?" "Are you surprised?" After hearing this, Fong Sini was stunned for a moment. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "How much money do you have, man? Private jets, 5-star hotels, 3-star Michelin restaurants. These top assets that are difficult for ordinary people to reach are like toys in the eyes of her man. If he wants to buy them, he will buy them without hesitation." This makes Fong Sini sigh at how strong his financial resources are. Sumabe raised his lips, revealing a confident smile, and replied softly, "Well, as for the specific number, I can't tell you for a while, but my family is very rich, and super rich. Since he had the system, it was as easy for him to get everything, whether it was a mountain of gold and silver or a huge amount of assets. If it weren't for his pity for the woman in front of him and his fear that she would be too tired from handling too many affairs, Sumabe would probably continue to extract more huge assets from the system." Fong Sini blushed when she heard this, and retorted shyly, "Oh, stop talking nonsense here. Who are you from?" Seeing this, Sumabe pretended to be sad and sighed, "Look, women in this world are always so heartless and ungrateful. Once they get what they want, they will turn against you." Fong Sini was amused by his words and laughed, and said jokingly with a smile, "Humph, don't talk nonsense, you should be responsible for me." "So how do you want me to take responsibility?" Sumabe asked teasingly. Hearing this, Fong Sini immediately straightened her towering chest and said charmingly, "If you have the ability, come now." "Damn, how can you tolerate this?" Seeing her like this, Sumabe instantly showed his domineering attitude, and he stood up and hugged her by the waist. Fong Sini instinctively stretched out her arms, hugged the man's neck, and said shyly, "What are you doing?" "I'm joking, don't do anything stupid, we are on the plane." "Humph, it's too late, woman, just wait and see how I make you regret provoking me," Sumabe said domineeringly. He. "Just you? Is that okay?" Fong Sini burst into laughter. "Woman, I advise you to be kind," Sumabe said, gritting his teeth. "TSK, come over here if you have the guts." Fong Sini gave him a charming look. Sumabe could no longer care about anything else, and walked towards the luxurious bedroom at the back of the plane with the woman in his arms. Chapter 58, Meeting a Girlfriend. 2 hours later, the Airbus A380 private jet slowly landed on the wide runway of Langchang Airport. As the roar of the engine gradually weakened, the plane stopped steadily at the designated location. The cabin door opened, and a group of tall stewardesses stood in a row. Their faces were red, but they still maintained a professional attitude and said in unison, "Boss, take care." At this time, Sumabe held Fong Sini tightly and slowly walked out of the cabin. Fong Sini's complexion was rosy and shiny, and her face was filled with a happy smile, as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. In sharp contrast, Sumabe frowned slightly at this moment and secretly rubbed his sore waist. Obviously, he was defeated again in the flight that just ended. Seeing the woman looking at him with mocking eyes, Sumabe was immediately furious. I thought to myself, damn you Fong Yaojing, just wait, sooner or later I will make you regret it. When the two of them stepped out of the airport hand in hand, Langchang Airport General Manager Su Hark, who had been waiting there, came up to them quickly with a group of airport managers. Suka looked respectful, stretched out his hands from a distance, and shouted enthusiastically, "Hello, Mr. Su, welcome to our Langchang Airport." The managers behind him also nodded, with ingratiating smiles on their faces. After a brief self-introduction, Sumabe smiled and waved to everyone present. Then he took Fong Sini's hand, got into the business car specially prepared for him at Langchang Airport, and sped towards the Xinyue Hotel. This time, Sumabe did not inform anyone in advance, but planned to experience the services of Langchang 5-star Hotel as an ordinary person. Along the way, Sumabe and Fong Sini looked out the car window, admiring the street view with great interest. The streets were bustling with traffic and people coming and going. Magnificent buildings towering into the sky passed by from time to time on the roadside. They were of different shapes and magnificent, showing the modern atmosphere and unique charm of this city. Looking at all this, Sumabe couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Langchang is indeed a world-famous first-tier city. Its level of prosperity is really incomparable to that of a third-tier city like Zhangchang. Half an hour later, the black business car slowly stopped in the spacious and tidy parking lot in front of the Xinyue Hotel. After Sumabe and Fong Sini got out of the car, they smiled at each other, then nodded and thanked the driver. Then they naturally held each other's hands, like a loving couple, and walked side by side towards the hotel gate. Just as the two were about to step into the hotel door, suddenly, a clear and loud exclamation came from behind them. Fong Sini? Is it really you? Hearing this voice, Sumabe and Fong Sini stopped almost at the same time and turned to look over. I saw a sweet-looking, tall woman standing not far away. The woman had delicate features and skin as white as snow. Her long, shiny black hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, which made her look even more outstanding and graceful. Chen Yuting? It's you? Fong Sini also widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. Obviously, she didn't expect to meet this old friend whom she hadn't seen for a long time here. Seeing Fong Sini's surprised look, Chen Yuting suddenly burst out laughing, then walked up to her and gave her a big hug. Fong Sini also showed an excited smile on her face and hugged her backhand. After the hug, the two separated gently, then looked at each other and said in unison, "Why are you here?" Fong Sini, you speak first. Chen Yuting, you speak first. Seeing Sumabe standing aside in a daze, he thought to himself, do you two really have to be so taciturn? At this time, the two of them laughed at the same time again. Chen Yuting turned around and saw the handsome Sumabe next to Fong Sini. Her eyes lit up immediately and she smiled and said, "Who is this handsome guy? Why don't you introduce him to me?" Hearing this, Fong Sini opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. At this moment, she had no idea how to introduce Sumabe to others. How should she put it? Should she say he was her boss? But they had feelings that went beyond a work relationship. How about saying he was her boyfriend? Although this was true, she didn't know what Sumabe was thinking. Would he be willing to admit her relationship with him? Just when Fong Sini was in a dilemma, Sumabe stepped forward without hesitation, gently took Fong Sini's hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Sumabe, and I'm Sini's boyfriend." Feeling the warmth from Sumabe's palm, Fong Sini felt a warm current instantly surge into her heart, making her completely immersed in happiness. She couldn't help but raise her head and look at the man in front of her who filled her heart, with a smile that could melt everything on her face. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuting on the side couldn't help but widen her eyes, and then couldn't help but joked, "Oh, you Fong Sini, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you actually found such a handsome boyfriend quietly. You are really a hidden talent." Faced with her teasing, Fong Sini said embarrassedly, "Oh, stop talking nonsense and speak properly, please." After saying that, she turned to look at Sumabe and introduced, "This is my classmate and good friend from college, Chen Yuting." Chen Yuting was not happy when she heard this. She put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry and said, "Humph, you still remember me as your best friend. Since you went abroad to study, you rarely contact me. I see that you no longer have me as your best friend in your heart." "I'm just too busy," Fong Sini said softly. What she said was true. When she was studying abroad, she focused all her attention on studying. After returning to China, she focused on making money to pay for her mother's medical treatment, so she naturally had less contact with some friends. Chen Yuding rolled her eyes at her. Obviously, this reason did not convince her. Then she asked, "You haven't told me yet, what are you doing here?" Fang Xini glanced at Su Mabe and said calmly, "Nothing, just strolling around." "What are you doing here?" Chen Yuding sighed and said, "I work here, but I came here today to resign." "Ha?" Hearing this, Fang Xini was surprised and asked, "I remember that after graduating from college, didn't you return to your hometown? Your hometown is very far away from here, why did you come here to work?" Chen Yuding said helplessly, "It's my mom who asked me to go on blind dates all day long. I got annoyed and ran away secretly. Later, through a friend's introduction, I came to Langchang and applied for the job of manager secretary in this hotel." "Then why did you suddenly quit again?" Fang Xini asked. Hearing this, Chen Yuding was furious and gnashed her teeth and said, "It's because the general manager of this hotel is an old pervert. He harasses me all day long and uses his power to suppress me." "Oh?" Hearing her words, Su Mabe, who had been silent, suddenly chuckled and said, "What's the specific situation? Tell me about it." Chapter 59 Who Dares? Hearing Su Mabe's words, Chen Yuding's beautiful eyebrows, as slender as willow leaves, wrinkled slightly without being noticed. She thought to herself, how could my best friend's boyfriend be like this? How could he be so gossipy about other people's affairs? However, considering the relationship with her best friend Fang Xini, Chen Yuding finally decided to tell her past experiences exactly as they happened. It turned out that about a month ago, after being recommended by a friend, Chen Yuding left her hometown and traveled thousands of miles to Langchang. Fortunately, she passed layers of screening and successfully competed for the position of secretary to the general manager of this hotel. The general manager of this hotel is named Qin Guangrong. He is 47 years old, ugly, with a fat and round face with rough features, and an extremely large head, just like a pig's head. As a hotel manager, Chen Guangrong has no extraordinary talents or unique qualities. The reason why he was able to take the position of general manager of the hotel is because of his extraordinary close relationship with the hotel's previous owner. Relying on this special relationship, Chen Guangrong has been bullying the hotel for a long time. He not only often abuses his power and coerces female employees into submission, but also is so bold as to openly accept kickbacks and enrich himself. This is also the reason why a hotel manager can be equipped with a secretary. Chen Yuding also heard that her previous manager's secretaries all chose to resign because they could not stand Chen Guangrong's pressure. Ever since Chen Yuding became the manager's secretary, Chen Guangrong would harass her every day, not only in a frivolous way but sometimes even making some excessive moves. Finally, after enduring for a month, Chen Yuding could no longer bear it. Just yesterday, in front of all the hotel staff, she pointed at Chen Guangrong and scolded him, then left the hotel directly. "I came here today to resign early and ask for 1 month's salary." After listening to Chen Yuding's story, Su Mabe looked at Fang Xini in surprise. They are best friends after all. Even their experiences are so similar? Seeing his gaze, Fang Xini naturally knew what he was thinking. She rolled her eyes at him charmingly, and then said to Chen Yuding in a common hatred, "This pervert, we must not let him go." Chen Yuding sighed and said, "Forget it, he is the general manager of this hotel after all, we are just ordinary workers, how can we fight him? I just want to get 1 month's salary back, otherwise I will have to sleep on the street. This hotel has a new owner. Did you know about this?" Su Mabe asked casually. His gaze fell vaguely on Chen Yuding opposite him, trying to observe her reaction. Chen Yuding frowned and replied unhappily, "Of course I know, but so what? Humph, in my eyes, all those rich people are the same, none of them are good people." After saying this, she curled her lips in indignation. Ahem. Hearing her answer full of hatred, Su Mabe was stunned and almost choked on his own saliva. Fang Xini, who was standing by, couldn't help but giggle when she saw this. Seeing her best friend suddenly laughing, Chen Yuding asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What are you laughing at?" Fang Xini walked up with a smile, took her friend's hand, and said, "It's nothing, let's go and vent your anger for you." "Ha?" Hearing this, Chen Yuding was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, "No, forget it. I can go by myself. You wait here for me. I will get my salary back and treat you to a big meal." Fang Xini looked at Su Mabe meaningfully, then took her hand and walked towards the hotel gate, saying as she walked, "Don't worry, not all rich people are bad people." "Ha?" Chen Yuding looked at her best friend in surprise, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. Sumabe, who was following behind them, rubbed his nose awkwardly, shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. When Fong Xini dragged Chen Yuting into the hotel gate, she first looked around, then shouted in a domineering voice. "Where is that bastard general manager named Chen Guangrong? Get out of here!" This loud shout instantly alarmed everyone in the hotel, and everyone looked at them with curiosity or surprise. The hotel's front desk receptionist thought someone was causing trouble and quickly called the security guard. Soon, a pot-bellied man hurried over with several security guards. When he saw Chen Yuting, he smiled and said, "I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you, Chen Yuting." "What? Are you asking your sister to stand up for you first?" After saying that, he looked at Fong Xini with a lewd look and secretly said, "If I put them both on the bed at the same time, it would be exciting." Fong Xini stared at the wretched old man in front of her with indifference, and said contemptuously, "So you are the notorious Chen Guangrong." When Chen Guangrong heard this, he was not ashamed at all. Instead, he came forward shamelessly, squinted his eyes, and looked at Fong Xini up and down with a lecherous look, and said in a dirty way, "Hey, not bad, little beauty. I am Chen Guangrong, what should I call you, young lady?" Fong Xini heard this, her beautiful eyes widened, glaring at Chen Guangrong, her tone as cold as frost. "Stop talking so slickly here. I am your aunt. I came to you today just to settle the score with you for bullying Chen Yuting." Chen Guangrong's face darkened instantly when he heard this. A fierce look flashed in his triangular eyes. He shouted viciously, "Who do you think you are, bitch? How dare you come to my territory and act wildly? You are so arrogant to talk to me. You are tired of living. Believe it or not, I will make you pay for it." Facing Chen Guangrong's threat, Fong Xini was not afraid at all. She responded with disdain, "Oh, you think you can scare me with your behavior? I want to see who is looking for death. Let's not talk about your forcing Chen Yuting. Let me ask you first, are you going to pay her the salary you owe her or not?" Chen Guangrong rolled his eyes, pretending to be innocent, and asked in surprise, "Salary? What salary? That girl is usually late or leaves early, and her work attitude is extremely bad. According to company regulations, her salary has been deducted to the last cent." Chen Yuting, who was standing aside, could no longer tolerate Chen Guangrong's distortion of right and wrong. She was so angry that her body trembled and her pretty face flushed. She stretched out her jade hand and pointed at Chen Guangrong angrily. Her voice trembled with excitement. You shameless man, it is you who have been making things difficult for me and maliciously deducting my wages. Now you can even tell such a lie." "What? I'm telling the truth. This is my territory. If you don't agree with what I say, you can sue me," Chen Guangrong said disdainfully. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the security guards who were still standing there, and shouted at the top of his voice, "What are you all doing standing there like an idiot? Get these two women out of here right now." As soon as he finished speaking, the security guards came to their senses, quickly picked up their batons, and strode towards the two men aggressively. "Xini, let's go quickly. It doesn't matter if we don't get that little salary." Seeing the security guards getting closer and closer, Chen Yuting's face turned pale. She hurriedly protected Fong Xini behind her and wanted to turn around and leave immediately. Fong Xini was not frightened by the situation. She held Chen Yuting's hand tightly and said firmly, "Don't be afraid, my boyfriend is here, nothing will happen." At this moment, a tall and upright figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them like lightning. Sumabe's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were flashing with a cold light. Facing the several security guards who were close at hand and eyeing him covetously, he showed no fear, but just narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted softly, "Let's see who dares." Chapter 60. Whose territory is this? Sumabe's sudden appearance stunned the security guards who were originally aggressive and on the verge of a fight. They opened their eyes wide with looks of astonishment on their faces. The crowd that was watching the excitement also started to get agitated, pointing and whispering to each other. "Wow, look at that handsome boy. He is so handsome. Can he alone deal with so many ferocious security guards? Ha, this is going to be fun. This Xinhua hotel is really a mess today." For a while, various discussions arose one after another. Amid the noisy noises, the security guards who reacted first looked at each other, and then without any hesitation, they stepped forward again with batons in hand. At this moment, a loud shout came from behind the security team, "Wait!" Chen Guangrong, who had been observing the situation from the rear, looked panicked. He shouted loudly and ran hurriedly to the front. After running closer, he first looked at Sumabe carefully, and then asked tentatively, "Are you Su Mabe, Mr. Su?" Hearing this, Su Mabe couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He frowned slightly and asked, "Oh? You actually know me?" After receiving a positive reply, Chen Guangrong quickly waved his hand to signal the security guards to retreat, and said to Su Mabe with a flattering smile, "Mr. Su, look at what you said, how could I not recognize you? You are the new boss of our Xinyue Hotel." As soon as Chen Guangrong finished speaking, the originally noisy surroundings suddenly became silent. The spectators who were stretching their necks and staring wide-eyed to watch the show opened their mouths wide, but could not make a sound. However, it only lasted for a few seconds. The next moment, a thunderous discussion suddenly broke out among the crowd. "What? This handsome guy is actually the new owner of Xinyue Hotel? Did I hear it right? No wonder he dared to stand up alone just now, it turns out he had someone to rely on. Isn't this plot development too unexpected? This big twist is really exciting. This little brother is so handsome and rich, boo-hoo. I like him so much." All of a sudden, all kinds of exclamations rang out, and the whole hall was in chaos as if a pot had exploded. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 200. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 200. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 200. Chen Yuding, who was standing aside, was completely stunned by what was happening before her eyes. Her cherry-red mouth was slightly open and her beautiful eyes were wide open, as if she couldn't believe that everything she saw and heard was real. After a long while, Chen Yuding came back to her senses. She gently reached out and pulled the sleeve of Fong Xinyi, who was smiling beside her. Then she lowered her voice and asked carefully, "Xinyi, what's going on? Your boyfriend is actually the new owner of this hotel?" In response to her best friend's question, Fong Xinyi raised the corners of her mouth, nodded slightly, and nodded. Seeing Fong Xinyi nod in acknowledgement, Chen Yuding felt her face flushed. She couldn't help but recall the words she had just said without knowing it, and an indescribable feeling of embarrassment suddenly surged in her heart. Thinking of this, Chen Yuding couldn't help but said angrily, "Xinyi, such a big thing, why didn't you tell me earlier? It made me talk nonsense like a fool just now." However, Fong Xinyi didn't care about Chen Yuding's complaints. She still kept that faint smile and responded softly, "Don't blame me. Who told you not to ask me before? Besides, it's not too late to tell you now." After that, she winked at Chen Yuding mischievously. Seeing Fong Xinyi's nonchalant look, Chen Yuding was even more furious. She stamped her feet, pointed at Fong Xinyi and said, "Humph, you bad girl, you actually have the guts to do that. Let me show you how I'm going to deal with you." At this moment, Su Mabe, who was the focus of the whole audience, did not pay attention to the discussions of the people around him. Instead, he looked calm and stared at Chen Guangrong in front of him, sneering. "Since you know me, tell me now, whose territory is this?" Hearing this, Chen Guangrong's heart trembled violently, and a layer of fine beads of sweat instantly oozed out of his forehead. He did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, and quickly put on an extremely flattering smile, nodded and responded, "Of course it is yours, this is your territory." In fact, the reason why Chen Guangrong was able to recognize Su Mabe was that when he learned that the hotel had changed owners, he immediately looked up detailed information about Su Mabe. He originally thought that doing so would allow him to get to know the new boss better, so that he could cater to his preferences and establish a good relationship with him in the future. After all, before this, he was able to live a carefree life in the hotel because of his close relationship with the previous boss. But what Chen Guangrong never expected was that the mysterious new boss of the hotel suddenly appeared in front of him without any warning. This sudden change really caught him off guard, and for a while he didn't know how to deal with it. At this moment, he can only rack his brains to think about how to please this upstart so as to maintain his current position and vested interests in the hotel. Hearing Chen Guangrong's answer, Su Mabe raised his eyebrows and snorted with disdain. Then he suddenly raised his arm and shouted, "Clear the place immediately. In 10 minutes, I want to see all the staff in the hotel standing in front of me." As soon as these words came out, Chen Guangrong's eyes rolled around. After thinking for a moment, he quickly responded with a smile, "Okay, boss, don't worry, I will inform everyone right away." At this moment, Chen Guangrong was still calculating in his mind. Su Mabe's sudden visit really caught him off guard. He wanted to take this opportunity to return to the office and revise his accounts to avoid being exposed. At the same time, he also wanted to threaten those employees who knew the inside story and warn them not to say anything bad. But just as Chen Guangrong was about to turn around and leave, a strong hand grabbed his shoulder like an iron clamp. Chen Guangrong looked back in astonishment and found that Su Mabe was staring at him with a cold face, and his eyes revealed a chilling murderous light. Who told you to leave? You stay here obediently, Sumabe said coldly. Then, Sumabe turned his gaze to Chen Yuding beside him, and his tone softened a little, but he still ordered without question, gather everyone together and tell them that the new boss has arrived. Tell them to speak out boldly if they have any grievances or dissatisfactions. Don't worry. I will make the decision for you. Okay, Chen Yuding nodded and ran away quickly. At this moment, Chen Guangrong seemed to have lost all his strength, and he cried out in his heart, "It's over, it's really over now."